Chapter 001, First Entering Ryanan, Obtaining the Kise Talent Template. Kanagawa Prefecture. Inside Ryanan High School. Two girls who had just finished school were preparing to leave the school with laughter. But their eyes were suddenly attracted by a tall boy walking towards them. "Hey, look, that guy is so strange. His hair is yellow. Yeah. So strange. But he looks so handsome. Oh no, he seems to be walking towards us." Seeing the yellow-haired boy walking directly towards them, the two girls quickly retracted their gazes and pretended to chat to cover up their panic. But despite this, the yellow-haired man still blocked them directly. "Classmate, how do I get to the basketball team?" the yellow-haired man asked softly with a smile. Looking at the handsome face of the man, the hearts of the two female students were pounding. The yellow-haired man's heart was beating non-stop, and he didn't hear the man's question clearly. Seeing this, the man could only ask the same question again. This time, the two finally reacted. One of the girls stretched out her right hand and pointed to her left-hand side. She blushed and said, "Just walk to the end and turn left." "Thank you." The yellow-haired man turned around and left immediately after saying this. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to the two girls who were secretly looking at him and said, "My name is Kenichi Yusuji, and I'm a member of the basketball team. You are welcome to cheer for me in the basketball team's games in the future." Looking at Kenichi Yusuji's gradually receding back, the two girls whispered, "Is there such a person in the basketball team?" "I don't know. I only know Sendo. He is so handsome." "Then shall we go to cheer him on?" "Of course we should go, he looks even more handsome than Sendo." Kenichi Yusuji followed the direction of the girl's finger and walked towards the basketball hall. Along the way, many students pointed at him from a distance. He knew that it must be because his yellow hair was too eye-catching. But he couldn't do anything about it. Who told him to be like this after crossing over? Yes, Kenichi Yusuji is a crossover. When he just crossed over, he was still very unfamiliar with this world. But when he knew that this was the world of Slam Dunk, he instantly felt that everything was very familiar. After all, this was his favorite anime since he was a child. He was very familiar with this world. When he just felt a little interested in this world, Kenichi Yusuji suddenly heard a cold electronic synthesized voice in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully crossed over and is scanning. The appropriate template system will be selected for the host. Scanning is over. Congratulations to the host for binding the Kise template system. Kise. Is it the Kise who can be almost invincible for a short period of time after opening the zone? Kenichi Ueyama immediately checked in his mind after hearing this. What came into view was a series of data. Template character, Kise. Experience, 0%, 0% experience can awaken primary talent ability, 50% experience can awaken advanced talent ability, and when experience reaches 99%, there is a chance to awaken ultimate talent ability. How to obtain experience? All kinds of data on the court will be converted into experience. The better the data, the more experience. Primary talent ability, ordinary imitation ability, can imitate all basketball moves you have seen, and can also imitate all primary moves Kise has seen. Awakened. Advanced talent ability, perfect copy, can imitate all actions at the level of Miracle Era. Not awakened. Ultimate ability of the Sky Zone, entering requires a certain opportunity. Not awakened. Ultimate mission, when the experience reaches 100% and the national competition championship mission is completed, the second stage of the system will be opened. Enter the second world. Looking at the long string of text information in his mind, Yusuji Kenichi really took a long time to digest this information before sorting it out. Kise talent template. Seems pretty good. Although now I only have the basic imitation ability. But looking at the skill introduction, I can imitate not only the actions I have seen, but also many actions that Kise himself has seen. That is to say, in Black and Blue, I can imitate all the actions except those at the level of the Age of Miracles. With this strength, I think it is enough for me to survive in the dunk world. Not to mention that after the experience reaches 50%, I will also gain the advanced talent ability, Perfect Copy. At that time, I will have the abilities of all people in the Age of Miracles in one. That picture. I feel shocked just thinking about it. Of course, Kenichi Yusuji's current priority is to join the team and gain experience as quickly as possible. After all, the ultimate task given by the system is to win the national championship. After finding himself in Ryanan High School, Kenichi Yusuji naturally chose to join the Ryanan team. After all, it was close, and he didn't have to run around. On this point, he and Kaed Rukawa had the same idea. Today was the day when the Ryanan basketball team recruited new players, but Kenichi Yusuji had no idea where the basketball hall was. That's why he asked for directions just now. It was his first time here and he didn't know the way at all. With the blessing of the system, Kenichi Yusuji should have been happy, but he didn't expect that his hair color also turned yellow after traveling through time, which really made him feel a little awkward. There were many people pointing at him along the way. Fortunately, the road pointed by the two girls was not wrong. After turning left, Kenichi Yusuji soon arrived in front of the basketball hall of Ryanan High School. As soon as he entered the basketball hall, he heard a series of pa-pa-pa sounds of basketballs hitting the floor. It was obvious that the players of the Ryanan team were doing daily training. Kenichi Yusuji followed the sound and looked forward. He saw a man wearing a white number 7 jersey on the court dribbling the ball to attack. He recognized at a glance that this person was Sendo, the current ace player of the Ryanan team. As for why he said currently, it was because Kenichi Yusuji believed that in the near future, he would soon become the new ace player of the Ryanan team. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 002, Dakamoiki's helplessness, and Yusuji Kenichi who is embarrassed to be of great use. On the basketball court, Sendo was dribbling and sprinting at full speed. There was a Ryanan player defending him right in front of him. Kenichi Yusuji also knew this man. His name was Koshino Hiroaki. He was the main player of Ryanan. He also had very good strength. But he seemed a little insufficient in front of Sendo. Facing his defense, Sendo made a fake move and then a disguised breakthrough to the right to easily get rid of Koshino's defense. Just when Sendo jumped up and wanted to dunk, a tall player blocked him in time. This man was Shugahira, the backup center of the Ryanan team. Although he tried his best to defend Sendo, Sendo was Sendo after all. He stayed in the air to avoid Shugahira's block, and then ended this attack with a beautiful pull-up backhand dunk. Ah! So awesome! Is he the Sendo? So cool! Yes! The magazine said that he is as good as Kanan's AMU. Today, I see that it is true. Outside the court, a group of onlookers were impressed by Sendo's wonderful skills and praised him endlessly. It seems that they are newcomers who joined the basketball team today like Kenichi Yusuji. Beep. Just as Kenichi Yusuji and these newcomers were watching Sendo's training with interest, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Assemble! A stern voice came from behind the crowd. Kenichi Yusuji looked back and immediately recognized that the man was the coach of the Ryanan team, Dakamoiki. As Dakamoiki's whistle ended, everyone on the scene immediately took action. Whether it was the main players who were training, or the newcomers who had just reported here today, they quickly lined up in front of Dakamoiki. After all, he was a coach known for his strictness, and no one dared to offend him at this time. Everyone stood in two teams in front of Dakamoiki in an orderly manner. One team was the old players of the Ryanan team such as Yuzumi Sendo, and the other team was the newcomers such as Yusuji Kenichi. Since Yusuji Kenichi was the tallest among the newcomers, he naturally stood on the far right of the team according to his height. After he stood in place, he suddenly found that there were two people standing behind Takamoiki, whom he seemed to be completely unfamiliar with. Could they also be newcomers this year? Takamoiki looked at the newcomers who had come to report in front of him, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad and angry. Compared with last year, the quality of this year's newcomers was very poor. At a glance, most of them could hardly meet their height requirements. Among all of them, the guy on the far right seemed to be good. He should be about 190 centimeters tall. He seemed to be good. Takamoiki lowered his head and flipped through the information in his hand. Kenichi Yusuji. He had no impression. He didn't seem to be famous in junior high school. He had never heard of his name. He continued to read. Takamoiki frowned. He only started playing basketball in the second year of junior high school. He had only played basketball for less than 2 years. He was basically a novice. It seemed that he had a hard time playing as a substitute. Takamoiki labeled Kenichi Yusuji as useless in his heart. But his physical condition is not bad. If there is a chance, you should give him more guidance. Maybe he can grow up. Takamoiki is an extremely serious and responsible coach. Seeing that Kenichi Yusuji has good physical conditions, he is willing to give Kenichi Yusuji a chance. As for whether he can grow up, it depends on him. After taking a look at everyone's files, he did not find anything special about this group of newcomers. Takamoiki felt very helpless about this. He originally thought that with Ryanan's performance of winning the top 4 in the county competition last year, he would be able to attract many outstanding newcomers, but he did not expect that it was all in vain. Many outstanding players finally chose well-known schools such as Keinan Shoyo, and Kaed Rukawa from Harutoma Jayaka Junior High School, who he had high hopes for, did not know what was wrong with him. He completely ignored his sincerity and chose to join Shohoku on his own. He also said that it was because it was close to home. Takamoiki did not believe this reason at all. It must be because of that old man Anze. But he has been indifferent to the Shohoku basketball team for many years. Letting Akagi lead the team to run into obstacles everywhere without giving any substantial help. Isn't he as dedicated to the players as I am? The MVP player in junior high school 2 years ago. Didn't he go to Shohoku? What's wrong with him now? Didn't he quit the basketball team early? Every time I think of this, Coach Taka feels very angry. Why don't those talented players want to come to Ryanan? God is really blind. Looking at the group of newcomers who disappointed him, Coach Taka took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Not all of you who have just applied to join the team can officially join the team. The 8 of you and the 2 of them will be randomly divided into 2 teams for a competition. Only those with excellent performance will stay, and the others will be eliminated directly." Coach Taka pointed behind him while speaking. These 2 people were the ones he had dug up during this period. With the special case of recruiting Sendo from Tokyo last year, Taka also spent a lot of energy to recruit talents from other counties this year, but the result was counterproductive. The elite players in each county had long been snatched up by high schools everywhere. Special cases like Sendo are too rare. In desperation, Taka had to settle for the second best and recruited 2 players who seemed relatively good. Although they could not provide as much help to the team as Sendo, it was always a good choice to let them be substitutes. At least for now, the 2 of them look much stronger than the newcomers in front of him. From the data, the 8 people here had almost no formal competition experience in junior high school. So it is difficult for anyone to stay. Soon, under Taka's arrangement, the 10 new players were randomly divided into 2 teams. The 2 players Takamoiki recruited from other counties were in one team, and Kenichi Yusuji was in the other team. Looking at the result of the draw, Dakamoiki originally wanted to intervene. Because after all, if these two masters were in the same team, it seemed that there would be no suspense in this competition. He didn't think there would be hidden bosses among these newcomers who could fight against these two people. But on second thought, he originally didn't plan to keep these newcomers. So he didn't bother to care anymore. Just let them finish the game and let the players continue to train. After all, impacting the national competition is the serious matter. So, under Dakamoiki's repeated urging, the players on both sides quickly changed into training jerseys and came to the court. And all the main players of Ryanan also gathered outside the court, ready to watch the performance of these newcomers. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 003, Surprise. This new guy named Kenichi Yusuji seems pretty good. Kenichi Yusuji didn't expect Dakamoiki to arrange a game for the newcomers on the first day. He remembered that in the plot, it seemed that newcomers could join the team directly at Shihoku. Now it seems that Dakamoiki's requirements are more stringent. This is no wonder. After all, Shihoku is a public school. And the treatment is poor. The Shihoku basketball team has not performed well over the years. Last year, it was swept by Ryanan. For Akagi, it's good enough that someone joins the basketball team. I don't have the right to be picky. Just when Kenichi Yusuji tied his shoelaces and prepared to go on the court, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, "My classmate, our team is relying on you." Kenichi Yusuji looked back and saw a man whose head was only as high as his chest looking at him seriously. Kenichi Yusuji was also very familiar with his face. Isn't this Aida Hikoichi? The younger brother of the famous basketball reporter Aida Yayoi. I almost forgot that he is also a first-year student at Ryanan. It seems that he is in the same team as himself. Looking at Aida Hikoichi, who looked serious, Kenichi Yusuji smiled and said, "Don't worry. With me here, we will definitely win." "That's good. Let's cheer together. Try to keep both of us here." Aida Hikoichi responded. In fact, in this selection, Coach Daka mainly looked at whether the individual abilities of the players were suitable for the high school league, not which team could win. It's just that Aida Hikoichi is a person who takes the game very seriously. He thinks that as long as it is a game, he should try his best to win it. However, his physical condition is too poor. He is only 165 centimeters tall. He has no confidence to win the match by his own strength. So he set his sights on the tall Kenichi Yusuji. Maybe he can do it. As the players on both sides stepped onto the court, the match was about to begin. Kenichi Yusuji, Aida Hikoichi, and 3 other newcomers they did not know were assigned to the red team. The 2 players recruited from other counties by Dakamoiki were assigned to the blue team. After the discussion of the red team members, Kenichi Yusuji, who was the tallest, was arranged as the center. Although Kenichi Yusuji did not like this position very much, he was too lazy to refute them. After all, these guys did not even have anyone over 180 centimeters tall. It was really too difficult for them to compete with the opponent for the ball. Kenichi Yusuji went straight to the center circle. The person standing opposite him was a man named Masao Masa. He was one of the people Dakamoiki had recruited from other counties. As a person invited by the coach to join the team, Masao Masa was not very satisfied with Dakamoiki's request for them to participate in this rookie-level competition. After all, he was a core player of the team in junior high school. And the people on the opposite side. From what he had just seen from the coach's information, it seemed that there was not even one player who was a main player in junior high school. And the guy standing opposite him named Kenichi Yusuji was even more outrageous. He actually didn't start playing basketball until the 2nd year of junior high school. No wonder Coach Daka shook his head after just looking at his information. How could such a person with no competition experience be his opponent? Basketball games depend on strength. Being tall is useless. In his opinion, this big guy who had only played basketball for less than 2 years could not possibly be his opponent. He had even thought about how he would play tricks on Kenichi Yusuji later. After seeing the smug look on the opposite side of Makoto Masaru, Kenichi Yusuji roughly knew what he was thinking. He would definitely not take an inexperienced newcomer like him seriously. However, he was afraid that he would disappoint him. Outside the court, the old players of Ryanen also discussed the game with great interest. After all, some of these people would join the basketball team and compete with them in this year's county competition. They also eagerly hoped that another guy like Sendo would appear among the newcomers this year, although such a situation was not very realistic. What do you think of the strength of these guys? I think the guy named Kenichi Yusuji is good. He is about the same height as Sendo and looks very promising. That's not necessarily true. I think the guys the two coaches recruited should be very good. The coach's vision should not be wrong. These old players did not see the information of these newcomers like Makoto Masaru did, and still had hope for them. Only Yuzumi, who was beside Dikamoiki, found that the coach's brows were furrowed, as if he was not very happy. Looking at these newcomers on the field, Yuzumi also roughly understood the reason why the coach was not very happy. It must be that the newcomers of this class did not meet his expectations. It seems that this year's Ryanen still has to rely on himself and Sendo. When he thought of this, Yuzumi suddenly felt that the pressure on his shoulders was much greater. On the court, both sides were ready. With Koshino Hiroaki, who was acting as the referee temporarily, blowing the whistle to start the game, the competition among all new players officially began. "Ah!" Makoto shouted, and jumped high to get the ball for the blue team. But just as he was slowly preparing to grab the basketball, a big hand suddenly appeared in front of him and took the lead to hit the basketball. After landing, Makoto was looking at Kenichi Yusuji in front of him with a surprised face. He did not expect that he would lose the jump ball to this inconspicuous newcomer. Although he was slightly shorter than him, his jumping ability was very good. In junior high school, his coach often praised his outstanding jumping ability. Even the current coach Daka chose to bring him to the team because of this advantage. Ryanen. But he actually lost to the guy in front of him in the jump ball just now. And he didn't just lose a little bit. He was almost crushed by him. Just now, Kenichi Yusuji jumped a whole head higher than him. I was careless, it must be my carelessness. It should be that I didn't jump as hard as I could just now. Yes, it must be like that, otherwise I would definitely not lose to him. Makoto Masaru said to himself in a low voice. He was still looking for excuses for his strength just now. Trying to use this to cover up his defeat just now. Not realizing the gap between the two. Outside the court. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji easily win the jump ball, Yuzumi, who was standing next to Dakamoiki, looked at Kenichi Yusuji running on the court and said softly. This guy named Kenichi Yusuji seems to be pretty good. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 004, Sorry, I'm a little rusty. Dakamoiki didn't say anything, just stared at Kenichi Yusuji silently. Not bad? Indeed, it seems to be better than what he expected just now, not like a pure rookie. But this ability alone is definitely not enough to satisfy Dakamoiki. Will there be anything else about you that will surprise me? After winning the jump ball, Kenichi Yusuji ran directly to his position under the basket. In his opinion, winning the jump ball just now was not a big deal. Makoto Masaru's jumping ability is indeed good, but that is only for ordinary players. He has the same physical condition as Kise. You know, Kise is one of the 5 people in the Miracle Era. In addition to having a unique imitation ability, he is also an extremely comprehensive all-rounder. His abilities in all aspects are almost top-notch. Especially in terms of jumping, he is even worthy of Kagami, who is famous for his jumping ability. If he can't handle a junior high school substitute, then he is not worthy of being a miracle. With Kenichi Yusuji winning the jump ball, the red team got the chance to attack first. However, when Kenichi Yusuji came to the basket to support his teammates' attack, he found that his teammates seemed to have encountered new problems. The teammate who got the ball on the outside was short and his ball control ability seemed to be relatively poor. It seemed that he would lose the ball at any time. There was really no way, so this teammate had to pass the ball to Aida Hikoichi on the other side. Aida Hikoichi was not much better than him. He was defending another player recruited by Takemoiki, named Kazuki Kishino. He was closely guarding Aida Hikoichi, which made Aida Hikoichi feel very uncomfortable. Although Aida Hikoichi wanted to pass the ball to Kenichi Yusuji in the interior, facing Kazuki Kishino's tight defense, he could not find any good passing route. Not only that, due to poor basic skills, Aida Hikoichi almost made a mistake when dribbling. He dribbled the ball directly to his feet. But he reacted quickly and immediately snatched the basketball back. Otherwise, he would have given the ball to the opponent in vain. Seeing this scene on the court, the old players of the Ryanan team outside the court shook their heads. This year's newcomers are really bad. They can't even dribble. They are really disappointed. They are still fantasizing about having another newcomer of Sendoa's level. Just when Aida Hikoichi was in despair, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Pass the ball to me." Aida Hikoichi looked up and found that the person coming was Kenichi Yusuji. It turned out that Kenichi Yusuji decisively came over to support his teammates after finding that his teammates on the outside line could not launch an attack. When Aida Hikoichi saw Kenichi Yusuji, he was like seeing a savior. He quickly passed the hot potato in his hand to Kenichi Yusuji. Even though the distance between the two was not far, his pass almost went wrong. If Kenichi Yusuji had not reacted quickly and quickly reached out to get the ball back, the basketball would have been passed directly out of bounds. When Kenichi Yusuji held the ball and prepared to attack, he found that Kazuki Kishino, who was originally defending Aida Hikoichi, had come in front of him and was closely guarding him. It was obvious that he was not going to let him pass easily. Long before the game started, Makoto Masa told Kazuki Kishino that these newcomers were all guys with poor basic skills, and were not at the same level as the two of them. This game was basically just an exhibition match between the two of them. From the situation just now, it seems that Makoto Masa was right. An opponent who couldn't even hold the ball steadily was only worthy of being his supporting role. So he didn't take Yusuji Kenichi, who was holding the ball and preparing to attack, seriously. Jumping high doesn't mean that you are also strong in other aspects. Looking at the slightly contemptuous eyes of Kazuki Kishino on the opposite side, Yusuji Kenichi just smiled lightly, intending to teach him a lesson. He dribbled the ball steadily, and while gradually speeding up the rhythm of dribbling, he also observed Kazuki Kishino's defense. Seeing his skillful dribbling rhythm, Yokusa and others outside the court began to praise him. This guy seems to have good basic skills. Yet, at least he won't lose the ball when dribbling. What were those two just now? I hope he can have an outstanding performance, otherwise this class of newcomers is really unbearable to watch. Just then, Yusuji Kenichi moved. He first made a fake move to the left and then quickly changed direction to accelerate and break through from the right side of Masayoshi Masaru. Yusuji Kenichi's series of actions were very coherent. And the speed was extremely fast, causing Kazuki Kishino to have no time to make any defensive reactions. He stood there in disbelief. What just happened? I was broken through just like that. Off the court, Yusuji Kenichi's brilliant breakthrough suddenly brightened the eyes of Takemoiki, who originally had little hope for this group of newcomers. Sure enough, he actually has something that surprised me. Not only does he have good physical conditions and amazing jumping ability, but his breakthrough is also very smooth. It seems that he is really a promising talent. Dakamoiki gradually began to be interested in Kenichi Yusuji. Beautiful. This breakthrough is very sharp. Yet, this guy looks good. It seems that this breakthrough has some of Sendoa's shadow. The old players of Ryanen also praised Kenichi Yusuji's wonderful breakthrough. In the crowd, only Sendoa's expression was a little weird. He kept his eyes on Kenichi Yusuji. A trace of doubt emerged in his mind. Kenichi Yusuji's breakthrough action just now made him feel very familiar. As if it was the breakthrough action he just made. On the court. After Kazuki Kishino completed the breakthrough on the opposite side, Kenichi Yusuji did not stop his pace, but continued to accelerate and rushed straight to the enemy's basket. Just when he jumped up and prepared to complete the dunk, a blue figure quickly appeared and blocked him directly. It was Masayoshi Masaaki, who had just lost the jump ball to him. His movements were relatively agile. After seeing Kenichi Yusuji break through Kazuki Kishino's defense, he quickly rushed to Kenichi Yusuji to defend him. Having just lost the jump ball to Kenichi Yusuji, Masayoshi Masaaki felt very humiliated. He was unwilling to admit that he had lost to the newcomer in front of him so easily. So he tried his best to stop Kenichi Yusuji's attack, so as to save his face. Just when he found an opportunity in the air to reach out and block the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand, Kenichi Yusuji suddenly retracted his hands that were about to complete the dunk, then flew directly under the basket at an incredible angle, and finally used a beautiful pull-up lever to backhand the basketball and slammed it into the basket. And the basketball that passed through the net happened to hit Kazuki Kishino's head. Sorry, I haven't played basketball for a while, and I'm a little rusty. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 005, exactly the same goal, his strength might be more than that. Kenichi Yusuji scratched his head, and said to Kazuki Kishino very sincerely, he was telling the truth, it was indeed a coincidence, he did not really intend to hit the opponent's head to provoke his opponent, after all, Makoto Masaru was not qualified to be provoked by him. But Makoto Masaru, who was hit on the head by him, did not think so. In his eyes, this was a naked provocation. Makoto Masaru stared at Kenichi Yusuji. He did not speak. He was not angry because he was hit on the head by the basketball, but he was completely shocked by Kenichi Yusuji's wonderful performance. Before the game started, he did see the information of Kenichi Yusuji from behind Dakamoiki. The data on it showed that he should be just a newcomer. Even the final evaluation were some perfunctory words like maybe there is a future. But the reality made Makoto Masaru doubt the authenticity of this information. Does this guy in front of him really have no strength? He crushed me in his best jumping ability, and easily broke through Kishino Kazuki's defense. Kishino Kazuki didn't even have time to react to the defense. Then, facing my full defense, he scored a slam dunk with a difficult technique, and finally told me that his skills were a little rusty. Is this really a performance that someone without strength can do? If even he has no strength, then what is the point of being crushed by him twice? A newcomer who has no experience. On the court, the players of the red team did not notice that Masahiro Masa was already in self-doubt. They celebrated around Kenichi Yusuji, especially Aida Hikoichi. He was so happy. He tried his best to break through the opponent's defense, but Kenichi Yusuji easily controlled him. With such a strong teammate, he really felt safe. Looking at Aida Hikoichi and others who were happier than himself, Kenichi Yusuji was a little speechless. Although this competition was also a competition, Dakamoiki's ultimate goal was to select people who could help the team. Therefore, the result of this game was not important. Their performance on the court was the most important. After all, Dakamoiki wanted capable people, not the team that won. They seemed to have got it wrong. Outside the court, coach Takemoiki finally began to be surprised by Kenichi Yusuji's performance. This guy is so strong. He immediately lowered his head and flipped through the player's information in his hand. It was written that he started to play basketball in the 2nd grade of junior high school. It has been less than 2 years since he started playing basketball, but he has such strength. You know, it is no problem for Makoto Ima and Kazuki Kishino to be substitutes in high school, but they are like puppets in front of Kenichi Yusuji, being toyed with at will. Takemoiki had to start looking at Kenichi Yusuji with a new eye. He originally thought that there would not be any outstanding newcomers in this year's Ryanen, which made him depressed. He did not expect Kenichi Yusuji to suddenly appear. This was not an accident, but a big surprise. Although Kenichi Yusuji only launched one attack, Takemoiki could still clearly see that Kenichi Yusuji had solid basic skills, and also had good explosive power. Such strength was definitely enough to be the main player of the team. He did not expect that the main player that he had run through half of the country of cherry blossoms could not find would appear in front of him so casually. It was really a good thing. Takemoiki gradually grinned. Obviously, Kenichi Yusuji's display of strength made him feel very satisfied. At this time, the other veterans of the Ryanen team were also discussing Kenichi Yusuji's goal just now. Do you think Kenichi Yusuji's goal is similar to Sendo's goal just now? Yes. I think it's similar. Not similar, it's exactly the same. The one who said this was Koshino Hiroaki. As the direct victim of Sendo's breakthrough dunk just now, he knew best that Kenichi Yusuji's breakthrough dunk and Sendo's goal were exactly like they were carved out of the same mold. Koshino Hiroaki knew very well that Kenichi Yusuji was deliberately imitating Sendo. Their conversation soon reached Takemoiki's ears. Takemoiki, who was originally happy because he got a player full of potential, became shocked after hearing their conversation. He was not present when Sendo and the others were training just now, so he turned his head and looked at Yuzumi, hoping to get an answer from him. Yuzumi looked at his coach, nodded, and said seriously, yes. His attack this time is almost exactly the same as Sendo's just now, and it even looks more powerful. Yuzumi's answer immediately made Moiki Tanoka's heart boil. His attack this time was just imitating Sendo's dunk? Exactly the same goal, this may not be his true strength. He may be stronger than he thought? Oh my god! What kind of player did God send him? Could he be the second Sendo of Ryanen? Moiki Tanaka thought of this, and immediately shook his head, trying to calm himself down. Although he had always wanted to find a Sendo-level player to help Ryanen compete in this year's national competition, players of this level are rare even if you look at the whole country. Although Kenichi Yusuji showed good strength, there should still be some gap between him and Sendo. However, he just scored a goal, and he still didn't know much about his true strength. It seems that he should observe him more. Moiki Tanaka gradually calmed down his excitement and began to pay full attention to Kenichi Yusuji. As for the other people on the field, Moiki Tanaka was too lazy to even pay attention to them. These newcomers basically had no ability. Even Makoto Masaru and Kazuki Kishino were only at the substitute level. It was a waste of time to pay attention to them. Not far behind Moiki Tanaka, Sendo, the ace player of the Ryanen team with a spiky hair, looked at Kenichi Yusuji who had just imitated his dunk on the court, and said to himself, "This guy is interesting. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 006, Hard work is nothing compared to ultimate talent. The competition on the field is still going on. The blue team is launching an attack. Although Makoto Masaru and Kazuki Kishino are shocked by Kenichi Yusuji's strength, they still want to show themselves. After all, they are not willing to give up so easily. Kazuki Kishino quickly broke through Aida Hikoichi's defense with skillful dribbling. After passing two people, Kazuki Kishino has rushed to the inside line. He ignored his teammate Makoto Masaru's gesture for the ball and started directly to prepare for a dunk. He wanted to use this slam dunk to show his strength to the coach and other seniors, but at the moment of his slam dunk, a big hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked him. With a bang, the basketball was blown far away. Kazuki Kishino was shocked. "You again?" Kenichi Yusuji, who successfully blocked the shot, ignored him and quickly participated in the fast break counterattack. The flying basketball was picked up by Aida Hikoichi standing on the outside. Although he was not strong enough, Aida Hikoichi knew that now was a good time for a quick counterattack, so he dribbled quickly and started a counterattack. But before he ran far, a member of the blue team intercepted him in front of him. He was inexperienced and had no way to get rid of the opponent's defense. The scene seemed to be in a stalemate again. Just when Aida Hikoichi was extremely anxious, Kenichi Yusuji appeared beside him again. This time, without waiting for Kenichi Yusuji to ask for the ball, Aida Hikoichi quickly passed the basketball to Kenichi Yusuji. After all, the basketball was in his hands, just like a hot potato. After receiving the pass, Kenichi Yusuji rushed straight to the basket without any pause. At this moment, Makoto Masaru, who had already completed his defense, blocked Kenichi Yusuji again. His ferocious face showed a face full of dissatisfaction. It had not been long since the match started, and Kenichi Yusuji had already been in the limelight, while he, who was facing him, had completely become a background board. He was naturally very unconvinced. Although he knew that he was unlikely to defend Kenichi Yusuji, he still had to grit his teeth and try. Makoto Masaru stood firm, slowly lowered his waist and opened his hands, ready to defend with all his strength. Seeing him defend so seriously, even Yakuza and others outside the court began to worry about Kenichi Yusuji. Can Kenichi Yusuji break through Masayoshi Masaru's defense this time? I'm afraid it's not that easy. The information says that Masayoshi Masaru's defensive ability is quite good. This is one of the reasons why the coach chose him. If that's the case, Kenichi Yusuji may return empty-handed this time. It depends on what level his strength is. Facing Masayoshi Masaru's imposing defense, Kenichi Yusuji did not pause at all, and directly accelerated the dribble and rushed towards Masayoshi Masaru, who had already taken a defensive posture. Just when the two were about to meet, Kenichi Yusuji not only did not slow down, but continued to accelerate the dribble, and directly passed by Masayoshi Masaru's right side. Masayoshi Masaru finally realized what Kazuki Kishino felt just now. He had no time to react at all, and he had completely lost the trace of Kenichi Yusuji. Fast. Too fast. Masashi Masaru was shocked. As a player who was good at defense, he had been preparing for such a long time to defend, but was broken through by the opponent with just an extreme acceleration. This made Masashi Masaru start to doubt himself. Is he too good, or is my defense too bad? From this moment on, Masashi Masaru really realized how big the gap was between the two of them. Thinking about how he was going to play a trick on Kenichi Yusuji before the game, he decided that he was a little funny. After breaking through Masashi Masaru's defense, Kenichi Yusuji quickly rushed to the basket and easily dunked and scored. Red Team 4:0 Blue Team. The players of the Red Team cheered again. Aida Hikoichi and others also high-fived Kenichi Yusuji, who performed well. And outside the court, the veteran players of the Ryanen team were already excited. So fast. Yet, I didn't expect that he could accelerate in one step and directly break through Makoto Masaru's defense. It seems that this guy is really capable. Yakuza, Ikegami, and others were very surprised by Kenichi Yusuji's quick breakthrough. Before this, most of them did not think that Kenichi Yusuji could break through Makoto Masaru's defense. Even if he could break through, it would take at least some effort. But they did not expect that Kenichi Yusuji got rid of Makoto Masaru's defense with just a simple acceleration. Even the main players of the Ryanen team, they might not do better than him. This guy's strength is really unfathomable. In fact, Makoto Masaru has done very well, and it is obvious that Kenichi Yusuji's strength is not something he can compete with. Yukyusa Tomoyuki looked at the frustrated Makoto Sendo on the court and continued, efforts are nothing in front of extreme talent. Even if you work hard, it's futile in front of absolute talent. When Yukyusa said this, Ryanen's players subconsciously looked in the direction of Sendo. They could understand Makoto Sendo's feelings very well, because last year, they also encountered the same situation. Sendo, a freshman from Tokyo, relied on his amazing talent in the team's training match, and almost beat all the senior players. Later, he scored 47 points in the first qualifying match of the county competition. He became the ace player of the Ryanen team in his freshman year. However, now Ryanen seems to have another extremely talented player, which makes Ryanen's players excited. I wonder what level this Kenichi Yusuji will reach. Will he be on par with Sendo? They are looking forward to it. On the other side, Dakamoiki, who always had a serious expression, finally smiled. Kenichi Yusuji's appearance definitely made him feel very satisfied. Like other players, he was eager to know Kenichi Yusuji's upper limit. However, in this game, it was obviously unlikely that he would be able to give full play to his strength. After all, the other 9 people on the field were not at the same level as him. Of course, this also included Makoto Masaru and Iki Kishino. Although these two looked pretty good, they seemed to be far behind Kenichi Yusuji. The competition on the field continued, but for Dakamoiki and other main players of Ryanen, they had no interest in watching this game. If it were not for saving face for these newcomers, the game would have been stopped long ago. After Kenichi Yusuji gave up on continuing to perform, except for Makoto Masaru and Iki Kishino, the field was just like a group of chickens fighting each other. The old players shook their heads. In this competition, Kenichi Yusuji did not use any abilities granted by the template system, because he felt that there was no need for that. He could cope with this game with his excellent physical fitness and basic skills. Soon, the competition was over. Dakamoiki came to the assembled new players again. This time, he made a brief comment on the performance of each player in the previous game, and then directly announced the list of new players who officially joined the Ryanen basketball team. Kenichi Yusuji was selected without any suspense. The remaining 2 players, Makoto Masaru and Kazuki Kishino, were also selected. After Kenichi Yusuji gave up the ball, they were very active on the court. It was difficult for other new players to compete with them, allowing them to score a lot of points. The last player selected was Aida Hikoichi. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 007, Team Training Match. It's time to show off our real skills. Many people were a little surprised by this result. After all, it was still difficult for Aida Hikoichi to be selected with his strength. However, in the Ryanen team, Dakamoiki had absolute say, and no one dared to question the coach. Although Kenichi Yusuji knew that Aida Hikoichi would definitely be selected, after all, he was the absolute main force of the Ryanen Atmosphere group in the original work. But after seeing his strength, Kenichi Yusuji began to doubt whether Dakamoiki accepted this guy for the sake of his sister Aida Yayoi. After all, whether it was physical condition or technical ability, Aida Hikoichi should have difficulty meeting Dakamoiki's selection criteria. After the other newcomers who were not selected left, Dakamoiki gathered all the Ryanen players together again. Welcome the 4 of you to join the Ryanen basketball team. Now, please introduce yourselves. Aida Hikoichi, who was standing on the far left, stepped forward and said loudly, "My name is Aida Hikoichi, and I am from the 1st grade." Soon, it was Kenichi Yusuji's turn. He stepped forward and said in a formal manner, "My name is Kenichi Yusuji, from class 9 of the first grade, 189 centimeters tall, and good at playing small forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ryanan players immediately started to make a commotion. Wow! Not only is he almost as tall as Sendo, but he also plays the same position. Wouldn't their positions overlap? Daka Kazuma glared at them, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Then, Daka Moiki looked at Kenichi Yusuji and asked, "What hobbies or interests do you have?" Seeing the coach asking Kenichi Yusuji alone, Aida Hikoichi and others were envious, but they were helpless. It was because they were not as good as him. Kenichi Yusuji thought for a while and said seriously, "I don't have any special hobbies. It would be great if I didn't have to train during normal times." Hearing Kenichi Yusuji's answer, Daka Moiki was furious. He asked this question unnecessarily. Then he shouted at Kenichi Yusuji, "Don't even think about it. You must be on time for daily training." Sendo was always slow in training and was often late for fishing. And Fukuda dared to fight with the coach. If another Kenichi Yusuji did the same, how would he lead his team? After Kenichi Yusuji and others introduced themselves, Daka Moiki held a simple welcome ceremony to welcome the 4 new players to the team. After doing all this, Daka Moiki started to talk about business. This year's Ryanan team list has been determined. Next, we must increase the intensity of training to achieve the goal of entering the national competition. Everyone must come to the basketball hall for training immediately after school starting tomorrow. Especially you, Sendo, you are not allowed to go fishing again, do you hear me? Seeing Sendo standing aside and seeming absent-minded, Daka Moiki shouted to him loudly. As his favorite player, Daka Moiki sometimes didn't have much to do with him, but at this critical moment, he had to use Sendo to establish his authority. Oh! Sendo was a little puzzled at this time. He didn't do anything, why did he get the knife on himself? After getting a satisfactory answer, Daka Moiki also officially announced the disbandment, and started the devilish training before the county competition tomorrow. Looking at Kenichi Yusuji's departing back, Daka Moiki silently calculated in his heart, it is still unknown what kind of strength this guy has. I have to find a chance to test him. I heard that many teams in Kanagawa have made significant reinforcements this year. Kanan has an amazing new player, who has already secured the starting spot for Kanan. Even Chihoku, which was swept by Ryanan last year, has Kaed Rukawa, who is said to be the strongest new player this year, joining. Even Coach Anze, who has not appeared in the basketball team for a long time, has come to the court to give instructions. It seems that they are also full of morale and want to impact the national competition this year. If Kenichi Yusuji's upper limit can also reach their level, then Ryanan will have a good chance of entering the national competition this year. However, based on today's game, it is difficult to see Kenichi Yusuji's true strength. After all, his opponent is too weak. It seems that it is time to increase his strength. Kenichi Yusuji had no idea what Daka Moiki was thinking. He just went home after leaving the basketball hall. Although he had acquired Kise talent, this body was still his after all. He felt a little tired after not doing strenuous exercise for a long time. It was a good time to go back and have a good rest. The next day after school, Kenichi Yusuji went to the school cafeteria to eat. Although the taste here was really hard for him to swallow, he still insisted on eating more. After all, people are made of iron and food is made of steel. The training later was very energy-consuming. How could he not eat enough? Then when he walked into the basketball hall slowly after eating and drinking, he found that almost all the other players of the team were there. It seems that Coach Daka still has great authority in the hearts of the players. He just made a statement yesterday, and it took effect immediately today. Even Sendo, who is usually not very punctual, has arrived early. After careful calculation, he seems to be the last one to arrive. However, he didn't seem to be late for a long time. The coach should not mind. The moment he saw Kenichi Yusuji coming, Dakamoiki finally put down the stone in his heart. Just now, he thought that this guy really didn't plan to come to training. As long as he came, it would be fine. It's okay to be late or not. It's better than not coming at all. Under Dakamoiki's arrangement, Kenichi Yusuji quickly joined the team's daily training. In the following days, it was the same. In addition, Dakamoiki also took the time to let the assistant coach do a simple physical examination on Kenichi Yusuji. The results made Dakamoiki overjoyed again. Kenichi Yusuji's data was not inferior to Sendo's current data. This made him look forward to Kenichi Yusuji's strength. This kind of training lasted for more than 10 days. Kenichi Yusuji gradually became familiar with other new and old players of the Ryanan team. On this day, Kenichi Yusuji had just arrived at the basketball hall, and Dakamoiki gathered all the players. I have booked 2 practice games for you in other counties. The opponents are all strong teams that have entered the national competition. But before that, our team will organize a training game, and the starting lineup for the next training game will be selected based on your performance. Each of you must play your best. The losing side will receive severe punishment. After listening to Dakamoiki's words, they all started to get excited. After the seniors from the previous year left, 2 positions in the team's starting lineup were vacant. And everyone definitely wanted to fight for them. And Kenichi Yusuji was also very interested in this. If he wanted to gain more experience and unlock the advanced perfect copy, taking the starting position would naturally be the best opportunity. It seems that it's time to show his real skills. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 008 Sakurai Ryo's special skill, quick shooting. Hearing that there would be punishment for losing the game, many players felt their hearts tremble. After all, Dakamoiki is famous for being strict. If he said the punishment is severe, it would not be easy. So the players were ready to go all out for this training match. Soon, under Dakamoiki's arrangement, the rosters of the 2 teams were arranged. The red team was led by Captain Yuzumi, and the other players were Koshino Hiroaki, Kenichi Yusuji, Makoto Masaru, and Kazuki Kishino. The blue team was led by Sendo, and the players were Shugahira, Ikegami Ryaji, Yokusa and Aida Hikoichi. Kenichi Yusuji was arranged by Dakamoiki to play as a power forward. Although he had told Tiengang that his best position was a small forward, Dakamoiki seemed to think that it was more appropriate to play as a power forward with his physical condition. Perhaps Ryanan was in urgent need of a more reliable power forward. Ikegami Ryaji, who has always been the starter, has good defensive skills, but almost no offensive skills, and is only 183 centimeters tall, which makes it difficult for him to play in the interior sometimes. The other power forward candidate, Fukuda Kichu, is the opposite of Ikegami Ryaji. His offensive skills are impeccable, but his defense is full of loopholes. Dakamoiki sometimes wants to throw them both into the furnace to let them merge into one, so that he can get a perfect power forward. But now, Dakamoiki feels that he seems to have found a more suitable candidate than the 2 of them. Whether it is physical conditions or jumping ability, Kenichi Yusuji is very suitable for this position. Next, it depends on his ability in this game. If he can have a good performance, then he will be the most perfect power forward candidate in Dakamoiki's mind. Kenichi Yusuji has no opinion on Dakamoiki's arrangement. After all, Kise is known as an all-rounder. It is not difficult to play a power forward. After the grouping was completed, the players of the red and blue teams conducted a simple warm-up training. Soon, the players of both teams finished the warm-up, and the players all came to their positions on the court. The one who was facing Kenichi Yusuji was the vice-captain of the Ryanan team, Ikegami Ryaji, who served as the starting power forward of the Ryanan team. Looking at Kenichi Yusuji, who was slightly taller than himself. Ikegami felt a little inexplicable palpitation. Isn't it just playing against a newcomer? He is only a few centimeters taller than me, why do I feel pressure? Although Kenichi Yusuji crushed all other newcomers in the newcomer competition, and had the strength of a starting player, but Ikegami did not think that he would suppress himself in this training match. At least not now. Ikegami shook his head, and quickly made himself focused. Beep. Soon, the assistant coach who was acting as the referee blew the whistle to start the game. Yuzumi and Shugahira, who were standing in the center circle for the jump ball, both jumped high to fight for the ball. The two jumped high quickly. As Yuzumi's substitute in the Ryanan team, although Shugahira also has a good height, his experience in jump balls and jumping ability are still much worse than Yuzumi. Yusuji Kenichi clearly remembered that in the final of the county competition in the original work, Shugahira, who replaced Yuzumi as a substitute, faced Akagi, who was also a Shihoku. Akagi scored consecutively in a short period of time, which made Ryanan's situation on the court very unfavorable at the time, and also laid the groundwork for losing the game later. So after seeing that it was Shugahira and Yuzumi who jumped the ball, the players of the red and blue teams had already been mentally prepared, because Shugahira basically had no divine calculations. As expected, with a bang, Yuzumi easily overpowered Shugahira and took the lead in touching the basketball. He accurately passed the ball to Koshino Hiroaki. After receiving the pass from Yuzumi, Koshino Hiroaki, who was acting as a point guard, was not in a hurry to launch an attack immediately. Instead, he prepared to slow down the pace and wait for Yuzumi to run to the basket before launching an attack. According to his previous experience, the core of his team is definitely Yuzumi. As long as he waits for Yuzumi to get to the basket, and then passes the ball to him to attack the inside, it can be said that he is almost certain to score. Shugahira can't stop Yuzumi's attack no matter what. But while Koshino was still controlling the ball according to his own ideas, a red figure suddenly rushed to the front court. Koshino looked closely and found that it was Kenichi Yusuji who performed well in the rookie competition a few days ago. He was seen walking briskly, rushing to the basket while waving to Koshino for the ball. Obviously, he had already started to act when Yuzumi and Shugahira jumped the ball. What a quick reaction and speed! Koshino, who originally did not intend to pass the ball, began to hesitate after seeing his superior position. Although it made Yuzumi's offensive scoring more stable, Kenichi Yusuji's position was really good. After hesitating for 1 second, Koshino still chose to pass the ball. But just after passing the ball, he regretted it, because he saw Ikegami was approaching Kenichi Yusuji quickly. As a defensive expert in the Ryanan team, Ikegami Ryaji's defensive acumen was quite high. As early as Kenichi Yusuji just took action, he noticed something unusual. In order to prevent the blue team from easily playing a fast break and scoring first, he followed Kenichi Yusuji very early. However, Kenichi Yusuji was too fast. Ikegami Ryaji actually had some difficulty following him. If Koshino hadn't missed the best time to pass the ball and wasted a second, Kenichi Yusuji would have easily completed a fast break and scored. After seeing that Ikegami had already defended in place, Koshino began to worry about Kenichi Yusuji. Ikegami's defensive ability was excellent. Even Sendo, the ace of the team, was not so easy when facing his defense, let alone Kenichi Yusuji, a newcomer. Although he performed well in the rookie competition, the opponent he faced at that time was not at the same level as Ikegami now. In the front court, Ikegami Ryaji blocked Kenichi Yusuji right in front of him, getting ready for defense, and thinking about the offensive method Kenichi Yusuji might choose. Will he choose to break through, or pass the ball, or shoot directly? In the previous rookie competition, Ikegami saw Kenichi Yusuji's breakthrough with his own eyes, and he felt that the latter's breakthrough was still very sharp. So he did not dare to take it lightly. Otherwise he would be passed by a newcomer who just joined the team right at the beginning. Where would his face as a defensive expert be at that time? So he focused more. His eyes were fixed on Kenichi Yusuji in front of him, swearing to stop the opponent's attack. On the opposite side, Kenichi Yusuji started to jump as soon as he received the pass. And he actually started shooting at the same time while jumping. This shocked Ikegami Ryaji, who was defending him. He guessed that Kenichi Yusuji might shoot. But he didn't expect him to shoot like this, without any preparation. And he shot directly. Can such a random shot really go in? Ikegami Ryaji quickly looked back at the basket. Swish! The basketball was passing through the middle of the net. The ball went in just like that. Ikegami Ryaji's face was full of disbelief. And Kenichi Yusuji, who was standing opposite him, had expected this result. Just now, he used the special skill of Sakurai Ryo, known as the apologetic mushroom in the black and blue, quick shooting. No preparation is required. But the shooting accuracy is extremely high. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 009 Ikegami Ryaji's continued shock. Ikegami Ryaji looked at the basket, and he couldn't recover for a long time. What was going on? He didn't aim at all, and he shot the ball directly during the jump. Such a hasty shot actually went into the net. It was unbelievable. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Ikegami Ryaji, who was hit hard, finally found a reasonable explanation. Only coincidence can explain such a goal. Sendo, who heard this, silently looked at Kenichi Yusuji, who was retreating. Coincidence? It doesn't seem like it. The energy contained in this guy's body seems to be greater than he thought. It seems that he is not a person who can only imitate himself. It's getting more and more interesting. Sendo smiled. He just likes the feeling of fighting with the strong. Now with Kenichi Yusuji, it seems that this team training game is not so boring. On the bench outside the court, Dakamoiki was sitting there with his arms crossed, staring at everything that happened on the court. He did not agree with Ikegami Ryaji's hasty conclusion. Although Kenichi Yusuji's shooting seemed random, he must have practiced a lot to achieve such results, whether from the rhythm of the jump or the shooting action. It seems that Kenichi Yusuji is still very hard working in private training. This makes Dakamoiki very pleased. He just likes players who are both talented and work hard. In the next round, the blue team attacked. Yokusa dribbled slowly to the front court, and Kazuki Kishino was defending him. Looking at this newcomer who had just joined the team, Papyrus immediately decided to teach this newcomer a lesson, so that he could understand the strength gap between the starters and the substitutes. Yokusa dribbled the ball quickly and pretended to break through to the right side of Kazuki Kishino. After successfully attracting Kazuki Kishino's full attention, he immediately dribbled the ball between his legs and successfully rushed to the left side of Kazuki Kishino. Although Kazuki Kishino had reacted in time, his action was still half a beat slower, which caused him to miss the best opportunity. He could only watch Yokusa rush into the inside line with the ball. The inside line of the red team was guarded by Yuzumi, and Yokusa did not dare to take it lightly. When he faced Yuzumi, who came to defend, he directly threw the basketball over Yuzumi's head and high into the basket. Then, the ball arrived and the players arrived. At the moment when the basketball just reached the top of the basket, Sendo appeared out of thin air, with a two-handed powerful dunk, 2:2 tie, what a beautiful aerial relay. As expected of Sendo. Sendo is amazing. We can never lose with him. Aida Hikoichi praised Sendo loudly on the side. Although he didn't even touch the ball in this attack, it didn't affect his happy mood at all. After high-fiving Yokusa, Sendo immediately looked in the direction of Kenichi Yusuji and gave him a friendly smile. Kenichi Yusuji knew that Sendo's desire to win was aroused by him. That was just right. Kenichi Yusuji also wanted to know whether he had the strength of Kise Ryota to deal with Sendo. The game continued. It was time for the red team to attack again. After receiving the serve from Yuzumi, Kazuki Kishino dribbled to the front court. Thinking about how he was easily passed by Yokusa just now, he was very dissatisfied. This time he was going to fight back. Break through Yokusa's defense. To prove to him that he was not inferior to him. Seeing Kazuki Kishino dribbling alone without any intention of passing the ball, Yuzumi under the basket felt bad. Based on Kazuki Kishino's performance in the previous rookie competition and just now, it seemed that he was only suitable to be a substitute. If he wanted to compete with Yokusa head-on, he would probably be defeated. However, Yuzumi did not say anything to stop him. As a newcomer who had just joined the team, he should be given a chance. After he recognizes his own strength, he should know what position he plays in the team. Kazuki Kishino dribbled the ball at his own pace, while observing Yokusa's defense and planning his own offensive route. In just a few seconds, he even thought of what kind of dunk posture he would use later. Suddenly, he started to move. After dribbling the ball quickly and continuously, he immediately turned to the other side and prepared to break through. Seeing this, Dakamoiki frowned outside the court. Although Kishino Kazuki's set of movements seemed very smooth, it did not play any real role, because his fake move in the previous step did not fool Yokusa's defense at all. When Yokusa's attention was not diverted, his blind turn would not have any effect. Sure enough, before Kishino Kazuki finished turning, Yokusa took the opportunity to reach out and slap the basketball in his hand away. Dakamoiki shook his head, obviously disappointed with this player he specially recruited. His team awareness was not strong enough. He wanted to show his personal ability but was not so outstanding. He was only suitable to be a substitute. On the court, the basketball that was hit by Yokusa rolled to the other side of the basketball court. Koshino took 2 quick steps and grabbed the ball in his hands before it went out of bounds. Yusuji Kenichi also came to the 3-point line at the bottom corner, ready to assist Koshino in launching an attack at any time. At this time, Ikegami followed Yusuji Kenichi's footsteps and came to the 3-point line. Seeing his nervous look, Yusuji Kenichi understood that he seemed to be worried that he would score a goal with the quick shot just now. However, he might disappoint him, because he had seen Koshino pass the ball. Yusuji Kenichi took a step back, caught the ball, jumped, and shot, all in one go. The 3 actions were completed almost at the same time. Again. Looking at Yusuji Kenichi's actions, Ikegami Ryaji felt bad. Although he was prepared this time, he still didn't make a move to interfere with Kenichi Yusuji's shot, and he didn't even have time to jump. With a swish, the basketball went into the net again. Ikegami looked at the still shaking net in shock. This time he finally believed that Kenichi Yusuji's goal was not just luck. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 010, Eagle's Hook, A Steal with Blind Vision. Daka is so excited. Kenichi Yusuji scored 2 consecutive quick shots, making Ikegami, who was defending him, feel great pressure. Although in the previous rookie competition, he had seen Kenichi Yusuji was a player with great potential, who would definitely be a headache for the opponent in the future. But he did not expect that the first headache would be himself. This situation was never expected before. As a defensive expert in the team, facing Kenichi Yusuji's attack, he could not find any defensive entry point at all. How to defend? When he saw him jump, it meant that he had started shooting at the same time. And his shooting speed was extremely fast. After so many years of playing basketball, it was the first time that Ikegami saw someone shoot in this way, which really caught him off guard. On the bench, Dakamoiki moved his buttocks. He really spent a lot of time practicing this unique shooting posture, just as I guessed. However, Dakamoiki was a little worried while happy. Although this fast shooting method is easy to work, it is not completely impossible to defend. If someone sees through his skills in the county competition or the national competition, does he have other ways to score? In Dakamoiki's heart, he always believes that Kenichi Yusuji should be a player with both offense and defense. If his scoring ability is greatly reduced, then the Ryanan team will lose a strong offensive point, which Dakamoiki does not want to see. Do you have other ways to score? If so, let me see. In the new round, the blue team attacked again. Yokusa still wanted to find Kazuki Kishino. After all, it was the opponent's relatively weak point. He still understood that you should hit the snake at its weakest point. Just when Yokusa successfully broke through Kazuki Kishino's defense again, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Kenichi Yusuji? When did this guy come here? Kenichi Yusuji's sudden double-team defense made Yokusa suddenly a little frightened. However, he was a man who had seen the world after all. Unlike Kazuki Kishino, who was easily at a loss, Yokusa quickly calmed down. Since you came here to double-team me, then Ikegami must be. Yokusa looked behind Kenichi Yusuji. As expected, Ikegami was waving to him for the ball not far behind Kenichi Yusuji. Due to Kenichi Yusuji's sudden departure, Ikegami was in a state of no one defending him at this time. Yokusa didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly found a good angle and passed the ball directly to Ikegami. He watched the basketball pass through Kenichi Yusuji's back and head straight for Ikegami. Yokusa couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Yusuji Kenichi, you are still too young. You took the initiative to come to double-team me, but no teammates had time to defend Ikegami. Do you really think that as a defensive expert, he has no offensive ability at all? Young people just can't keep their composure, and they start to get cocky as soon as they show some performance. On the other side, Ikegami, who was behind Kenichi Yusuji, was also looking forward to scoring in an open shot after receiving the ball. He had failed to defend Kenichi Yusuji for 2 consecutive rounds. If he didn't show some performance, he would probably be criticized after the game. But at this moment, a loud bang sound came, interrupting Ikegami's fantasy. He looked up and immediately found an amazing scene. Kenichi Yusuji stretched out his right hand and intercepted the basketball behind him with one hand. What made him even more dumbfounded was that Kenichi Yusuji didn't even turn his head, and intercepted Yokusa's pass. He intercepted the basketball behind him with his back turned. Could he really see it? Did he have eyes on the back of his head? Like Ikegami Ryaji, Yokusa was completely confused at this time. He had no idea what had just happened. Yusuji Kenichi kept looking in his direction. He just waved his hand back casually and intercepted his pass? This was too scary. He had no vision at all. He was able to intercept his pass so accurately. It was unbelievable that this happened right in front of him. Looking at the stunned expression of Yokusa in front of him, Yusuji Kenichi did not feel any surprise. These were all within his expectations. Just now, he imitated the eagle eye and eagle claw skills of Izuki Jun in black and blue at the same time. In this case, he could have a god's perspective in a small range and could see the situation around him. It was precisely because of such a broad vision that he could easily intercept the pass behind him. Outside the court, Dakamoiki, who was originally sitting on the bench, stood up at this time. He was shocked by the judgment and perception that Kenichi Yusuji had just shown. He had heard from his seniors in the circle that there is a kind of player who has a very special perception on the court, just like Kenichi Yusuji, who can judge the route of the opponent's pass through perception even without seeing it with his eyes, and the stronger ones can even directly see all the subtle changes of the opponent and predict the opponent's next move. Although Kenichi Yusuji's perception ability is not as exaggerated as the latter, it is enough to make Dakamoiki stunned. Since he came into contact with basketball, he has never met a player with this special talent, and Kenichi Yusuji is the first. Although this talent cannot change the game on the court by itself, it still has a great influence on the game. Having such a talented player in his team is definitely good news for Dakamoiki. He couldn't help but think highly of Kenichi Yusuji. Maybe he can really be as good as Sendo. Dakamoiki let go of his tightly clenched hands, calmed down his nervous mood, and returned to the bench. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 011. If you like imitating others so much, why don't you do an imitation show? The game was still going on. After receiving the pass from Kenichi Yusuji, Kazuki Kishino crossed the half-court. Looking at Yukyusa, whom he had failed to break through, he suddenly wanted to challenge him again. At this moment, a roar suddenly came to his ears, "Stop! You idiot, pass the ball!" Seeing Yuzumi scolding him with a fierce look on his face, Kazuki Kishino was so scared that his legs went limp. He even felt that if he didn't do what Yuzumi said, the other party would break his legs without hesitation. That expression looked too scary. So Kazuki Kishino had to suppress the impulse in his heart and reluctantly passed the ball back to Kenichi Yusuji on the right. After seeing Kenichi Yusuji get the ball again, Ikegami Ryaji, who was standing opposite him, unconsciously became nervous again. This guy, he wouldn't make that quick shot again. I will try to block his shot this time. Ikegami secretly made up his mind. He couldn't afford to be humiliated by a newcomer who kept pressing him to the ground. Just as he was concentrating on staring at Kenichi Yusuji and ready to jump to block the shot at any time, Kenichi Yusuji moved. At the same time, Ikegami also moved. But the two movements were very different. Kenichi Yusuji dribbled the ball quickly to the right side of Ikegami and started to break through, while Ikegami jumped directly. At this time, two voices with different tones came at the same time. "Damn it!" The former sound came from Ikegami. In order to block Kenichi Yusuji's quick shot in time, he chose to forcefully jump up and prepare to block when Kenichi Yusuji just made a move. But who knew that Kenichi Yusuji would not follow martial ethics? This time he did not use quick shots, but chose to break through. This made Ikegami, who had already jumped, horrified. He was so helpless that he could only use "damn it" to express his excitement. As for the latter sentence, it was naturally the sound of Kenichi Yusuji. It turned out that he thought it would take some effort to break through Ikegami. After all, Ikegami's basic defensive skills were still good. He even prepared the subsequent fake moves, but he didn't expect Ikegami to let him go directly, which made Kenichi Yusuji stunned for a second before continuing to dribble and attack. It seems that Ikegami is now a frightened bird. He will jump directly if I move casually. Kenichi Yusuji brought the ball to the inside line, and a huge body immediately blocked him. It was the center of the blue team, Shugahira. He raised his hands high, his eyes were firm, and he seemed to be determined to stop Kenichi Yusuji's attack. However, Kenichi Yusuji didn't plan to score by himself this time. From the beginning to now, all the points of the red team were scored by himself. As a newcomer, he was a bit overshadowed. He was going to give the old players some opportunities to perform, so that he would definitely get along with them more harmoniously in the future. He took the ball with both hands and threw the basketball directly from Shugahira's head to the basket. Seeing this familiar scene, Yukyusa said in surprise, "Is he going to?" Before he finished speaking, he saw a body larger than Shugahira appear above the basket. Yuzumi appeared at the right time. He held the basketball passed by Kenichi Yusuji with both hands, and then slammed the ball into the basket. After Yuzumi landed, he took the initiative to walk to Kenichi Yusuji and high-fived him. He liked this newcomer more and more. The basket behind him was still shaking, which showed how powerful Yuzumi's dunk was. His fierce dunk really scared the newcomers such as Narii Masaru and Aida Hikoichi, especially Kishino Kazuki. He was now very glad that he had passed the ball just now. Otherwise, he really didn't know what would happen to him. On the other side, Yukyusa said with a wry smile. Sure enough, his ball was imitating the aerial relay I just played with Sendo. Is this guy here to do an imitation show? He likes to imitate others so much. Although Yukyusa was very angry about Kenichi Yusuji imitating his pass, he had to admit that this newcomer was indeed very strong. Kenichi Yusuji on the other side seemed a little helpless after hearing Yukyusa's complaint. For some reason, he would always subconsciously imitate others. Perhaps this was the sequelae of having the system with Kenichi Yusuji and Yuzumi's aerial relay. The red team successfully opened the score to 7-2 and achieved a good lead. However, the blue team, which had many starting players, was naturally unwilling to fall behind. Not to mention that they had Sendo, the trump card in their team. In the following time, they started a counterattack with Sendo as the core. And Sendo's superb skills made Makoto Masaru, who was defending him, helpless. He was easily broken through and scored by Sendo many times. On the red team's side, it was led by Kenichi Yusuji and Uazumi. It was not easy for them to deal with the inside duo composed of Shugadera and Ikegami. Just like that. After the chase between you and me, the first half of the game ended quickly. 39-37. The red team where Kenichi Yusuji was located entered the second half with a slight advantage. During the halftime break, Sendo saw Ikegami sitting alone and very depressed. So he walked over to him and comforted him. Are you okay? Ikegami looked up at Sendo and said. I tried my best, but I still can't defend him. Ikegami's words surprised Sendo. Although he saw from the situation on the court that Ikegami really couldn't defend Yusuji Kenichi, he didn't expect Ikegami to be so depressed. In the past, when he played in the game, even if he met a strong opponent, he would try his best to stop the opponent from scoring. But now he was defeated by a newcomer, which was something Sendo didn't expect at all. In that case, let me defend him in the second half. Sendo patted Ikegami on the shoulder and continued to say to him, I just want to see his true strength. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 012 An inviolable shot. Sendo was stunned. Sendo knew very well that the coach had his own idea for arranging the two teams in this way, which was to test the ceiling of this outstanding newcomer. It was most appropriate to test him himself. And he himself was also very interested in this guy now. In this case, let me see how strong you are. After a period of halftime, the players of both teams returned to the court. Yuzumi and Shugahira both came to the center circle and started to jump the ball again. Just like the first half, Yuzumi easily got the ball over Shugahira's head again. After receiving the pass, Kazuki Kishino did not hesitate much this time and threw the ball directly to Kenichi Yusuji. Through the performance in the first half, he had completely seen that although this guy was a newcomer like himself, his strength was much stronger than those main players. It seemed that it was not a big deal that he was abused by him in the competition. There were also starting players who were abused by him. Thinking of this, Kishino Kazuki looked at Ikegami with sympathy. This guy is really miserable. But why didn't he defend Kenichi Yusuji? Kenichi Yusuji took the ball passed to him by Kishino Kazuki and slapped the ball to the floor while looking at Sendo, who came to defend him. You finally came. You are very strong. But I want to see how strong you can be. Sendo prepared for defense and responded calmly. The other players of the two teams on the side, seeing that Sendo actually defended Kenichi Yusuji alone, all became interested in an instant. Sendo actually went to defend Kenichi Yusuji. This guy actually got Sendo's attention. It seems that his strength was recognized by Sendo. I wonder who will win the match between the two of them. Isn't this nonsense? Sendo, of course. Obviously, most people are not optimistic about Kenichi Yusuji. But this is no wonder. In the past year, Sendo has brought them too many shocks. On the bench outside the court, Dakamoiki looked at the two opposing figures on the court. His eyes gradually became hot. Come on. Show your true strength. As early as the end of the rookie competition, Dakamoiki was eager to know where Kenichi Yusuji's upper limit was. So he specially arranged this team training match. Rather than saying it was a team training match, it was better to say that Dakamoiki specially arranged a match for Kenichi Yusuji. Although he said that he was selecting the starting players. But in fact, he didn't need to use a game to select them. No one could shake the starting positions of Yuzumi and Sendo. Yukusa was the undisputed point guard. The remaining Ikumi and Koshino were far superior to the others. There was also Fukuda, who could be rotated with Ikumi when he returned to the team later. Only Kenichi Yusuji. Dakamoiki was unsure of his strength, and even less sure of his specific position on the court. All these problems needed to be solved in this game. On the court, Sendo was staring at Kenichi Yusuji, who was dribbling at a constant speed. When Kenichi Yusuji's dribbling rhythm gradually accelerated, Sendo suddenly stepped forward and almost stuck to Kenichi Yusuji. Sendo actually defended Kenichi Yusuji closely. He did this to better defend Kenichi Yusuji's quick shot. Yuzumi explained. And his words made Ikumi want to slap himself. Because he hadn't thought of it. The closer he was, the easier it was to interfere with his quick shot. At this time, Yuzumi spoke again. But there is also a disadvantage to this, that is, it is too easy to be broken through. Everyone on the court understood. Yuzumi was right. The defense distance was too close. It was indeed easy to be broken through by the offensive players. After all, the initiative was in his hands. And he had the final say on whether to break through or shoot. If that's the case, Kenichi Yusuji would definitely choose to break through, and he would definitely not dare to force a shot against Sendo. Ikumi said on the side. He had just finished speaking, and was slapped in the face by Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi Yusuji faced Sendo's close defense and chose to force a jump. Damn! This guy is too arrogant. He actually ignored Sendo's defense. What a cocky guy, he actually dared to provoke Sendo. Are the newcomers so arrogant now? He will definitely be blocked by Sendo. Ikumi said after being slapped in the face by Kenichi Yusuji. The players on both sides of the court were also unanimous in not believing that Kenichi Yusuji could score. After all, Sendo was already defending closely. If he still used fast shots, he would definitely be asking for trouble. He can't really only know this one way of shooting. Maybe it's really possible. The players had different opinions, but they all didn't think Kenichi Yusuji was optimistic. Only Dakamoiki on the bench saw the clue. Kenichi Yusuji did not use the technique of quick shooting this time. This was his normal shooting posture. But facing Sendo's close defense, it was still easy to be blocked. What on earth is he trying to do? Dakamoiki was a little confused at this time. On the court, Sendo also did not understand Kenichi Yusuji's behavior. But he still reacted quickly and followed Kenichi Yusuji's steps to jump up. And then waved to block Kenichi Yusuji's shot. Just when Sendo was about to complete the block, Kenichi Yusuji, who originally jumped vertically, suddenly moved his center of gravity backward. And his upper body was directly separated from Sendo, which made Sendo unable to touch the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand. Then, Kenichi Yusuji, who was half tilted, threw the basketball directly into the basket. Shua! The sound of the basketball passing through the net was clearly heard by everyone on the court. But what was strange was that the court was dead silent. After landing, Kenichi Yusuji took several deep breaths. Just now, he imitated Junpei Hinata's skill in the black and blue, the inviolable shot. This skill requires him to forcibly move his body center of gravity in the air. Although he successfully shot the ball towards Sendo, this skill really consumes a lot of his physical strength. Opposite Kenichi Yusuji. Sendo looked at Kenichi Yusuji standing opposite him, with an expression of incredible astonishment on his face. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 013 Ikegami Ryaji gets slapped in the face again. Sendo felt very incredible. In the defense just now, he was about to touch the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand, but Kenichi Yusuji's body suddenly tilted backwards, causing his block to fail. Oh my god! Kenichi Yusuji actually scored in front of Sendo. Was his shooting technique just now a fadeaway shot? It feels like it, but it doesn't seem to be. It feels very strange. Sendo listened to the discussion of his teammates and shook his head silently. This was certainly not a fadeaway shot. Others may not see it, but he saw clearly just now that Kenichi Yusuji jumped vertically. The fadeaway shot is to jump backwards with force at the same time as the jump, so as to avoid the opponent's block to the greatest extent. But Kenichi Yusuji's shot just now was completely different. He jumped vertically, but forced his center of gravity to shift backwards in the air, which avoided his own block. Sendo had never heard of this kind of shooting technique. This guy is really strong. No wonder he dares to shoot against his own defense so confidently. Not far away, Ikegami, who was slapped in the face again, looked at Sendo in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was not so frustrated. Even Sendo did not stop his shooting, so it was normal that he could not defend him. He was even scored by Kenichi Yusuji without any preparation, while Sendo was scored by Kenichi Yusuji in the face with close defense. In comparison, he seemed to be much better. I don't know why, Ikegami's mood suddenly improved. On the bench outside the court, Dakamoiki grinned again, and the last stone in his heart finally fell. Originally, he was still worried that Kenichi Yusuji's shooting method was too simple. If he only knew the quick shooting method, then once he was targeted by other teams, his offense would become non-threatening. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. Not only that, but the aerial backward shot that Kenichi Yusuji showed just now was also a very lethal move, which was evident from the fact that Sendo was helpless. In short, in terms of offensive ability alone, Kenichi Yusuji is already on par with Sendo. This is what makes Dakamoiki the happiest. In the next round, the blue team attacked, and Yokusa passed the ball to Sendo as soon as he came to the front court. He knew Sendo very well, and he would definitely get back the points he lost. After Sendo received the ball, he immediately launched an attack. The person defending him was Masahiro Masa. Although he played very well against other rookies except Kenichi Yusuji in the rookie competition a few days ago. But now facing Sendo, he was obviously not strong enough. All kinds of defensive moves were full of loopholes in Sendo's eyes. After dribbling continuously, Sendo accelerated to break through. Masahiro Masa gave up after just a symbolic block. He really had no way to stop Sendo, who was determined to score. After Sendo broke through, he immediately went straight to the inside. At this time, Kenichi Yusuji rushed to defend him. And Sendo was waiting for this opportunity. He just wanted to score in front of Kenichi Yusuji. Sendo dribbled the ball continuously and quickly. It seemed that he would attack at any time. And at this time Kenichi Yusuji had already started to imitate the eagle eye skill of Kazunari Takao in the black and blue. Compared with the eagle eye, has a wider field of vision. By observing the positions of everyone on the court, Kenichi Yusuji made a judgment. First, Sendo would not pass the ball. After breaking through Makoto Masaru's defense, he clearly had the opportunity to shoot directly. But he still rushed directly into the inside, which meant that he was coming for him. Secondly, he was already very close to him, and it was very risky to force a shot at this time. What he was thinking about now was that he had to score this goal, and he would definitely not choose this way. So Sendo only had the option of breaking through the observation of the eagle eye. Behind him on the right, Yuzumi and Shugahira were already standing under the basket. They blocked Sendo's way to break through. Sendo couldn't break through from that direction, so he would definitely break through from his left side. Kenichi Yusuji, who understood all this, deliberately pretended to move one step to the right, to lure Sendo into the trap. Sure enough, Sendo saw that the opportunity was rare, so he directly dribbled the ball and started to break through from Kenichi Yusuji's left side. Seeing that Sendo had already started the attack, he was determined not to give up until he scored. This made Ikumi on the side shout happily instantly. Sendo broke through Kenichi Yusuji's defense, he will score a goal soon. At this moment, Kenichi Yusuji, who had been prepared, suddenly turned his head and aimed at the basketball in Sendo's hand. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness and hitting the ball directly to break the basketball. What? He intercepted Sendo's ball. Oh my god! I can't believe it. Sendo was blocked by him. This guy is too strong. He can't even break through Sendo. At this time, Sendo, who was intercepted, was also surprised. He didn't expect that Yusuji Kenichi could predict his attack direction. This is incredible. It seems that this guy's perception ability is really strong. Not far from Sendo, Ikumi Ryaji stared at everything in front of him in amazement. He was slapped in the face again and again, from the beginning to the end. His judgment was never right. Although Sendo's 2 losses made him feel much better, but he was very angry about being slapped in the face continuously. This made him feel very complicated. Well, it's really complicated. Outside the court, Dakamoiki looked at the two, and was impressed by Kenichi Yusuji's strong perception. After he understood the situation on the court, he quickly determined Sendo's attack direction, which really had a very good effect. This may be very useful in future games. However, Daka's understanding of Sendo, just relying on these, seems not enough to completely defend Sendo. Sendo should not have shown his strength yet. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 014. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of Emperor I. After Kenichi Yusuji stole the ball from Sendo, the players of the red team reacted immediately after a moment of astonishment and launched a counterattack. With the wonderful cooperation of Kenichi Yusuji and Koshino Hiroaki, the red team scored 2 points again. Looking back, Sendo still dribbled the ball through Makoto Masaru's defense and came to Kenichi Yusuji. However, this time Sendo seemed to be smarter. He let other teammates open up space with him, which made it difficult for Kenichi Yusuji to use the wide field of vision of Eagle Eye to predict his attack direction. Kenichi Yusuji now lacked sufficient defensive skills. In the end, Sendo also broke through Kenichi Yusuji's defense as he wished and scored the final goal. This made Kenichi Yusuji feel quite helpless. After all, the ability of Eagle Eye was limited. If he awakened the advanced talent, perfect copy, the scene at that time must be very different from now. After all, I could imitate Akashi's Emperor Eye at that time. As the most perverted skill in Black and Blue, even Sendo would be completely unable to compete. Emperor Eye, it really makes people look forward to it. Although Kenichi Yusuji cannot completely limit Sendo's offense on the defensive end, his fierce firepower on the offensive end also makes Sendo feel great pressure. Since losing to Kanon last year, Sendo has not met an opponent with such strong offensive ability. It seems that the coach's vision is not wrong this time. Ryanan has really welcomed a very strong player this year. Watching the offensive performances of Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo on the court, Dakamoiki stood up again, Tears welled up in his eyes. After so many years, he finally waited for this opportunity. Now it has been proved that Kenichi Yusuji is really as strong as Sendo. Even in terms of offensive ability alone, he may be more powerful. Last year, Sendo joined the team, and this year, Kenichi Yusuji, who is no less talented than him, appeared. It seems that the era of Ryanen has finally arrived. Dakamoiki suddenly thought of Kaed Rukawa, who had rejected him. What best newcomer? I am afraid that Kenichi Yusuji is better. The game on the field is still going on. Although Dakamoiki no longer cares about the result, after all, he has got what he wants. The players of the red and blue teams were also influenced by the wonderful offensive and defensive battles of Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo, and they all started to play the game with all their strength. In the end, the red team won the game with the excellent performance of Kenichi Yusuji and Uajumi. After the game, Ryanen's veteran players all expressed their admiration for Kenichi Yusuji, the new player who surprised them. This guy is really talented. Yet, he shot at Sendo before, and I thought he was humiliating himself. I didn't expect he really had a trick. He tied with Sendo and even scored 2 more points than Sendo. He's really amazing. Maybe he's even better than Sendo. Hearing the seniors praising him, Kenichi Yusuji, who happened to be passing by, wiped the sweat off his body with a towel, and said modestly, "That's not the case. Senior Sendo didn't use his full strength." Everyone thought so too. Sendo never gave his all in the team's training. But even so, Kenichi Yusuji's strength shocked everyone. At this time, Sendo, who heard everyone talking about him, also came to their side. He looked at Kenichi Yusuji's leaving figure and said, "Actually, he didn't use his full strength." As soon as Sendo said this, Ryanen's players were stunned. He was able to fight with Sendo like this, but he didn't even use his full strength. Is this new guy so strong? After being shocked, everyone soon became happy. The stronger Kenichi Yusuji is, the more chances Ryanen has to impact the national competition. Last year, with Sendo, they were only a little short of entering the national competition. This year, with Kenichi Yusuji joining, it seems that entering the national competition is no longer a dream. Soon, Dakamoiki gathered all the players again. According to what he said before the game, he punished the blue team members who lost the game. From today on, their training volume will double for 3 consecutive days. A wailing sounded in the team soon, but under Dakamoiki's stern eyes, it soon stopped. Dakamoiki then distributed jerseys to the 4 new players. Kenichi Yusuji got the number 9 jersey, which made the other 3 new players, including Aida Hikoichi, envious. In the slam dunk world, in addition to being arranged according to grade and generation, the jersey numbers are also distributed according to the player's abilities. He got the number 9 jersey in his first year, which shows Dakamoiki's recognition of Kenichi Yusuji's ability. The last person to receive such treatment was Sendo last year. Afterwards, Masahiro Masaru got the number 10 jersey. Kazuki Kishino got the number 12. And Aida Hikoichi got the number 15. After all the jerseys were distributed, Dakamoiki disbanded the team directly. When everyone left, Dakamoiki was alone in his office with the team's list and thought about it. There are still 2 days before going to Kyoto for a practice match. He must hurry up to arrange the team's starting lineup. In fact, the other people are easy to deal with. It's just that Kenichi Yusuji makes Dakamoiki hesitate. He had always hoped that Kenichi Yusuji could replace Ikumi and Fukuda as the starting power forward. But after today's game, Dakamoiki wants to make a change. Let Kenichi Yusuji play the small forward he is best at. And let Sendo be the shooting guard. Kenichi Yusuji's excellent offensive ability is a bit of a waste of talent if he is placed in the interior. And Sendo himself can also play shooting guard. And sometimes he is even needed to be the point guard to organize the team's offense. so the two are in the same position. And once the two form a linkage on the outside, the powerful offensive firepower is so strong that Dikamoiki dare not think about what kind of team can withstand it. He can even imagine the scene of the two leading Ryanan to the national competition together. No. They can definitely lead Ryanan to win the national championship. After much deliberation, Dikamoiki finally made this decision. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter-1-50 Ryanan? Never heard of it. After leaving the basketball hall, Kenichi Yusuji remembered that he had already played 2 games, and he didn't know how much experience the template system had gained. So he went directly into his mind to check. Template character, Kise. Experience, 12%, 0% experience can awaken the primary talent ability, 50% experience can awaken the advanced talent ability, and when the experience reaches 99%, there is a chance to awaken the ultimate talent ability. Experience acquisition method, all kinds of data on the court will be converted into experience. The better the data, the more experience. Primary talent ability, ordinary imitation ability, can imitate all basketball moves you have seen, and can also imitate all the primary moves Kise has seen. Awakened. Advanced talent ability, perfect copy, can imitate all the moves at the level of Miracle Era. Not awakened ultimate ability of the Sky Zone, entering requires a certain opportunity. Not awakened. Ultimate mission, when the experience reaches 100% and the national competition championship mission is completed, the second stage of the system will be opened. Enter the second world. You don't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. It turned out that the experience value has reached 12%. This made Kenichi Yusuji very happy. It seems that the better the performance on the court, the faster the experience will increase. Today, Kenichi Yusuji scored a game-high 37 points on the court. With the support of various other data and his outstanding performance in the rookie competition a few days ago, the experience value has increased wildly. It seems that it will not be too far away from getting perfect copy. I really hope that the next game will come soon. However, it seems that I will go to Kyoto to play in 2 days. When that time comes, I have to brush up my data. Kyoto. In the basketball hall of Luoan High School, Captain Takai Akihiro is leading the team to train hard, in order to prepare for the next national competition qualifiers. At this time, Coach Kasahara came over, clapped his hands to signal everyone to stop, and after everyone stopped what they were doing, Kasahara said, "There is something I forgot to tell you. The day after tomorrow we will play a practice match with Ryanan High School in Kanagawa. Let's get ready." Ryanan? Is it the one that made it to the semi-finals in the national competition last year? A newcomer who just joined the team asked in confusion. That's Kanan, the ace team of Kanagawa. What level of team is Ryanan? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Anyway, I've never seen it in the national competition. Obviously, everyone knew nothing about Ryanan. At this time, a flat-headed man stood up and said to Kasahara, "Coach, we are also a seeded team in Kyoto. This year's goal is to at least make it to the top 8 in the national competition. It's really a complete waste of our time to play against such a team that has no competitiveness at all." As soon as he said this, the other players also began to agree. Coach Kasahara smiled helplessly and said, "Ryanan's coach Dika was my former senior, and it's hard for me to refuse his request. Next time, I will definitely arrange a stronger opponent for you." After hearing Coach Kasahara's words, Luoan's players gradually calmed down. Ryanan High School. After the last 2 days of training, it's finally time for the basketball team to go out for a training match. This time their goal is Kyoto and Tokyo. And they will play practice matches with the 2 teams one after another. Luoan High School is the first stop. Although the journey is a bit far, there is no other way. The teams in the county are their direct competitors in the national competition. And Coach Duka does not want to expose the true strength of the team too early. Even the practice matches with these two teams were barely arranged by Duka Moiki after exhausting his connections and trying every possible means. There is no other way. The opponents are all frequent participants in the national competition. And his team has not even played in a national competition. So they are naturally unwilling to play a practice match with him. However, Duka Moiki believes that this situation will definitely change after this year. And Ryanan will definitely enter the national competition this year and get a good ranking. After several hours of driving, Ryanan and his team finally arrived in Kyoto. Kasahara, the coach of the Luoan High School basketball team, personally received everyone. But he was the only one. And did not see other players. Senior Duka, long time no see, you are still in such good spirits. Kasahara, thank you so much for taking the time to play a practice match with us. That's right, I will definitely do what you ask. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Coach Kasahara led Ryanan and the others into the basketball hall of Luoan High School. As soon as they entered, they met a short-haired guy holding a basketball and walking into the court. Kasahara quickly grabbed him and said, "Fukeo, this is Ryanan's coach Duka." Ryanan? Never heard of him. The short-haired guy named Fukeo left a word and turned away without looking back. Without paying any attention to the angry players of the Ryanan team behind him, Coach Kasahara had to say to Duka Moiki awkwardly, "Fukeo's personality is a little." Duka Mao Kazuma interrupted him with a smile. "It's okay, it's not a big deal. Besides, it's normal that you haven't heard of us." But turning around, Duka Moiki's face immediately turned pale. Ryanan's players knew that. According to the coach's temper, he should be very unhappy now. Soon, Ryanan's players came to the locker room. While everyone was changing their jerseys, Duka Moiki said to everyone with a gloomy face, "You all saw what happened just now. I can tell you that not only Luoan, but all the teams in the national competition will not look down on us. So we must enter the national competition this year and let those who look down on us see our strength. But today, you must beat Luoan first, do you hear me?" Duka Moiki's last sentence was almost shouted. And the players could sense how angry he was in his heart through this sentence. Ryanan team is the team he has worked hard to manage for many years. And he has put a lot of effort into Ryanan's growth. Duka Moiki will never allow others to mock Ryanan so wantonly. "I heard it." The players all answered in unison. And Duka Moiki calmed down a little. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 016. A goal was scored in 3 seconds after the start of the game, and the entire Luoan team was stunned. After finishing his speech, Duka Moiki began to announce the starting lineup for today's game: center, Yuzumi; power forward, Ikumi; small forward, Kenichi Yusuji; shooting guard, Sendo; point guard, Yokusa. This is Ryanan's strongest starting lineup so far, and it is also their first game as a starter. It mainly depends on how Kenichi Yusuji works with the other players. Soon, Duka Moiki led all the players of Ryanan to the basketball court. Except for the players of Luoan and some staff members, there were no other idle people on the basketball court. At this time, the Luoan players gathered together to chat, without any tension of the upcoming battle. Seeing the arrival of Ryanan, they just glanced at them casually and didn't care too much. In their opinion, it was their honor to have an unknown team like Ryanan play against them, and they were not qualified to be their opponents. As the absolute king of Kyoto, Ryanan's status here is like Kanan in Kanagawa. Although Kyoto's overall strength is relatively weak, and there is only one quota for the national competition every year, they have firmly grasped this quota in their hands in recent years and have never given any chance to other Kyoto teams. Therefore, they have no interest in Ryanen, a team that has never participated in the national competition. If it were not for the face of the coach, they might not be willing to play this game. Coach Kasahara on the side saw that his players were all behaving like this and shook his head repeatedly. Although he also thought that Ryanen was no threat to Ryanen, Dakamoiki was his senior after all. The performance of the players was really embarrassing for his senior. But he had no good way. These children usually had such personalities, unruly and sometimes very impolite. Even if they are better now under his request, they still can't hide their bad deeds. Coach Kasahara shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he did not notify any outsiders to come to watch the game. Even if Ryanen lost, at least it would not embarrass Senior Daka. After Daka shook hands with Kasahara, the training match between the two sides began. Ryanen's starting lineup was the one that Daka arranged in the locker room. And in order to show respect, Coach Kasahara of Luoan also sent out Luoan's full main lineup. Namely, center Shiramizu Rin, power forward Takahashi Susumu, small forward Fuka Ohara, shooting guard Takai Akihiro, point guard Aida Hidesuk. After everyone came to the court, Luoan's people found that Ryanen's center Yuzumi was so tall. Wow! This guy is so tall. Yet, I didn't notice it just now. He must be about 200 centimeters tall. Well, what's the use of being tall? Watch me dunk over his head later. Luoan's center Beishui Lunsheng said. Although his words were very domineering, he was very unsure in his heart. Even in the national competition, he rarely saw such a tall center. Looking at his fierce face, it seems that he is not an easy guy to deal with. What Beishui Lunsheng didn't know was that his nonsense was heard by Yuzumi, who was standing next to him. If you want to dunk over my head, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Soon, the players from both sides came to their positions and stood still. Yusuji Kenichi found that the guy facing him was the guy with a flat head who shouted that he had never heard of Ryanen at the entrance of the basketball hall, Fuka Ohara. This is really a narrow road for enemies. It seems that I have to perform well later, otherwise I will definitely not be able to get past Dakamoiki. Yusuji Kenichi looked back and saw that Dakamoiki was looking at Fuka Ohara beside him. He had a ferocious expression on his face. He looked very scary. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, and the game started. Luoan team's center Bai Shui Lunsheng quickly jumped up to fight for the ball. But he had just jumped up, and a huge figure instantly covered him. Yuzumi jumped high in front of him, and then used his huge palm to take the lead and hit the basketball in the direction of Yokusa. Bai Shui Lunsheng looked at Yuzumi's huge palm, and suddenly a strange idea came to his mind. I wonder if it would hurt if such a big palm hit my face. On the other side, Yokusa passed the ball again as soon as he received the pass from Yuzumi, because he had seen Yusuji Kenichi start running in advance. It seemed that he, like himself, had great confidence in Yuzumi's jumping ability. When Yusuji Kenichi just ran to the three-point line, Yokusa's pass also arrived at the same time. Without any hesitation, he received the ball, jumped, and shot, all in one go. It was Sakurai Ryo's quick shot. Fuka Ohara, who was standing opposite Kenichi Yusuji, was just about to speak, but before he could finish his words, he saw Kenichi Yusuji jump up the moment he received the ball. In panic, he wanted to intercept, but he didn't even have time to raise his hand. He saw the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand fly out. Such a hasty shot, it will definitely not go in. Swish! The sound of the basketball passing through the net came clearly. Fuka Ohara was stunned. What's going on? This is too fast. From receiving the ball to scoring, it only took about 1 second. I haven't even raised my hand yet. It's really good to be so fast. Not only Fuka Ohara, but other players on the Luoan court were also shocked. From Yuzumi's jump ball victory to Kenichi Yusuji's quick shot, it only took 3 seconds. Such efficiency is really amazing. Even Luoan's center base Shui Lunzheng was still in a daze in the center circle. The ball had already flown into the basket. If the time on the sideline timer was not 1957, they would never believe such a thing. What a joke! 3 points in 3 seconds. Then 1 minute must be 60 points. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 017 Coach Luoan's worries, today's game won't go wrong. Outside the court, Coach Kasahara of Luoan was also quite surprised to see that they scored first in such a short time. It seems that they still have some strength. No wonder Senior Daka dared to arrange a practice match with us. This is good, it is just right for the players to exercise. He was not too worried about the lag at the beginning. The game had just started, and there was only a 1-goal difference. I believe that with the strength of his players, they can quickly overtake. On the court, Luoan, who was caught off guard by Ryanan, finally recovered. Captain Takai Akihiro spoke to comfort the players. Don't worry too much, I just need to score 1 goal. Yes. It's time to let them see our offensive strength. Yes. Ryanan dares to show off in front of us. It's time to teach them a lesson. Soon, under the leadership of Captain Takai Akihiro, Luoan's players regained their morale. Only the center, Bai Shui Lunzheng, was still vaguely worried. From the jump ball between him and Yuzumi just now, Yuzumi's strength was completely beyond his imagination. It seemed that he was really not just a tall and big guy. This guy was really strong. He was not sure if he could deal with him. On the other side, Fuke Ohara was still full of confidence. He did not think that he lost to Yusuji Kenichi in the previous matchup. Instead, he felt that Yusuji Kenichi used shameful means to sneak attack him who was unprepared. So he was going to fight back against Yusuji Kenichi in the next round of offense. Let him see what the strength of the national competition level is. Luoan started their first offense of the game. Point guard Aida Shosuk had just passed the half-court with the ball when he received a hint from Fuke Ohara, who was eager to show himself. So he first pretended to break through Yukyusa's front, and then passed the basketball directly to Fuke Ohara in a very secretive way. Seeing his teammates pass the ball to him as he requested, Fuke Ohara was very happy. It was finally his turn to show his skills. But just as he stretched out his hands to catch the ball, Kenichi Yusuji, who was standing and defending him, waved his hand behind him and slapped the basketball passed by Shosuk Sada away. What? He intercepted the basketball behind him without turning around. It's so scary. This can't be true. All the players of Los Angeles were shocked. They found it very difficult to understand Kenichi Yusuji's steal without any vision. Among the crowd, the most shocked person was Fuke Ohara, who was standing opposite Kenichi Yusuji. He was preparing to perform well after receiving the ball, but he saw Kenichi Yusuji so easily knock the pass to him away. More importantly, Kenichi Yusuji never looked back from beginning to end. Could he see behind him without looking back? Fuke Ohara imitated subconsciously, but found that his neck was almost broken, but he couldn't see anything. This shocked him even more. Was the person standing opposite him really a person? Off the court, Coach Kasahara was also very surprised by Kenichi Yusuji's blind sight steal. Although he had heard of the existence of players with special perception abilities, he had never seen one before. Today was an eye-opener. However, although the players of Luoan were surprised, their reactions on the court did not slow down at all. This is the foundation of their long-term status as a strong team. After Kenichi Yusuji knocked the basketball away, Akihiro Takai, the captain and ace player of the Luoan team, grabbed the basketball in his hands immediately. At the same time, he jumped up and shot at a very fast speed, preparing to score directly when the Ryanan players were not prepared. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he shot, Sendo rushed over to defend. Although Sendo didn't block his shot in the end, he still touched the basketball. "Grab the rebound!" Akihiro Takai and Sendo shouted loudly towards the inside at the same time. Shiramizu Rinzhung wanted to seize the favorable terrain in advance, but found that he couldn't push Yuzumi, who was blocking him at all. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and went out. Yuzumi overpowered Shiramizu Rinzhung to grab the rebound. Ryanan got another offensive opportunity. Yukyusa quickly controlled the ball and passed half-court. Sendo on the left seized the opportunity to run away from Akihiro Takai, who was defending him, and cut to the inside. Yukyusa reacted very quickly and passed the ball directly. Seeing that Sendo was unguarded, Fuka Ohara rushed over to make up for the defense. At this time, Sendo did not choose to force a shot, but passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi Yusuji rushed into the inside with the ball. Facing the tall Shiramizu Rinzhung, he chose to throw the ball high into the air. Shiramizu Rinzhung wanted to intercept the basketball, but found that he could not reach it at all. At this time, Yuzumi was the only one left under the basket. He jumped in the air and roared while dunking the basketball into the basket with both hands. 5:0, Ryanan, who played away, won another game with the tacit cooperation of the team. Looking at Yuzumi, Sendo, and Kenichi Yusuji, who were celebrating and clapping their hands, the face of the coach Kasahara of Luoan, who was sitting on the bench, was finally no longer calm. These three people gave him a bad feeling. Although he had enough confidence in the Luoan players who had entered the national competitions, they should not have played their due strength. But Kasahara always felt that things were not that simple. These three people from Ryanan might be extraordinary. If they also exerted their full strength, could their teammates really cope with it? If it was before the game started, he would definitely say that they could definitely do it. But now, Kasahara himself was not sure. And a feeling of worry appeared in his heart. Would the game today not turn over? Have fun reading books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 018. We are about to start counterattacking. No, your counterattack is over. The score was 5:0 at the start. Ryanan's players were very happy. This was a very good start. At least it made the opponent pay a certain price for underestimating them. However, when they saw Taka sitting on the bench with a stern face, they knew that he was still not satisfied with the current score. He said before the game that he must beat Luoan. Luoan attacked. Hideki Aida pushed forward with the ball. The game started for almost 2 minutes. And he still hadn't scored. This made Hideki Aida feel a little anxious. As a point guard, he was always under offensive pressure. However, Ryanan's defense was flawless, which made him unable to find a good offensive opportunity for a while. Just when he felt very helpless, he suddenly saw Akihiro Takai on the left side of the three-point line running and asking for the ball from him. So Hideki Aida quickly found a suitable passing route and passed the ball to Akihiro Takai. As Luoan's ace player, he must have a way. After receiving the ball, Akihiro Takai quickly launched an attack. He dribbled the ball in a large swing from side to side, and mixed in various fake moves. This is his signature skill, swinging from side to side. He usually does not use this breakthrough technique, only when facing a strong opponent. His series of actions immediately took effect, and even Sendo found it difficult to defend. Suddenly, Sendo was not paying attention, and Akihiro Takai took advantage of the situation and broke through from his right side. After getting rid of Sendo's defense, Akihiro Takai dribbled quickly to the basket. Ikumi, who was closer to him, saw this and had no choice but to give up defending against Takahashi Shin and go to defend against Akihiro Takai. Ikumi originally thought that Akihiro Takai would pass the ball, after all, Takahashi Shin was open. But he didn't expect that Takai Akihiro didn't even look at Takahashi Shin's side, and he just dribbled the ball towards Ikegami. Seeing this, Ikegami instantly got angry. How contemptuous of me! So he jumped up to stop Takai Akihiro's dunk. Until he jumped in the air, Ikegami realized something was wrong. This guy jumped too high. Originally, the height of the two was almost the same. Ikegami was 183 centimeters, and Takai Akihiro was 184 centimeters, but Ikegami couldn't touch the basketball in Takai Akihiro's hand even if he tried his best. Takai Akihiro snorted coldly, and directly dunked the basketball into the basket with one hand over Ikegami's head. Beautiful. Captain, he dunked over that guy. Captain is so awesome. He broke down Ryanan's defense alone. Yet. So domineering. They scored 2 goals and you know what they are like. After scoring the goal, Takai Akihiro ignored Ikegami who was knocked to the ground by him, but turned around and glanced at the other players of Ryanan on the court. Then said coldly, "From now on, we have to start fighting back." Looking at his arrogant look, Ryanan people thought he was very hateful. You just scored a goal, why are you pretending? You are still behind in the score. However, Takamoiki, who was sitting on the sidelines, was not as optimistic as the players on the court. After all, the opponent was the ace player of the team that entered the national competition. You still can't underestimate Takai Akihiro too much. Unless someone can stand up and fight his arrogance. Yusuji Kenichi came to the basket. He pulled up Ikegami who was sitting on the ground. Looking at his angry look, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, but I'm very upset." Indeed. Anyone who is dunked on by others on the court will feel unhappy. Who would want to be the background board all the time? Before, it was okay to be the background board of Kenichi Yusuji in the team. After all, everyone is a teammate. There are not so many taboos. But now being humiliated by Akihiro Takai, Ikegami always feels uncomfortable in his heart. Looking at Ikegami gritting his teeth, Kenichi Yusuji said with a smile, "It's not a big deal, at most you can just give him one back." Ikegami stood up and heard Kenichi Yusuji's words, and was stunned for a moment. What does this guy want to do? Could it be? Off the court, Coach Kasahara heard what Akihiro Takai said, and his heart was slightly settled. And he was not so worried. As the ace player of the team, Akihiro Takai would take the initiative to lead the team to counterattack when the team was in danger many times. This made Kasahara feel very confident in him. Since he has stood up now, the score will surely be reversed soon. The game continued. Yukyusa slowly carried the ball to the front court. At this time, Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo both looked at him at the same time, asking him to pass the ball. This made Yukyusa fall into a difficult decision. After thinking about it, Yukyusa still chose to pass the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. Although Sendo was also very strong, Akihiro Takai, who was defending him, was also very strong. Yukyusa was worried that if he missed, it would affect Ryanan's morale. If the opponent took the opportunity to play a wave of points, it would be troublesome. The deep tail principle of defending Kenichi Yusuji was obviously worse, so Yukyusa made a more prudent decision. On the other side, after receiving the pass from Yukyusa, Kenichi Yusuji immediately launched an attack. He dribbled quickly and started to swing left and right at the same time. Such an offensive move shocked Fuka Ohara who was defending him. Isn't this the captain's signature breakthrough move? How come this kid can do this? Just as he was stunned, Kenichi Yusuji quickly broke through his defense and rushed to the basket. Luoan's power forward Takahashi Jin saw that the situation was not good and hurried over to make up for the defense. However, Kenichi Yusuji did not retreat after seeing him, but rushed towards him. Seeing this, Takahashi Jin immediately jumped up to block the shot. Kenichi Yusuji also jumped up at the same time, holding the ball with one hand and preparing for a dunk. Takahashi-jin wanted to try to block Kenichi Yusuji's dunk, but found that he was in the same situation as Ikegami just now, and was still a long way away from the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand. With a bang, Kenichi Yusuji slammed the basketball into the basket through Takahashi Susumu's body. Akihiro Takai, who was still outside the three-point line, was almost numb. The same left-right breakthrough, the same dunk, and the same power forward fell to the ground. This was clearly a humiliation for Akihiro Takai. Under the basket, Kenichi Yusuji stood up, turned his head and looked at Akihiro Takai, who was looking at him angrily, and said jokingly, "Your counterattack is over. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 019, start at 20:2, is this our team?" Hearing Kenichi Yusuji's shouting at him, Akihiro Takai became even more angry. He had just announced to them that Luoan would launch a counterattack. But Kenichi Yusuji slapped him in the face. Not only did he shout in the same way after scoring, even the choice of attack, the way of breakthrough, and the way of dunking were exactly the same as before. What shocked Akihiro Takai the most was that the dribbling breakthrough method with continuous fake moves was his famous skill. Ordinary people would easily make mistakes without their own guidance and a lot of practice. This Kenichi Yusuji could perfectly replicate his trick with just one look. This made Akihiro Takai unable to figure out how he did it. Is it a talent? He could do it with just one look. This talent is too strong. It's so strong that it's scary. Not only Akihiro Takai. All the other players on and off the court of Luoan were deeply shocked by Kenichi Yusuji's ball at this time. They could understand dunking over Takahashi Susumu. After all, you have enough talent. And you have enough bounce. There is no problem in doing this. But being able to perfectly replicate Takai Akihiro's unique skills is something that all the Luoan players can't understand no matter what. As teammates of Takai Akihiro, they have tried to practice this move in their daily training. But in the end, without exception, all of them failed. But it's incredible that Kenichi Yusuji learned it with just one look. Compared to the collective astonishment of the Luoan people, the Ryanan players performed much better. They are no longer surprised by Kenichi Yusuji's amazing imitation ability. Although this imitation also surprised them. It's not the first time they have seen him imitate others. And everyone's acceptance is much stronger than that of the Luoan players. Off the court, Coach Kasahara was also shocked by Kenichi Yusuji's amazing perception talent, but what worried him most was the mentality of the players on the court. Now they were mentally hit, and Ryanan had the strong Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo Uajumi, etc., so the direction of this game might be unfavorable to Luoan. When Luoan came to the offensive round, Hideki Aida chose to pass the ball to Akihiro Takai. After all, he was the backbone of the whole team. At this time, he had to rely on his personal ability to help the team. At this time, Akihiro Takai had not completely come out of the blow just now. Despite this, after receiving the pass from Hideki Aida, he still cheered up and prepared to score this goal with all his strength, so that at least the morale of the team could be restored. So Takai Akihiro began to use his unique skills again. But his current condition was not very good. And Sendo, who was defending him, was more serious at this time. During his continuous swing, Sendo found a flaw and decisively intercepted the ball. Coach Kasahara, who saw this scene, shouted in his heart that it was not good. The thing he was most worried about happened. Before Takai Akihiro could react, Sendo had already started a fast break with the ball. Aida Shosuk wanted to go forward to stop him. But Sendo easily turned around and dodged. Sendo was unstoppable as he ran down the court. He scored a slam dunk. 9:2. Ryanan had a very good start. While Luoan, who played at home, suffered a Waterloo. Afterwards, Luan continued to attack. But whether it was a fast break or a positional battle, they could not break through Ryanan's defense. Even their usual shots were frequently missed. Time was still passing, and they still could not score any more points. On the other hand, Ryanan was in high spirits. Under the leadership of Kenichi Yusuji, Sendo, and Yuzumi, they completed the offensive and scored continuously and efficiently. After Kenichi Yusuji and Yuzumi cooperated in an alley-oop again, the score between the two teams reached 20:2. This huge score difference made Luoan's players almost breathless. After Yuzumi dunked, he turned to Beishui Lunzheng beside him and said, "You said you wanted to dunk over my head? That's just a fantasy." Beishui Lunzheng didn't expect that what he said before the game was heard by Yuzumi. This sentence really made Beishui Lunzheng feel extremely embarrassed in the current situation. Beep. The Luoan team requests a timeout. Luoan's coach Kasahara finally couldn't help but call for a timeout. He originally thought that the strength of the players was enough to stabilize the situation on the court, but he didn't expect that, under the leadership of Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo, Ryanan's strength was far beyond his imagination. On Luoan's side, they didn't play their original strength at all, which led to the difficult situation of being 18 points behind. If I don't pause and adjust, I'm afraid this game will be really hard to save. After the timeout, Ryanan's players all returned to the bench to rest, and Aida Hikoichi jumped up and down to hand out towels and water everywhere. Takamoiki also smiled at them for the first time. It seems that he is quite satisfied with the current score. And Coach Kasahara took the time to adjust the mentality and arrange tactics for Luoan's players. On the high platform in the audience seats, several students from Luoan High School slipped in at some point. "Wow! There is really a game today." "Of course," Fuka O'Hara told me personally. One of the students asked curiously. "I wonder who the opponent is. I heard that it is an unknown team called Ryanan. Anyway, they are very bad." "It is indeed very bad, look at the scoreboard," another student suddenly said. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, they saw the scoreboard. The scoreboard clearly recorded the current score. 20:2. How about it, I am not wrong. The opponent is very. The leading student has not finished speaking. All of them were stunned. Because they saw that the name of the team corresponding to 20 points on the scoreboard was Ryanan. And their school's score was only a pitiful 2 points. This is impossible. 20:2, only 2 points, is this our team? Enjoy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 020. The game is getting increasingly tense. The timeout came soon, and the players of both teams returned to the court. Takamoiki looked at the mental state of the players of Ryanan, and could clearly feel that their aura was different from before. It seemed that they had regained their proper state under the adjustment of Coach Kasahara. It seemed that the next game would be a tough battle. However, Takamoiki did not worry too much about it. With Kenichi Yusuji joining, Ryanan was definitely not a weak team. If they had such a big advantage but could not hold on, then there was no need to expect their performance in the national competition this year. The game continued. Luoan attacked Ryanan's half again. Shusuke Aida came to the front court with the ball. He looked around first, and made a gesture that he would pass the ball at any time. This move really attracted Yokusa's attention. Just when Yokusa was distracted and guessed the direction in which Shusuke Aida might pass the ball, Shusuke Aida suddenly accelerated and broke through Yokusa's right side with the ball. When Yokusa wanted to defend, he had lost his defensive position and could only rage helplessly behind Shusuke Aida. After passing through Yokusa's defense, Shusuke Aida did not move forward, but directly chose to make a quick stop jump shot. Swish! The basketball went into the net. 20:4, Luoan finally broke the spell of not scoring for a long time. The Luoan players on the court cheered and jumped for joy. Even the students who sneaked in stood up and applauded them. Coach Kasahara finally felt relieved when he saw his players finally scored a goal. As long as they can recover their offensive strength, they will have a chance to catch up. The most fearful thing is that they will be scored by the opponent but they can't score any goals. On the court, Yukyusa was a little disappointed. He didn't expect Shosuke Aida to choose to attack by himself. After all, he had never done that in the previous games. This made Yukyusa relax his vigilance against him, and he easily broke through and scored. Yuzumi comforted him, "It doesn't matter, we just need to score another goal." In the next round, Yukyusa pushed forward with the ball. Although he wanted to play Shosuke Aida to regain the advantage, his reason told him that he shouldn't do that. Now Ryanan has 3 strong offensive points on the court. If he does it recklessly, it will disrupt the team's offensive rhythm. Yukyusa calmed down and ignored the slightly provocative look of Aida Shosuke, and directly passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji on the other side. Although Kenichi Yusuji played in a high school game for the first time, he played very well in this game. Now he is the one who makes Yukyusa feel the most secure. So far in this game, he has not missed a shot. Kenichi Yusuji took the basketball from Yukyusa and got ready to attack. Fukeo Principal, who was standing opposite him to defend, had a look of palpitations on his face. In the last round of the confrontation between the two, Kenichi Yusuji imitated Akihiro Takai's swaying left and right, which made him defenseless. He was worried that if Kenichi Yusuji did it again, "I'm afraid I still can't defend him." Soon, Fuka Ohara found that he was overthinking. Because he couldn't defend Kenichi Yusuji without using swinging left and right. Yusuji Kenichi used only 2 simple fake moves to deceive Fuka Ohara. And then got rid of Fuka Ohara's defense and rushed into the inside line to score a steady dunk. Lone attacked. This time Yukyusa was very focused. He didn't want to give Shosuke Aida an easy chance to score. But Shosuke Aida didn't plan to attack this time. He chose to pass the ball to Akihiro Takai again. And Sendo was also concentrating on defending Akihiro Takai at this time, seemingly wanting to curb his attack in the cradle this time. However, Takai Akihiro seemed to have learned his lesson. He did not choose to forcefully break through Sendo's defense, but waited for his teammates' support. Shiramizu Rin's hung in the interior came to the high position in time to screen Takai Akihiro. Takai Akihiro also took this opportunity to speed up and rush to the interior with the ball. Yuzumi, who was brought out by Shiramizu Rin's hung, had no choice but to defend Takai Akihiro. However, he was tall and strong, and his steps were too slow. He was left far behind by Takai Akihiro in just 3 or 2 steps. Takai Akihiro rushed into the basket and ended the attack with a 2-handed dunk. 22:6. Lone's offense seemed to be getting better. But Ryanan's offense was still going strong. In the next round, Yukyusa passed the ball directly to Sendo after passing half-court. After Sendo got the ball, he quickly got rid of Takai Akihiro's defense, and then rushed into Lone's inside line. Using his superb air-staying ability to avoid the blocks of Shiramizu Rinshung and Takahashi Jin and sent the ball into the basket. Afterwards, the two teams started the mutual explosion mode in the mutual attack. And the situation on the court seemed to be in a stalemate. After Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo scored another goal, the score came to 47:28. With only more than 10 seconds left before the end of the first half, all the players of Lone hoped to score this last goal to further narrow the gap with Ryanan. Hideki Aida tried to break through Yukyusa, but was met with Yukyusa's tenacious defense. Hideki Aida had no choice but to pass the ball to Akihiro Takai. Akihiro Takai had no chance to shoot under Sendo's tight defense. At the critical moment, Takahashi Susumu ran out to block Sendo, and Akihiro Takai took this opportunity to get rid of Sendo's defense and started shooting directly after 2 steps. Seeing that his shot had already been shot and flew towards the basket, Akihiro Takai had not had time to be happy, and he saw Ikegami flying in front of him without hesitation, and blocked the basketball he had just shot. Beep. As the referee blew the whistle to end the first half of the game, the score between the two sides was fixed at 47-28, and Ryanen still held a 19-point advantage. For this result, Luoan's players were not too satisfied. Although they found their own offensive rhythm later, they were still unable to stop Ryanen from scoring, which made them unable to catch up with the score. Now there is such a big score difference, which will also increase their pressure in the second half. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 021 Dakamoiki's Confidence. During the halftime break, Ryanen's players all returned to the visiting team's locker room. Dakamoiki was not in a hurry to praise them for the lead in the first half, because he knew it was not the right time yet. As a frequent participant in the national competition, Ryanen will definitely try their best to counterattack. So the second half of the game must not be taken lightly. In the second half of the first half, they solved the offensive problem. If his expectations were correct, his juniors would definitely make a big effort in defense in the second half, in which case it would test his players' offensive ability. Dakamoiki looked at Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo, who were chatting. His eyes were full of confidence. Even in the national competition, their offensive ability is rarely comparable to that of others. In the home team's locker room on the other side, Coach Kasahara was constantly encouraging the players of Ryanen. "You have done very well in the second half, now we have opened up the offensive touch, and the task in the second half is to strengthen defense. As long as we defend them, we can catch up with the lost points." Coach Kasahara quickly arranged the defensive deployment for the players of Ryanen in the second half. Soon, the short break was over, and the players of both sides returned to the court. Unlike the beginning of the first half, the players of Ryanen no longer looked contemptuous, but instead looked solemn. Obviously, the score behind put them under great pressure, and also made them realize the true strength of Ryanen. Beep. The second half of the game officially began. Yuzumi and Shiramizu Rinshung jumped up at the same time again to fight for the ball. Although Shiramizu Rinshung did not dare to be careless at this time, even if he tried his best, he still looked so weak in front of the powerful Yuzumi goal. Yuzumi easily grabbed the ball again without spending any energy. Ryanen attacked. Since Luoan was obviously on guard at this time, fast break was no longer realistic. So Yukyusa had to control the ball and slowly advance to the front court. After his teammates got into position one by one, Yukyusa was just about to make a move, but he found himself suddenly double-teamed by Luoan's Aida Shosuk and Takai Akihiro. This made Yukyusa a little dazed for a moment. When did he have such treatment? Shouldn't he usually double-team Sendo? Facing the sudden double-team defense, Yukyusa seemed a little at a loss. He quickly passed the ball to Sendo, but the basketball was intercepted by Takai Akihiro in the middle. Takai Akihiro quickly launched a defensive counterattack after getting the basketball. He accelerated all the way to Ryanen's basket. At this time, Sendo caught up and wanted to stop him from scoring, but Takai Akihiro passed the ball to Aida Shosuk, who followed behind. Aida Shosuk scored a dunk after receiving the pass. Luoan took the lead in the second half. Ryanen attacked. Yukyusa brought the ball to the front court again. This time he passed the ball to Sendo outside the left three-point line early. After all, Sendo was more experienced in facing Luoan's double-team defense. The moment Sendo received the ball, Akihiro Takai and Takahashi Susumu had surrounded him. But Sendo is no worse than Yukyusa. He remained calm when facing two defenders. Soon he found a good opportunity to rush out from the gap between the two people. But what he didn't expect was that He was ambushed by Hideki Aida right after he rushed out of the encirclement of the two people. It was a three-man double team, so despicable. Yakuza on the side complained loudly. But he didn't feel the defense of Luoan's teammates at all. Taking advantage of Sendo's unstable foothold, Hideki Aida successfully stole the basketball from his hand from the side. Luoan then made another quick counterattack and successfully scored 2 points. 47-32. The situation on the court seemed to be developing as Coach Kasahara expected. Coach Kasahara, who was sitting on the side, was very happy to see this scene. As long as the players continue to keep going, Ryanan's offense will stagnate. Just like Luoan in the first half. It will only be a matter of time to catch up with the score. He subconsciously looked at Dakamoiki on the opposite side, but saw Dakamoiki sitting on the bench, even with his legs crossed, seemingly not worried about the situation on the field at all. His expression made Kasahara start to worry again. Could it be that he had a backup plan? The game continued. Yakuza pushed forward with the ball again. 2 consecutive offensive failures, making him feel a little stressed. Now he only knew how to handle the ball was the best choice. Just as he was hesitating in the midfield, he just saw Kenichi Yusuji waving at him. Yes. How could he forget about him? His offensive ability is not inferior to Sendo, and he often has unexpected moves. He must have a way. Yakuza passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji without hesitation. Sure enough, the moment Kenichi Yusuji received the pass, the two burly men, Akihiro Takai and Fuka Ohara, surrounded him. However, this had no effect on Kenichi Yusuji, because when the two people just formed a circle, he had already jumped, caught the ball, jumped, and shot, all in one go. It's a quick shot. Ikumi shouted loudly. After all, he was too familiar with this move. Takai Akihiro and Fuka Ohara just wanted to reach out to block Kenichi Yusuji's shot, but they saw that the basketball had already flown over their heads and went straight to the basket. Swish! The basketball went into the net. Kenichi Yusuji scored the first point for Ryanan in the second half, and also broke the defensive blockade of Luoan for the first time. Damn! What kind of shooting posture is this? He shoots so fast and has such a high hit rate. This guy may be more difficult to deal with than Sendo. We have to work harder later. Yet, for Kenichi Yusuji's goal, Akihiro Takai and Fuka Ohara were not very convinced. They vowed to defend Ryanan's attack again in the next round. Off the court, Coach Kasahara looked at Kenichi Yusuji, who scored a shot, and then turned to look at Dakamoiki, who was calm on the opposite side. He seemed to have the answer in his heart. It seems that your confidence comes from him. Is this guy really better than Sendo? Read books every day for 11 days. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 022, a resounding victory. Luoan started the attack by serving the ball from the backcourt. Aida Shosuk quickly brought the ball to the front court. After continuous high-speed passes, the ball came to Takai Akihiro again. After Ryanan fully strengthened the defense, Shiramizu Rin's pick and roll was no longer very effective. Helpless Takai Akihiro had to use his swinging left and right stunt again. But Sendo, who had been prepared, never fell for it and let Takai Akihiro find a good breakthrough opportunity. Finally, seeing that the offensive time was about to run out, Takai Akihiro had to force a shot in front of Sendo. With a bang, the basketball hit the rim and came out. Yuzumi took the rebound forcefully. Yakuza took the pass from Yuzumi and pushed forward with the ball. When he came to the front court, he threw the ball directly to Yusuji Kenichi. Then he was ready to put his hands in his pockets and watch the show. While Kenichi Yusuji was receiving the ball, Akihiro Takai and Fuka Ohara stuck close to him. obviously not wanting to give him another chance to shoot quickly. However, Kenichi Yusuji was not helpless against them. He relied on the bodies of the two to forcefully dribble the ball to the right, seemingly wanting to break through from the right. Akihiro Takai and Fuka Ohara would naturally not give him such a chance. They moved their feet to block Kenichi Yusuji's position. When they finally surrounded Kenichi Yusuji, before the two could catch their breath, they discovered a serious problem. Where's the ball? They were surprised to find that the basketball that was supposed to be in Kenichi Yusuji's hand was missing. It turned out that he had been prepared when Kenichi Yusuji broke through to the right. He opened the eagle eye in advance. With a clear understanding of the overall situation, Kenichi Yusuji quickly discovered that the unguarded Sendo was behind Akihiro Takai and the other two. So he passed the ball from behind to the direction where Sendo was. This guy actually dared to pass the ball in a direction that was completely out of sight. That's right, is he so sure? Akihiro Takai and Hara Fukeo, who reacted, felt very helpless about this. But what made them feel relieved was that, although Sendo received the pass from Kenichi Yusuji, his teammate Shin Takahashi also reacted very quickly to make up for the defense. Kenichi Yusuji was also a little surprised to see this scene. Wireless switching? Interesting, it seems that this junior of Coach Taka is quite good. However, the premise of wireless switching is that everyone's defensive ability is very good, but can Shin Takahashi defend Sendo? Soon. Sendo gave his answer. He leaned on Shin Takahashi and turned left quickly to leave the latter behind. Then he went straight to the basket and scored a dunk. 51-32. The score difference returned to 19 points at the end of the first half. This means that the efforts of the lone team in the second half were all in vain. As the game went on, Ryanan became more and more courageous under the leadership of Kenichi Yusuji, scoring one after another. Luoan no longer had the momentum to catch up at the beginning of the second half, and was almost defeated. The gap between the two teams was rapidly widened again and again. When Kenichi Yusuji scored again in front of Fuka Ohara, the score on the field came to 95-47. Luoan High School was already doomed, and there was no chance of a comeback. Kenichi Yusuji came in front of Fuka Ohara, who looked depressed. Now I think you will never forget the name Ryanan. Fuka Ohara looked up at Kenichi Yusuji. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute. But he didn't know how to refute. As Kenichi Yusuji said, the word Ryanan will be nailed in his heart like a nail. It is hard to forget. Because it is a shameful memory. Takamoiki, who was sitting on the bench, was very satisfied with the result of the game. The players not only made the opponents who despised them pay the price, but also let him see that this team has an unlimited future. Takamoiki turned his head to look at Coach Kasahara, and found that his face was very bad. It's no wonder. I thought Ryanan and the others could be manipulated at will. But I didn't expect that in the end it was me who was manipulated at will. In fact, as early as when Ryanan was leading by a large score, Takamoiki had the idea of replacing the assistant players. But he never implemented it. After all, Luoan, as the lagging side, did not choose to replace players. It would seem that he did not respect his opponents if he replaced the substitutes first. Although the Luoan players all looked down on Ryanan. But his junior's attitude was very friendly from beginning to end. And he took the initiative to help him when he couldn't arrange a practice match for him. Takamoiki was quite grateful. On the Luoan bench on the other side, Coach Kasahara sat on the bench disappointedly. Losing a practice match was nothing. After all, he could see that Ryanan's strength was definitely at the national competition level. But what he couldn't accept was that the players were too ambitious and arrogant. And when the team was at a disadvantage, they all seemed to be invisible. If they continue to maintain this mentality and state to play in this year's qualifiers, I'm afraid they won't even be able to enter the national competition. Seeing Dakamoiki walking towards him, Kasahara sighed. Originally, he closed the basketball hall and didn't let others in to save some face for his senior. But he didn't expect that it would become his fig leaf in the end. When the coaches of the two teams shook hands, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. In the end, Ryanan defeated Luoan High School with a score of 99-49. The players of Ryanan were very happy. It was a great victory. It was also a good start. After the game, as soon as the players of Ryanan came out of the locker room, Kasahara led all the Luoan players to them. Senior, I am very sorry for what happened before the game. I brought them to apologize to you. Kasahara said very sincerely. The Luoan players behind him also stood there with their heads down and said, "Please forgive us." Dakamoiki supported Kasahara's shoulders and said, "They are all trivial matters. I have never been angry about them." The Ryanan players behind him looked at him with contempt. Who was so angry? Who said in the locker room that Luoan would be beaten down? Wasn't it you? Now you are still pretending so well. Kasahara raised his head and continued. It's not just an apology, you made us see our own strength. For a long time, we always thought we were the kings of the Kyoto area, but the overall strength of the Kyoto area was weak, which gave us the illusion that we were very strong. In short, thank you for letting us see ourselves clearly. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 023, Stop Kidding, How Could He Be a First-Year Student? Outside Luoan High School, Kasahara led all the Luoan basketball team members to bid farewell to the Ryanan team who were about to leave. Senior, I hope we can compete again on the stage of the national competition. Kasahara said jokingly, haha. See you at the national competition. By the way, senior, that Yusuji Kenichi is so strong, why didn't you see him when you played in the county competition last year? Is he injured? Oh. Him. He is a newcomer who just joined the team this year. Dakamoiki said casually, don't joke, how could he be a freshman? Kasahara laughed, but he soon stopped laughing, because Dakamoiki said to him seriously, he is really a freshman, and he has been on the team for less than a month. Here is the information. Seeing the information of the Ryanan players in Dakamoiki's hand, Kasahara was convinced that Dakamoiki was not joking with him. Oh my god! What kind of shit luck did Senior Daka have? They actually recruited such a powerful newcomer. It's really enviable. Behind him, Luoan's players were also stunned by the news. They just accepted the defeat of this game in their hearts. And now you tell them that the one who led them to defeat them is actually a freshman? They have no way to accept this bloody reality. Senior is really amazing. Last year, he got a Sendo, and this year he got a Yusuji Kenichi. Where did he get him? No. When I returned to the basketball team, he came to sign up by himself. Dakamoiki said sincerely. Although he said all the truth, Kasahara was still unwilling to believe that such a powerful newcomer was actually picked up. He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Dakamoiki didn't care whether he really believed it or not. After waving goodbye, he took the Ryanan players to Tokyo. At the entrance of Luoan High School, Coach Kasahara, who was smiling and waving goodbye to Ryanan the previous second, turned around and said to the players in front of him with a gloomy face, "You all heard it. A freshman beat you into such a mess, I don't know why you are still so arrogant. From today on, everyone's training will be doubled. If this continues, Ryanan will go to the national competition and we can only watch TV at home." Fuka O'Hara with a short flat head said in a low voice, "Coach, it seems that school should be over now. Everyone, go to training, you, double the training volume." Kasahara pointed at Fuka O'Hara angrily. After shaking in the car for several hours, Ryanan arrived in Tokyo. After playing a day of games and shaking back and forth in the car for a day, the players were very tired. Takemoiki let the players stay in the hotel to rest according to the plan, and prepared to visit Tokyo Jinbo University affiliated high school the next day. Early the next morning, Ryanan's players, led by Takemoiki, arrived at the Jinbo University High School. The school's relevant person in charge had been waiting for everyone at the gate. Soon, everyone walked into the basketball hall of the Jinbo University High School. Their coach Natsum Yuzaburo came to greet them. After the two coaches exchanged a few words, Coach Natsum led everyone to the visiting team's locker room. Because the players of the Jinbo University High School had other activities in the afternoon, the practice match between the two sides could only be held in the morning. For this, the players were quite complaining. It's less than 20 hours, and we have to play 2 games in a row. It's really tiring. Takemoiki said that there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was not very strong. Although Jinbo University affiliated school was also a frequent visitor to the national competition, it was basically a marginal team every year. In addition, they lost 3 main players this year, so Take felt that Ryanan should not have a hard time. Soon, Ryanan's players came to the court. Seeing them coming, the players of Jinbo University affiliated school came up to greet them enthusiastically, unlike the indifferent players of Ryanan yesterday. However, most of them went to Sendo to greet him. Although many of them didn't know Sendo, most of them had heard of his name. Some newcomers even watched Sendo's games. After all, Sendo was still famous in Tokyo during junior high school. Soon, this harmonious practice match kicked off. Yuzumi still helped Ryanan get the ball, and Kenichi Yusuji scored a layup after receiving the pass from Yokusa. 2:0, Ryanan's quick score at the beginning surprised the players of the Jinbo Day affiliated team. They began to realize that Ryanan's strength was very likely to be strong. When it came to the offensive round of the Jinbo Day affiliated team, they passed the ball into the inside, trying to score from the inside, but were ruthlessly blocked by Yuzumi. Then Ryanan launched a quick counterattack. Sendo rushed to the front court alone and scored a dunk, 4:0, then, Kenichi Yusuji, Sendo and Yuzumi, the 3 main players, showed their strength one after another, and the game had completely lost its suspense shortly after it started. At the end of the first half, Ryanan had already led the Jinbo Day affiliated school by 21 points with a score of 42:21. This was only after Takemoiki instructed his players to let the game go. Otherwise, the difference between the two teams would have been even greater. Takemoiki did not want to hurt the relationship because the other team had arranged a friendly match with him. In the second half, Ryanan further expanded its advantage. Seeing that the victory was already decided, Jinbo Day affiliated school directly replaced all the main players. Takemoiki also let substitute players such as Makoto Masaru and Kazuki Kishino play on the court to gain some experience. However, Kenichi Yusuji did not really want to leave the court. He still wanted to brush up his data on the court. After all, his system experience acquisition was related to his data on the court. But after seeing Takemoiki's murderous eyes, Kenichi Yusuji left the court reluctantly. After more than 10 minutes of the substitutes from both sides playing like chickens, the training match officially ended. Ryanan won again with a big score, which also made the players full of confidence in this year's national competition. After bidding farewell to all the players of the Jinbo Day affiliated school, Ryanan's players finally ended their 2-day out-of-town practice match trip. And finally they can go home. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 024 Chubby Coach Anze, a challenge from Shohoku. Since the distance between Tokyo and Kanagawa is not far, the bus took less than an hour to return to Kanagawa. Perhaps Takamoiki was satisfied with the result of this practice match. He, who was always strict, actually gave the players a half-day holiday. This made the players grateful to him. You know, in the past, he only cared about training, and never let the players relax. Even Sendo liked to go fishing, and he scolded him countless times. Of course, scolding was useless. Sendo still liked to go fishing. After Takamoiki announced the disbandment, the players scattered like birds and beasts, wanting to enjoy this rare holiday. Sendo took out a fishing rod and other fishing supplies from somewhere, and walked to Kenichi Yusuji and asked, "Would you like to go fishing together?" After spending some time together, Sendo was very interested in this newcomer who was as strong as himself. He didn't care about what others said about him stealing his limelight. He didn't like this at all. He just liked basketball. Of course, there was also fishing. Kenichi Yusuji saw Sendo, who was full of expectations, and he refused a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, my personality may not be suitable for fishing." It wasn't that Kenichi Yusuji deliberately refused the invitation that came first, but he really didn't like fishing. He was a person who liked to move and didn't like to be quiet. It was more uncomfortable for him to sit by the pond for a long time without moving than to kill him. After hearing Kenichi Yusuji's answer, Sendo left with a fishing rod in disappointment. He could still vaguely hear his complaints. "You don't even like fishing, what a boring person." After Sendo left, Aida Hikoichi came to Kenichi Yusuji again. "Kenichi, do you have any plans for the afternoon? How about we go out for a walk together?" As two people who joined the team on the same day, Aida Hikoichi has always regarded Kenichi Yusuji as her idol. After all, he led her to win the first game of her basketball career on the first day of joining the team. Although Kenichi Yusuji didn't care about the outcome of that game, Kenichi Yusuji thought about it and felt that this seemed to be a good suggestion. He had just come to this world not long ago, and he was not very familiar with it. Moreover, he joined the basketball team the day after he came here, and he had no time to understand this world at all. While he was free now, it would be nice to go out for a walk with Hikoichi. So Kenichi Yusuji readily agreed to Aida Hikoichi's request. Under the guidance of Aida Hikoichi, Kenichi Yusuji gradually became familiar with the environment around Ryanan. "Kenichi, aren't you a local? Why do you seem so unfamiliar with this place?" "Oh, I'm from another place and transferred here not long ago." Kenichi Yusuji made up a random excuse. Just as the two continued to stroll around with great interest, suddenly, a stern female voice came from behind them. "Hikoichi." Aida Hikoichi looked back, and her face turned pale. Kenichi Yusuji looked in the direction Aida Hikoichi was looking, and found that the person coming was Aida Yayoi, a well-known reporter of Basketball Weekly. Aida Hikoichi's sister. Aida Yayoi parked her electric donkey, and walked to Aida Hikoichi's side. While twisting his ear, she said to him, "I finally got Coach Taka to accept you into the basketball team, but you didn't train and hang out with this yellow-haired guy here." Yellow-haired? Yusuji Kenichi looked around for a long time, only to find that she was talking about herself. Just as he was about to step forward to explain, he heard Aida Hikoichi speak. "Sister, it hurts." Aida Yayoi let go of her hand after hearing that. Aida Hikoichi rubbed her ear with her hand and continued. "We went to Kyoto and Tokyo to play 2 practice games, and we didn't come back until noon, so the coach gave us half a day off." "You went to Tokyo these 2 days? How come I didn't know anything about it? No wonder I always felt that something was missing at home. It turned out to be you. You are really my sister." Aida Hikoichi looked helpless. "Then who is this yellow-haired guy?" Aida Yayoi looked at Yusuji Kenichi with a look of looking at a bad guy, as if she was afraid that she would lead her brother astray. This is a member of our basketball team, and he is also a newcomer. He is really good. Even Senior Sendo is no match for him. Hello. My name is Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi Yusuji finally had the opportunity to speak. He is even better than Sendo, I don't believe it. Aida Yayoi was very skeptical of his brother's words. No, it was Hikoichi who exaggerated. Kenichi Yusuji was very modest. He was not a person who liked to talk about his strength. True strength should be shown on the basketball court. Aida Hikoichi wanted to argue again. At this time, a person came up from behind Aida Yayoi and said to her, "Miss Aida, we still have an interview." "Oh. Yes, I almost forgot. I'm leaving first." After hurriedly saying hello, Aida Yayoi rode her electric donkey and left like a fly. And Kenichi Yusuji and Aida Hikoichi continued to stroll for a while. And then went home. The next day, Dakamoiki resumed his strict training mode. Everyone had to complete the training strictly according to his requirements. He even gave the losing players the punishments that were not completed in the previous team training games, and asked them to complete all the punishments one by one in the next few days. As the time for the county competition got closer, the morale of the Ryanan team was getting higher and higher. This year, the team had a newcomer, Kenichi Yusuji, who was very strong. In addition to the original Sendo and Uajumi, the players were full of confidence in entering the national competition this year. On this day, Kenichi Yusuji just walked into the basketball hall and saw that other players had already started training, but Dakamoiki was not there. Feeling a little strange, Kenichi Yusuji asked his teammates next to him while joining the training, "Where is the coach? Why didn't he come? He came a long time ago, where is he?" Just now, a fat old man with white hair as big as a ball came, and he went to receive him. Fat old man as big as a ball? Coach Anze immediately popped up in Kenichi Yusuji's mind. It must be him. It's only a few days before the opening of the county competition. He should be here to arrange a practice match with Ryanan. Every once in a while, Dakamoiki would appear with a round figure, and his words and actions were full of respect. Kenichi Yusuji took a look and saw that it was Coach Anze. It seemed that he would play a match with Shihoku soon. The experience value of his system could be improved again. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 025. Do you think this is the case? After returning from a trip last time, Kenichi Yusuji checked his experience value, and it had reached 28%. The speed of increase was very fast. Of course, this was also related to his excellent performance on the court. If the coach had not replaced him in the game with Jinbo University, he would have definitely gained a lot of experience. He couldn't miss this good opportunity to play with Shihoku this time. Soon, Dakamoiki sent Coach Anze away. After returning to the basketball hall, he gathered everyone together. Everyone saw the person who came just now. He is Coach Anze of Shihoku. Tomorrow we will play a practice game with Shihoku here. Everyone, get ready. In fact, Dakamoiki didn't want to play this practice game with Shihoku. First, it was to preserve his strength and prevent other teams from finding out his true strength. This is why he tried his best to go to other places to arrange a training game. Second, in his opinion, Shihoku's strength is not strong, and playing a practice game with them will not have a very good effect. Shihoku was swept by Ryanan last year, and this year, there is only one more Kaed Rukawa. How strong can it be? But Coach Anze came to Ryanan to find me personally, so I can't refuse him this face. This old man is very prestigious in the basketball world, and even many college teams want to hire him to coach. Anyway, there is no loss in playing this game, just treat it as an appetizer before the game. Hearing the coach say that he will play a practice game with Shihoku, Yuzumi's first reaction is to play against Akagi again. Although Ryanen swept Shihoko last year, it was all Sendoa's credit. I was suppressed by Akagi in that game and didn't perform well. I have been training hard for the past year, so I can completely defeat Akagi when I meet him again. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Yuzumi felt that his body was immediately hot. As for the other members of Ryanen, they didn't feel anything about playing a practice match with Shihoko. After all, they had just beaten them up last year. After Dakamoiki announced the disbandment, the members of Ryanen started to practice again. Seeing this, Dakamoiki was very pleased. This year, with Kenichi Yusuji joining, the members are working so hard. It can be said that the right time, right place, and right people are in the right place. This is really the most promising year. In the evening, the players went home after a day of training. Kenichi Yusuji also changed his clothes and prepared to leave the basketball hall. Just as he stepped out of the basketball hall, Aida Hikoichi, who was hiding nearby, pulled him over and whispered, "Let's go to Shihoko tonight, do you want to go?" "Why go to Shihoko?" "To gather intelligence and prepare for tomorrow's game." Seeing Aida Hikoichi's serious face, Kenichi Yusuji was speechless. Ryanen almost had the advantage in tomorrow's game, so why should he go to gather intelligence? Although Kenichi Yusuji dissuaded him again and again, Aida Hikoichi still insisted on going. In his opinion, winning the game was the most important thing, and he would definitely not be able to play, so he could only make more contributions to the team in this way. Kenichi Yusuji thought that he had not been to Shihoko since he came to this world, so he just thought of it as a stroll. So he agreed to Aida Hikoichi's request. At the fence outside Shihoko school. "Why are you here?" "Climb over the fence." "Can't we go through the main gate?" "We don't have Shihoko student ID cards. The security guards at the gate won't let us in." Kenichi Yusuji was speechless for a while. He felt like he was in a den of thieves. He didn't expect that he had to climb over the school fence before crossing over, and after crossing over, he still had to climb over the school fence. In the Shihoko basketball hall, the red-haired Sakuragi Hanamichi was practicing shooting. He didn't believe that he would always miss the shot. Akagi Haruko on the side was cheering him on and guiding him in shooting. "Look, I wasn't wrong. There are really people training in the basketball hall." Aida Hikoichi pointed at Sakuragi and said to Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi Yusuji also felt a little strange. Is Sakuragi Hanamichi training so hard so early? Or is he practicing shooting? Could it be that he has changed because of his time travel? The next second, Sakuragi Hanamichi's shot flew directly over the backboard. Seeing this, Kenichi Yusuji knew that he was overthinking. Sakuragi was still the funny Sakuragi. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji and Hikoichi coming, Sakuragi immediately shifted his gaze. And by the way, he blamed the two for the missed shot. "Where are you from? How dare you disturb this genius's shooting practice?" Hikoichi immediately stepped forward to get close to him, telling him that he came here because of his reputation, and heard that Shihoko had a very powerful newcomer, and he admired him very much and came here to see him. Sakuragi had no idea that Hikoichi was deceiving him, and immediately revealed all the little things he knew under Hikoichi's deception. But he boasted that he was invincible in his words, which made Hikoichi admire him very much. And he belittled Kaed Rukawa, which made Kenichi Yusuji speechless. Seeing Hikoichi recording Sakuragi's words and deeds very seriously, Kenichi Yusuji couldn't stand it anymore. He walked up to Hikoichi and said, "Don't record it. These things are useless." Before Hikoichi could say anything, Sakuragi immediately said, "You yellow-haired guy, are you looking down on this genius?" Kenichi Yusuji became interested. "What if I say yes?" Sakuragi was immediately furious. He was about to use his headbutt, but he saw Haruko on the side constantly persuading him not to be impulsive. "Sakuragi, who wanted to show off in front of Haruko, immediately thought of a good way. He picked up a basketball and said to Kenichi Yusuji, "Watch me. Today I'll show you this genius slam dunk." After that, he started to run up. When he ran to the free throw line, Sakuragi jumped up and rushed directly to the basket. "What a great bounce!" Hikoichi exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakuragi fell to the ground with a bang. Kenichi Yusuji stepped forward and picked up the basketball and said, "Look, is this how you imagined yourself to be?" Kenichi Yusuji started running from outside the three-point line, jumping from the free throw line, but Kenichi Yusuji did not fall to the ground like Sakuragi, but flew in the air and dunked the basketball into the basket with one hand. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 026. Please join Shihoku. Sorry, I'm from Ryanan. Seeing that the dunking posture that he imagined to be exclusive to geniuses was easily completed by the yellow-haired guy in front of him, Sakuragi Hanamichi was completely upset. His own dunk failed, and the yellow-haired guy actually completed it so easily, which made him very angry. Haruko on the other side was completely shocked by Kenichi Yusuji's handsome dunking moves. This person could actually jump up and dunk from the free throw line, and succeeded. It was simply too strong. Compared with Sakuragi, his jumping ability and dunking skills are much stronger. And she seems to be more handsome than Kaede Rukawa. Sakuragi stood up and saw that his goddess was looking at Kenichi Yusuji like a fangirl. He was angry and decided to dunk again to save his image. As expected, he fell to the ground again. But this time Haruko did not help the fallen Sakuragi up, but walked straight to Kenichi Yusuji, and said in a slightly shy tone, "My classmate, you are so good at playing basketball, please join the Shihoku basketball team." Kenichi Yusuji smiled and responded, "I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I am now a regular member of Ryanan." "Me too." Aida Hikoichi behind him said loudly. "Ryanan." Haruko was immediately shocked. Ryanan actually has such a good player besides Sendo? Sakuragi, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly remembered what the gorilla Akagi said today. It is Ryanan who will play against Shihoku tomorrow. So he immediately got up, pointed at Yusuji Kenichi and the other two, and said, "Since you are from Ryanan, I will not be polite on the court tomorrow. Tomorrow you will see the true strength of this genius." Hearing Sakuragi's words, Yusuji Kenichi also turned his head and said, "I am also looking forward to your performance tomorrow, but the premise is that you have to be a starting player. Otherwise, you may not be able to play against me." Then, the two left the basketball hall of Shihoku under Sakuragi's gnashing eyes. The next morning, Yusuji Kenichi came to the basketball hall early as Dikamoiki asked him to do some simple training, and he saw an acquaintance coming to the basketball hall, which was Yayoi Aida, a reporter from Basketball Weekly. In fact, Yayoi Aida Hikoichi specially pulled him over to watch the game, of course, not to watch his own game. After all, he knew that he would definitely not be able to play with his own strength. He wanted his sister to see Kenichi Yusuji's performance, to prove that he did not lie last time. And the reason why Yayoi came was not entirely because of her brother, but more because she wanted to see the performance of Sendo, whom she had been thinking about. Yayoi walked to Dikamoiki's side, and said softly, "Thank you, Coach Dika." Dikamoiki knew that he was talking about accepting Hikoichi. "It doesn't matter, Hikoichi is still very good." After the two exchanged a few words, Yayoi sat down in the front row of the audience, and began to look around for Sendo. Dikamoiki went out to greet the Shihoku team. Not long after, he led the Shihoku team members in. As soon as the two teams met, Akagi and Yuzumi glared at each other. "Yuzumi, we lost to you last year, but it won't be the same today." "Humph. Akagi, have you only practiced your eloquence this year?" After the two of them had a few words, Shihoku went to the visiting team's locker room under the guidance of the staff. When passing by Kenichi Yusuji, Sakuragi immediately became excited. He jumped out of the crowd and pointed at Kenichi Yusuji and shouted, "Yellow hair, I must defeat you today." Kenichi Yusuji smiled at his provocation. He didn't think Sakuragi was qualified to challenge him, even if Sakuragi had grown up. Let alone now. Akagi on the side quickly pulled Sakuragi back to the team. When he left, he also took a special look at Kenichi Yusuji. Yesterday, his sister Haruko came home and said that there was a yellow-haired guy in Ryanan who was very powerful, and he might be stronger than Kaed Rukawa. Akagi didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect to see a yellow-haired player in Ryanan today. However, he didn't know how strong he was. In the match with Ryanan last year, Akagi had never seen this yellow-haired player. He should be a freshman, and he had never heard of him. He probably wasn't that strong. The strongest freshman in Kanagawa should be Kaed Rukawa. Akagi looked at Kaed Rukawa, and found that he was staring at Sendo not far away. Seeing the confident look in Kaed Rukawa's eyes, Akagi began to feel confident about today's game. Last year's sweep should be paid back today. In the locker room, Dakamoiki announced the starting lineup for today's practice match. The other positions were the same as the previous practice matches. Only Kenichi Yusuji was placed on the bench, and Koshino Hiroaki was the starter. He made such an arrangement because he did not want to expose his strength before the county finals. Kenichi Yusuji has now become Ryanan's trump card, and he is also a freshman. It is difficult for other teams to notice his existence, so he naturally becomes the best candidate to preserve his strength. And he also believes that with Sendo and Uajumi, it is enough to deal with Amir Shihoku. However, Kenichi Yusuji was not satisfied with his arrangement. After all, he still needed to play more games to gain more experience and awaken perfect copy. Moreover, he had already set a flag in front of Sakuragi yesterday. If he went to be a substitute now, Sakuragi would laugh him to death. Although Kenichi Yusuji tried every way to argue, he could not move Dakamoiki. In the end, he could only accept this arrangement helplessly. However, he still kept a hope in his heart. If Kenichi Yusuji remembered correctly, the game in the original book was very tense. In the end, Sendo took advantage of Shihoku's unpreparedness to complete the lore. Once that time really came, Dakamoiki would not want to play. Read books every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 027. That yellow-haired guy isn't even a starter, so his strength shouldn't be that good. In the locker room of Shihoku, it was also very uneasy. Sakuragi first made a scene in the locker room for the number 10 jersey. And then he insisted on being the starter. Because he still remembered what Kenichi Yusuji said to him yesterday. If he didn't start, he would have no chance to beat him. But with his strength as a layman, how could Coach Anze really let him start? Finally, under the threat of Akagi's fist, he reluctantly accepted the role of substitute. Soon, players from both teams came to the court. When they saw Sakuragi with red hair, Ryanan players were surprised. Look, there is a red-haired player in Shihoku. Yet, why didn't I notice it just now? It looks scary. However, their conversation was heard by Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was angry about not getting a starting position. He then looked at Ryanan players fiercely and said, "What are you looking at? Don't you have a yellow-haired player there?" Ryanan players looked at Yusuji Kenichi with an expression of sudden enlightenment, which made him speechless for a while. After a simple warm-up, the starting players of both teams all came on the court. Ryanan's starting lineup was: center Yuzumi, power forward Ikegami Ryaji, small forward Sendo Jong, shooting guard Koshino Hiroaki, point guard Yukyusa Tomoyuki. Because Kenichi Yusuji did not start, Sendo returned to the small forward position. And Koshino Hiroaki also played the shooting guard position he is most familiar with. Shihoku, center Akagi take Nori, power forward Satoru Kakuta, small forward Kaed Rukawa, shooting guard Shiozaka Tetsushi, point guard Yasuda Yasuharu. After both teams' starting players came on the court, Ryanan's players were surprised to see that first-year Kaed Rukawa was actually able to start the game. Wow! That first-year Kaed Rukawa is the starter. Yeah. I heard he's very good. What's the big deal? We also have Kenichi Yusuji. I wonder who's better between the two of them. Sakuragi Hanamichi also found that Kenichi Yusuji was sitting on Ryanan's bench. He was a little depressed and suddenly felt better. He stood up and pointed in the direction of Kenichi Yusuji and said loudly, "Ha ha ha. I thought you could start the game, but you're also a substitute. You were pretending to me yesterday, ha ha ha." Kenichi Yusuji, who felt very speechless, had to pretend to ignore Sakuragi. After all, he did set a flag in front of Sakuragi yesterday, but who knew Dakamoiki was going to hide himself? On the court, Akagi, who was preparing for a jump ball, also saw that Kenichi Yusuji did not start the game. He immediately shook his head, thinking that his sister was exaggerating. If he can't even start, how strong can he be? It seems that Kaed Rukawa is more reliable among the newcomers in Kanagawa this year. Beep. As the referee whistled, Yuzumi and Akagi jumped high at the same time to fight for the ball. At the moment when both of their palms were about to touch the basketball, Yuzumi took the lead and hit the basketball in the direction of Yukyusa. Beautiful. Captain Yuzumi beat Akagi. Captain, keep going, and try to get the first point. Ryanan substitutes led by Hikoichi saw this and began to cheer for Yuzumi. On the Shihoku bench, Ayako frowned and said, "Senior Akagi actually lost, even though he completely suppressed Yuzuki last year." Coach Anze responded calmly, "Uashumi has been training very hard this year. Now is the time to see the results." On the court, Ryanan, who got the ball, started to attack. Yukyusa passed the ball to Sendo immediately after dribbling a few steps. Now that Kenichi Yusuji was not on the court, Sendo was naturally the best choice for attack. After getting the ball, Sendo did not pause at all. He accelerated and dribbled directly to Shihoku's basket. Just as he jumped up to dunk, Kaed Rukawa suddenly appeared beside him and stretched out his hand to block Sendo's dunk. But he was well prepared and dodged. Sendo then dunked with both hands to get the first point of the game for Ryanan. The Ryanan bench immediately cheered. Dakamoiki was also very satisfied with Sendo, who got into the game quickly at the beginning of the game, and also wrote off the fact that he was almost late just now. Among all the Ryanan players, only Kenichi Yusuji seemed not so happy. In Shihoku's offensive round, Yasuda Yasuharu steadily carried the ball to the front court, and then passed the ball directly to Akagi after his teammates were in position. This is Shihoku's usual style of play. After all, Shihoku used to be Akagi's one-man team, and only he had the ability to help the team win the game. As soon as Akagi received the pass from Yasuda in the paint, Yuzumi immediately stuck to his back, opened his arms and began to defend, and said provocatively, "Akagi, you seem to be a lot weaker this year than last year." "Humph. It's enough to deal with you," Akagi said unwillingly. At the same time, Akagi began to squeeze back with all his strength, in order to gain an advantageous position for himself, but Yuzumi was also desperately trying to stop Akagi's advance. The two started a pure strength competition under the basket. After a few seconds, Yuzumi did not move at all, and Akagi was a little overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, Ayako off the court couldn't help but start to worry about Akagi. "I didn't expect Yuzumi to make such great progress this year. Not only did he win the jump ball against senior Akagi, but now he is even as strong as him. This is not going to be good." On the court, after Akagi tried repeatedly without success, he had to find another way. He began to turn around with his back to Yuzumi, trying to deceive Yuzumi's defense with a fake move. However, he failed in the end. Yuzumi was not deceived by his fake move, and he blocked Akagi's shot at the moment of his shot. With a loud bang, Akagi's shot was blown away by Yuzumi. Wow! It's Yuzumi's big block. Captain Yuzumi is so powerful. He blocked Akagi's shot in one go. Keep it up, Ryanan, and beat Shihoku. Yuzumi's continuous outstanding performance made Ryanan's players very happy. On the other hand, Shihoku's bench was dead silent. Their most trusted captain Akagi was suppressed by Yuzumi continuously, which made them worry about the result of this game. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 028. Your opponent is not me, but him. On the court, Ryanan's players grabbed the basketball that was blown away by Yuzumi, and then quickly launched a fast break. Fortunately, Shihoku's players reacted quickly, so Ryanan's fast break failed. Yukyusa also kept the rhythm steady, and did not rush to attack. When everyone fell into the positional battle, Yukyusa passed the ball directly to Yuzumi in the interior. Now he was in great shape. Yukyusa naturally wanted him to strike while the iron was hot. After Yuzumi received the pass from Yukyusa, Shihoku's players all felt a little nervous. They were not sure whether Akagi in his current state could withstand Yuzumi's attack. Under Shihoku's basket, Yuzumi pushed Akagi's body and squeezed towards the basket, and then suddenly turned to the left and shot, which scared Akagi. He jumped up to block the shot, but saw that Yuzumi didn't really shoot. Oh no! Fake! Akagi regretted it at this time, but he had already jumped in the air, and there was no room for any operation. He could only watch Yuzumi dunk with both hands. After the dunk, Yuzumi pulled his jersey and roared at the Shihoku players. Roar! Shihoku's players were immediately frightened by his momentum. Wow! What a terrible momentum! Yes! It looks so scary. Yuzumi's dunk and roar boosted Ryanan's morale. In the following games, they played better and better. Continuous steals and blocks made Shihoku's several attacks in vain. However, Ryanan, led by Yuzumi, gradually hit a small climax. Soon, the score on the field reached 12-0. Shihoku was far behind and had not yet scored a point. Ryanan's substitutes even felt that the game was a foregone conclusion. On Shihoku's bench, anxious Ayako said to Coach Anze, "Coach, should we call a timeout?" Coach Anze took a sip of water, and then said, "No need. But now, they will find a way to solve the problem. All we can do is believe in them." Seeing Coach Anze's confidence, Ayako had no choice but to give up. Takamoiki, who was far away, looked at the indifferent Coach Anze, and felt a little surprised. Is Coach Anze so patient? Or does he have any other tricks? On the court, Ryanan continued to attack. Yukyusa dribbled to the front court. After a brief observation, he passed the ball to Yuzumi again as usual. But this time, something unexpected happened. A figure wearing a white number 11 jersey suddenly appeared on Yukyusa's passing route. Oh no! It's Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa's sudden appearance surprised Yukyusa, but his pass had already been made, and there was no possibility of taking it back. Kaed Rukawa easily intercepted the pass originally passed to Yuzumi, and then he quickly dribbled and launched a counterattack. Yukyusa wanted to intercept, but Kaed Rukawa easily dodged it. After galloping all the way, Kaed Rukawa had already arrived at Ryanan's basket. Just as he jumped up to dunk, Sendo appeared in front of him in time. Seeing Sendo's appearance, Kaed Rukawa did not retreat. Instead, he rushed directly towards Sendo's defense. Wow! Kaed Rukawa is going to have a 1v1 with Sendo. This guy who doesn't know how high the sky is, dares to challenge Sendo. Sendo will definitely be able to stop him. The Ryanan players were very dissatisfied with Kaed Rukawa's performance of ignoring Sendo. And they all thought that he would be defeated soon. The cheerleaders on the Shohoku bench were praying for Kaed Rukawa in their hearts, hoping that he could score this goal. After all, the entire Shohoku still had 0 points so far, which was really embarrassing. On the court, when Sendo was about to block his dunk, Kaed Rukawa took advantage of the situation and switched the basketball from his right hand to his left hand, successfully avoiding Sendo's block. Bang! Kaed Rukawa successfully dunked the basketball into the basket with his left hand. 12:2. Shohoku finally scored their first goal of the game. Beautiful. Kaed Rukawa did a good job. We finally scored a goal, woo-woo. Kaed Rukawa's goal finally made the Shohoku bench, which had been silent for a long time, boil. They began to cry with joy. This guy really likes to go against me. Seeing Kaed Rukawa's outstanding performance on the court, Dakamoiki immediately thought of the scene when he rejected him, so he immediately stood up and shouted to Sendo, "Sendo, what are you doing? Defend him." Sendo on the court looked at Dakamoiki with an angry face, and his head was full of question marks. Kaed Rukawa just scored a goal, why is the coach so angry? The game continued. Yokusa continued to advance with the ball. This time he passed the ball to Yuzumi after observing Kaed Rukawa's position, and Yuzumi attacked Akagi again after getting the ball. After turning around continuously, Yuzumi once again got rid of Akagi's defense. Just when he was about to shoot, Kaed Rukawa suddenly rushed out from the corner again, and blocked Yuzumi's shot. Shohoku also took the opportunity to counterattack. Quickly came to Ryanan's half. Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball directly to the basket. But this time Sendo's defense on him was very tight. Kaed Rukawa couldn't find a good offensive opportunity at all. Seeing that Shohoku's attack was about to fail, Kaed Rukawa came to the inside and took the opportunity to pass the ball to Akagi's direction. After receiving the ball, Akagi overcame Yuzumi's defense, forced to jump and dunked the basketball into the basket. Beautiful. Captain Akagi has awakened. Great, Kaed Rukawa and Akagi both played well, there is hope for this game. Shohoku's bench was boiling again. With the successive efforts of Kaed Rukawa and Akagi, the situation on the court gradually began to tilt towards Shohoku. Ryanan's subsequent 2 attacks were both blocked, while Shohoku relied on the excellent performance of Kaed Rukawa and Akagi to further narrow the score. Soon, the score on the field reached 12-10, with only 1 goal difference between the 2 sides. Kaed Rukawa, who had just scored again, came to Sendo and pointed at the scoreboard and said, "Look, the score is almost tied." Sendo naturally knew that he was provoking him, so he smiled and said, "In fact, your opponent in this game is not me, but him." Kaed Rukawa showed a surprised expression, and looked in the direction of Sendo's finger, and saw a player with yellow hair and wearing Ryanan's number 9 jersey standing up from the bench. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 029 Yang Yan shoots the basketball, extremely difficult shooting technique. Beeb. Ryanan team requests a substitution. Player number 9 replaces player no 6. The referee's whistle suddenly sounded, and the eyes of the whole audience turned to the yellow-haired man who just stood up and walked into the field. On the bench of Ryanan, Dakamoiki looked at the field with a gloomy face. According to his judgment before the game, this game could be easily won without Kenichi Usagi on the field. But he did not expect that Kaed Rukawa, who had rejected him, would have such amazing explosive power. Not only did he break Shohoku's scoring drought with his super personal ability in the face of Sendo, he was also able to boost the morale of the whole team. Coupled with Akagi's awakening, Dakamoiki felt more and more that this game seemed a little dangerous. Combined with Coach Anze, who had always been behind but always looked calm, Dakamoiki had to send Kenichi Yusuji to be on the safe side. Because Ryanen could not afford to lose this game. The county tournament is about to start. At this stage, if we lose to an opponent that we have swept before, it may affect the morale of the entire team. If it affects the subsequent county tournaments, it will be a loss. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji on the court, Sakuragi on the Shohoku bench was the first to get restless. That yellow-haired guy is on the court, I want to go on the court too, I want to beat him. Sakuragi Hanamichi rushed to the court aggressively, and the other substitutes couldn't stop him. He gradually calmed down until Coach Anze whispered in his ear, "You are the secret weapon." Kenichi Yusuji came to the court, and Koshino Hiroaki, who replaced him, high-fived him and said, "Kenichi, it's up to you next." "Don't worry." Kenichi Yusuji said confidently. Koshino looked at Kenichi Yusuji's back, his eyes full of envy. He replaced Sendo and became the team's trump card in his first year. He has a bright future. Seeing the new player who was stronger than Sendo in Aida Hikoichi's words, Aida Yayoi, who had been observing and recording, also began to pay attention to this yellow-haired guy. She also wanted to see if this guy was as strong as Hikoichi said. As the substitution ended, the game continued. Yukyusa came to the front court with the ball and passed the ball directly to Kenichi Yusuji without any hesitation. He knew the current problem of the Ryanen team very well. They could not score in the offense for many consecutive times. In Yukyusa's view, Kenichi Yusuji was the strongest scorer in the entire Ryanen team. So the answer to this question was simple. No way to score? Just throw the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi Yusuji had just received the pass from Yukyusa. Kaed Rukawa quickly came in front of Kenichi Yusuji and started defending directly. From Sendo's serious expression just now, Kaed Rukawa knew that the guy in front of him was definitely not an ordinary character. So he didn't dare to relax at all. And he defended Kenichi Yusuji with all his strength as if he was facing a great enemy. Kenichi Yusuji recognized his defensive attitude very much. But he didn't think Kaed Rukawa really defended him. After holding the ball and stalemate with Kaed Rukawa for a few seconds, Kenichi Yusuji suddenly jumped up and shot directly. And Kaed Rukawa opposite him also reacted very quickly, almost jumping up at the same time. Wow! Kenichi Yusuji is going to shoot, is it a quick shot? It seems not. He didn't shoot during the jump. When Ryanen's players saw Kenichi Yusuji finally take action, they all started to discuss. In their opinion, as long as Kenichi Yusuji takes action, he will definitely score. It's just a matter of how to score. There's nothing to worry about. On the bench of Shohoku, Ayako looked at the court and said, "Kaed Rukawa defended very well. It seems that there is no problem to put the ball down." But Coach Anze, who was sitting on the side, never spoke. Instead, he became a little worried. Is it really that simple? On the court, Kenichi Yusuji, who had just jumped to the highest point, shot directly. Seeing this, Kaed Rukawa waved his hand to block the shot. But he was shocked to find that he had blocked only a shadow and did not really touch the basketball. Shua! Until the sound of the basketball entering the net came from behind. Kaed Rukawa knew that Kenichi Yusuji's shot had scored. But he never saw how the ball flew over from beginning to end. He had clearly blocked the shot. Yusuji Kenichi looked at Kaed Rukawa, who was a little unwilling in front of him. He still had some admiration for him. In fact, his defense just now was very good. And even caused a little pressure on himself. But all this was in vain in front of his own Keijiro shot. That's right. Just now, Yusuji Kenichi imitated Himuro Tatsuya's exclusive skill in black and blue, Keijiro shoot blue. This shooting action is very fast. So fast that it is almost difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Kaed Rukawa thought Yusuji Kenichi only shot the blue once. But in fact, Yusuji Kenichi shot twice. During the first shot, Kenichi Yusuji threw the basketball vertically above him, and then used his superb air-staying ability to quickly make a second shot when the basketball fell. The shot that Kaed Rukawa blocked just now was the first shot, but the basketball was rising vertically, so Kaed Rukawa did not block it. Since the interval between the two shots was too short, it was normal that Kaed Rukawa did not see it clearly. Kenichi Yusuji waved his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and could not help but sigh that the physical strength consumed by Yanjian's shooting was too great. He had just shot one ball, and his forehead was already sweating. It seemed that he would not need to shoot too many times in the whole game. Off the court, Ryanan's substitutes all applauded Kenichi Yusuji, although they could not see clearly how the ball was shot in. It was obviously about to be blocked by Kaed Rukawa, but he suddenly scored a goal in a confused manner. However, as long as the result is good, it's fine. Takamoiki was very surprised to see Kenichi Yusuji on the court. The process of Kenichi Yusuji's shooting was too fast. Even if he didn't see it clearly, he could barely get a rough idea. Kenichi Yusuji made such a difficult shooting action in the air. Even Daka, who was well informed, was shocked. This guy can even do such a difficult shooting technique. How many scoring methods are there that we don't know about? Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 030 The Terrible Newcomer. On the Shohoku bench, many players looked at the court in confusion. They really didn't understand. Kaed Rukawa had blocked Kenichi Yusuji's shot, so how did the ball fly into the basket? Ayako looked at Coach Anze in disbelief. Coach Anze patiently explained to them, 2 shots, he just shot twice in the air. Because the speed was too fast, we thought he only shot once. And Kaed Rukawa only blocked his first shot, so it failed. After hearing Coach Anze's explanation, all the players on the Shohoku bench and on the court were shocked. There is such a shooting skill in the world. It can actually make 2 consecutive shots in the air. And the speed is so fast that it is almost invisible to the naked eye. Is this really a skill that a high school student can do? Everyone in Shohoku looked at Kenichi Yusuji as if he were a monster. Not only them, but even Ryan and teammates who were used to Kenichi Yusuji's various strange shots, looked at Kenichi Yusuji with unbelievable eyes. Although Coach Anze seemed very calm, his inner shock was no less than that of others. This kind of extremely difficult shooting technique has not been heard of for many years. I didn't expect to see it here this year. This guy's potential is really shocking. If possible, Coach Anze wants to dig him into his own hands and train him well. I believe that in the future he will definitely become an important figure who will surpass the shocking Sakura basketball world. In the front row of the audience, Aida Yayoi, who had already stopped taking notes, was also stunned after hearing what Coach Anze said. Her brother had told her before that this yellow-haired guy was very strong. She didn't even believe the punctuation marks. Now she didn't expect that he showed his super personal strength with just 1 ball on the court. He even had this difficult shooting skill at his fingertips. I think what Hikoichi said about him being stronger than expected should be true. Thinking of this, Aida Yayoi began to be shocked by the overall strength of the Ryanan team now. They already have the combination of Sendo and Yuzumi, and with the stronger Yusuji Kenichi, my god, could her brother who got in through the back door really have a chance to play in the national competition? He might even have a chance to achieve better results. On the basketball court, after everyone was shocked for a moment, the game finally resumed. Shohoku also launched their attack again. Although Kenichi Yusuji showed off his skills to the Shohoku team as soon as he came on the court, which frightened them severely, the Shohoku players did not want to surrender. Yasuda controlled the ball and came to the front court. Under the coercive defense of Yukusa, he had to pass the ball immediately. Soon, the basketball came to Kaed Rukawa. Facing Kenichi Yusuji's defense, Kaed Rukawa was not afraid at all. His character has always been that the stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. So after seeing Kenichi Yusuji's amazing strength, Kaed Rukawa was not discouraged, but became more motivated. He rushed to the inside despite Kenichi Yusuji's defense, and Kenichi Yusuji followed Kaed Rukawa's steps, never revealing any flaws to Kaed Rukawa. Seeing that he had reached the inside line, Kaed Rukawa saw that he could not get rid of Kenichi Yusuji's defense and jumped directly. At the same time, Kenichi Yusuji also jumped at the same time, and completely blocked Kaed Rukawa's shooting angle. Seeing that he had no chance to shoot, Kaed Rukawa immediately retracted his raised hands, and passed the basketball in his hands from behind Kenichi Yusuji to Akaji's direction. As early as when he jumped, he saw that Akaji had already stood in an advantageous position under the basket. He believed that as long as he passed the ball, Akaji would be able to score the final point. But just when Kaed Rukawa passed the ball, he clearly saw Kenichi Yusuji stretching out his right hand and swinging it behind him without turning his body. With a bang, Kenichi Yusuji intercepted his pass. What's going on? Did he predict his pass in advance? Or could he see behind him? Kaed Rukawa's mind was in a mess at this time. He had no idea why Kenichi Yusuji intercepted his pass. You know, his passing route is quite hidden. Most importantly, this is in his blind spot. Akaji on the side also saw this scene clearly. He was also deeply shocked by Kenichi Yusuji's steal without any vision. Until this moment, he really understood what Haruko said to you last night. This yellow-haired guy is really powerful. He should be stronger than Kaed Rukawa. It's Kenichi Yusuji again, he's too strong. On the Shihoku bench, after seeing Shihoku's attack blocked, Ayako said angrily, while Coach Anze on the side did not speak. I don't know what he was thinking. If you look closely at his eyes, you will find that his eyes are always fixed on Kenichi Yusuji. After Kenichi Yusuji completed the steal, he quickly passed the basketball to Yukyusa, who had already started running. Ryanan's players were not surprised that Kenichi Yusuji used his special perception ability to steal the ball in his blind spot, because they were used to it. So when Shihoku's players were still in shock, Yukyusa and others had already started running. Yukyusa and Ikegami, who were running in the front, easily scored 2 points with a simple cooperation. At 16-10, Ryanan finally found his rhythm, and once again took the initiative on the court into his own hands. Takamoiki, who was off the court, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kenichi Yusuji really didn't disappoint him. As long as he was on the court, Ryanan's offense would never have any problems with him. Takamoiki felt that the pressure on him was much less. On the other side, on the Shihoku bench, Coach Anze kept staring at Kenichi Yusuji. In him, Coach Anze seemed to see a familiar figure. The student he was once most proud of, Ryoji Tanisawa. Both of them have amazing talents that ordinary people can't match. It's just that Kenichi Yusuji's potential seems to be stronger now. Not only does he have extraordinary perception, he can also shoot those super difficult shots at will. What's more terrifying is that he is just a freshman in high school. I'm afraid his future prospects will be brighter than Tanisawa's. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 031, The Sky and Ground Shots of the Uncrowned Top 5 Generals. Kaed Rukawa's mentality completely explodes. The game was still going on, but the morale of the Shihoku team was obviously not as high as when they were chasing points. Yasuda came to the front court with the ball. When he saw Kaed Rukawa looking at him for the ball, he wanted to pass it directly to Kaed Rukawa, but then he hesitated. The player defending Kaed Rukawa was Kenichi Yusuji, who had performed brilliantly since he came on the court. Yasuda was worried that Kaed Rukawa could not break through his defense, so he chose a safer way and passed the ball to Akagi in the inside. After seeing Yasuda pass the ball to Akagi, the most angry player on the court was not Kaerukawa, but Uazumi. Akagi, who had recovered, had scored in front of him. Now even a little player like Yasuda felt that he could not defend against Akagi. This was a humiliation for Uzumi, who had a strong sense of self-esteem. Moreover, it could be seen from the fact that the coach was replaced by Kenichi Yusuji and his sullen face that Dikamoiki was very dissatisfied with the performance of the players on the field. As the captain, he was naturally to blame. The anger and pressure made Uzumi determined to defend against Akagi's attack this time. Akagi received the pass from Yasuda and quickly started a singles game with his back against Uzumi. However, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Uzumi's momentum was completely different from before, and his defensive strength was significantly stronger than before. Even his continuous efforts did not move Uzumi at all. Seeing that this approach was blocked, Akagi immediately changed his attack method. He turned left quickly and came to Uzumi's side. He half-covered Uzumi's body and used his right hand to make a layup. However, he obviously underestimated Uzumi's reaction speed. Uzumi stood up straight, stretched out his right hand and blocked Akagi's layup in an instant. Wow! Uzumi blocked Akagi's shot while standing. Beautiful! Too great! Everyone returned to normal as soon as Kenichi Yusuji came on the court. Ryanan, who got the ball, began to counterattack. Yukyusa naturally passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. There was no reason. Now he had no other choice of passing, even if Sendo came. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji get the ball, all the players of Shohoku began to get nervous. Although this guy had only been on the court for a short time, he gave people a strong sense of oppression. Kaerukawa tensed up and guarded Kenichi Yusuji with all his strength, not wanting him to score again. Kenichi Yusuji, facing Kaerukawa's defense, suddenly took a step back and came outside the three-point line, and raised his hand to start shooting. It was a three-pointer. Stop him! Kaerukawa! The substitutes of Shohoku saw Kenichi Yusuji shoot a three-pointer, and they were all very anxious. The score was still quite tense. If he was allowed to shoot a three-pointer, the score difference would probably be widened. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji shoot a three-pointer, Kaerukawa's reaction was also very fast. He came to Kenichi Yusuji in 2 steps, and jumped up to block Kenichi Yusuji's shot. But when he jumped in the air, he was surprised to find that Kenichi Yusuji's body was drifting backwards. Fadeaway shot. It was a fadeaway three-pointer. Although Kaerukawa is also proficient in fadeaway shots, he rarely uses this technique when shooting three-pointers, because the three-point line is too far from the basket, and fadeaway shots are too physically demanding. Moreover, the farther the distance, the harder it is to hit a fadeaway shot. This requires a lot of practice to achieve a certain level of proficiency. But he didn't expect Kenichi Yusuji to complete this shot so easily. This guy's offensive skills are really dazzling. Swish! Kenichi Yusuji's fadeaway three-pointer went into the net. 1910, watching Kenichi Yusuji's three-pointer, Shohoku's bench fell silent again. Kenichi Yusuji's endless offensive methods made them feel very depressed. Even the super rookie Kaerukawa, who made them proud, seemed to have no way to deal with it. If things were allowed to continue to develop, the result would probably be very unfavorable to Shohoku. Shohoku attacked. This time Kaerukawa received the pass from Yasuda as he wished. But he was already a little impatient and couldn't get rid of Kenichi Yusuji's defense. After many unsuccessful attempts, he had to pass the basketball to Satoru Kakuta, who seemed to be in a good position on the other side. Kakuta, who hadn't touched the ball for a long time, was flattered by this. Then he hastily shot the ball under Ikami's defense. But it hit the basket in the end. Uzumi overpowered Akagi and grabbed the basketball. Shohoku's attack failed again. Yukyusa quickly advanced to the front court with the ball and passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji again. Seeing that the basketball was in Kenichi Yusuji's hands again, not only the players on the Shohoku bench, but also the Shohoku players on the court, began to get nervous unconsciously. Kaerukawa, who was already sweating profusely, stared at Kenichi Yusuji in front of him. No matter what, he didn't want Kenichi Yusuji to shoot a three-pointer again. But the opposite happened. Kenichi Yusuji jumped outside the three-point line again. No way. He's going to shoot a three-pointer again. Again. Kaerukawa, stop him quickly. The Shohoku substitutes off the court were already very anxious. And Kaerukawa on the court did not disappoint them. He moved very quickly. Almost at the same time as Kenichi Yusuji just made a shooting action. He had already quickly arrived in front of Kenichi Yusuji and jumped up. But when he jumped up, he found that Kenichi Yusuji did not shoot a three-pointer at the first time. Oh no! Fake move! Kaerukawa was shocked. At this time, Kenichi Yusuji chose to jump and shoot after squatting for a while. Although Kaerukawa repeatedly avoided colliding with Kenichi Yusuji, he still hit Kenichi Yusuji's left arm when Kenichi Yusuji shot. At the same time, Kaerukawa also clearly saw the smile on Kenichi Yusuji's mouth, a hole. This guy did it on purpose. Kaerukawa, who realized the truth, was already in a state of panic. But there was no way to deal with it. Kenichi Yusuji imitated the skills of Ryo Mishiru, one of the 5 uncrowned generals in the black and blue team, in these 2 attacks, shooting Sky, Earth, and Void. Sky is that he can use the back to evade defense when shooting a three-pointer, and Earth allows him to deceive the opponent with a fake move, and then squat and shoot to cheat a foul. Of course, there is also the most powerful Void shot. But Kenichi Yusuji has not shown it yet. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 032 The Appearance of the Void Shot. The beginning of Shohoku's collapse. After landing, Kaerukawa quickly looked at the basket. He hoped that his collision could change Kenichi Yusuji's shooting route, but he was disappointed in the end. The basketball still flew into the basket steadily. 22-10, at the same time, the referee's whistle sounded, beep. White number 11 fouled, 1 free throw. The referee's words were clearly heard by Kaerukawa. Although Kaerukawa was very angry at this time, he could only raise his right hand helplessly. It turned out to be 3+1, Kenichi is so awesome. A shout suddenly came from outside the court. Kenichi Yusuji knew that this person was Aida Hikoichi without turning his head back. As the absolute main force of the Ryanan cheerleading team, this is usually the time when he is most active. On the Ryanan bench, not only Aida Hikoichi, but all the substitutes stood up and cheered for Kenichi Yusuji. Swish! Kenichi Yusuji made a free throw easily. 23-10. As the score difference widened, Shohoku players felt the pressure on themselves increasing. The game continued. Yasuda brought the ball to the front court. Looking at other teammates running on the court, Yasuda was a little dazed. He didn't know who to pass the ball to for a while. Kaerukawa was completely blown up by Kenichi Yusuji on both offense and defense. Akagi also found it difficult to score easily under the entanglement of Yuzumi. Does he have to rely on himself? Could it be that I am the one with destiny? Just when Yasuda was still thinking about it, Yukyusa seized the opportunity and acted quickly, directly snatching the basketball from Yasuda's hand. The Shohoku bench wailed when they saw this scene. Ayako stood up anxiously. The strong performance of Kenichi Yusuji greatly affected the entire Shohoku team. They moved slowly and hesitantly, and it was difficult for them to show their usual strength. Is Kenichi Yusuji really just a freshman? On the court, Yukyusa stole the ball from Yasuda and quickly brought the ball to the front court. when Kenichi Yusuji just walked to Shihoku's half-court. He passed the ball to him. Yukyusa felt that. When Kenichi Yusuji came on the court, he felt much more relaxed. Just pass the ball to him. If he was not afraid of being scolded by Coach Dika, he would even want to move a bench and sit here, eating melon seeds and watching Kenichi Yusuji's performance. When Kenichi Yusuji received the ball outside the three-point line, everyone on the Shihoku bench stood up nervously. Their faces were full of worry. On the court, Kaed Rukawa defended Kenichi Yusuji outside the three-point line for the third time. His nerves were stretched to the limit at this time. He kept thinking about the shooting methods that Kenichi Yusuji might use in his mind, so that he could deal with them. Suddenly, he saw Kenichi Yusuji move. What surprised him was that Kenichi Yusuji did not start shooting directly like before, but began to squat continuously, and the extent of his squatting was obviously much larger than that of a normal shot. Although he did not understand Kenichi Yusuji's intention, Kaed Rukawa did not dare to be careless. He also squatted down as Kenichi Yusuji did, so as not to fall behind Kenichi Yusuji when defending. Just as Kaed Rukawa squatted down, Kenichi Yusuji suddenly started, and his legs were like springs. In an instant, he stretched his legs and jumped into the air. Seeing this, Kaed Rukawa quickly jumped up, ready to defend Kenichi Yusuji's shot. But what shocked him was that his legs were completely frozen at the moment he stood up. Although he tried his best, he could not jump up at all. The terrified Kaed Rukawa looked at Kenichi Yusuji on the opposite side, but found that Kenichi Yusuji had already made a three-point shot. He knew that the sound of the goal would soon reach his ears. Kenichi Yusuji used Ryo Miru's void shot this time. This skill can guide the opponent to squat like himself, and then use his ability to quickly stand up, so that the unprepared opponent will suddenly stiffen, giving people the illusion that the defensive player is standing still. What's going on? Why is Kaed Rukawa standing there? Yes. Did he give up defense? At least there is still a chance to jump up to block, but if you don't jump up at all, there is really no chance at all. Unknown Shihoku players are confused by Kaed Rukawa's strange behavior, and some have even begun to blame him. In fact, not only Shihoku players, even Yukyusa, who is closest to the two on the court, doesn't know what happened. Could it be that Kenichi Yusuji persuaded Kaed Rukawa to rebel? That would be great. Ryanen has one more general. Although Yukyusa knew that his idea was unrealistic. But apart from this, Yukyusa could not think of any other reason that would make Kaed Rukawa give up this defense. This is because Kenichi Yusuji squatted just now. Dakamoiki, who was sitting on the bench, explained to Hikoichi and others who were also confused. Kenichi Yusuji deliberately squatted down a lot when he squatted, and Kaed Rukawa did the same for defense. But when he suddenly stood up, Kaed Rukawa's body suddenly froze, so he didn't jump up. Then why can Kenichi Yusuji jump? Hikoichi asked curiously. It should be because he has a lot of practice. After his legs are used to it, they should not be frozen. Dakamoiki answered calmly, although he seemed very calm when answering the question, but his heart was not calm at all. This guy can actually come up with this way of shooting and scoring, which is really surprising. Since Kenichi Yusuji joined the team, he has demonstrated a variety of powerful and practical shooting skills. As time goes by, he uses more and more offensive skills. This made Dakamoiki question his true strength. Is what he knows really his limit? On Shihoku's bench, the depressed mood has swept everyone. Even Ayako, who has been encouraging everyone to cheer for the players on the field, has become listless. The score is now 26-10. And Shihoku hasn't scored for a long time. What makes them even more desperate is that Kenichi Yusuji's strong strength seems to be like a mountain pressing on everyone's heart, making everyone see no hope of winning. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 033 Shihoku's Last Hope. Unlike others, Coach Anze was not that concerned about the current predicament of Shihoku. It was just a training match. It was a good thing to see the shortcomings of the players. More importantly, all his attention was now on Kenichi Yusuji. After so many years, he finally saw a talented player who amazed him. Although he was quite satisfied with the talents of Kaed, Rukawa, and Sakuragi, who joined the team this year, their talents were indeed a little worse than Kenichi Yusuji. It was just a pity that this talented player was not under his command. The game on the field continued. Under the influence of Kenichi Yusuji's excellent performance, Ryanan's players showed good form one after another. Sendo and Yuzumi started to score consecutively. Looking at the posture, they seemed to be no less than Kenichi Yusuji. Even Ikegami and Yokusa performed well. Although Shihoku's players have been trying hard to persist under Akaji's encouragement, they still can't hide their decline. Soon the score on the field reached 48:22. Seeing this huge score difference, Shihoku's players felt extremely desperate. Outside Ryanan's basketball hall, a man wearing Shihoku's number 5 jersey was gradually walking towards the basketball hall. This man was Shihoku's vice-captain Kagure Kiminobu. He was late because of something at home. Kagure walked quickly towards the basketball hall, guessing the score of the two teams in his heart. Although Ryanan swept Shihoku last year, we have Kaed Rukawa joining this year, and Akaji is also a leader. I think the strength of the two teams should be almost the same. Kagure, who was more and more anxious to see the score, quickly quickened his pace. When he walked into the basketball hall and saw the score on the scoreboard, he was stunned. 52:24. I'm not seeing things. How is this possible? Shihoku was actually 28 points behind. Shihoku, which had Akaji and Kaed Rukawa, was still being ravaged by Ryanan. Kagure couldn't believe what he saw. But the dejected Shihoku players on the court and the substitutes who had already stopped playing told him that it was all true. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to end the first half. In the end, Shihoku entered the halftime break with a huge disadvantage of 28 points. In the visiting team's locker room, Kagure, who had just arrived, kept encouraging his teammates not to give up easily. Everyone should cheer up. We still have the second half of the game to catch up. With his continuous encouragement, Akaji, Kaed Rukawa and others gradually came to their senses. After all, they didn't want to lose this game. Coach Anze also stepped out in time to comfort his teammates. You have tried your best in the first half. Although we are still behind, it does not mean that we have no chance at all. Then Coach Anze began to make some adjustments to Shihoku's lineup in the second half. Kagure, you replace Shiozaki. Everyone in Shihoku immediately began to be shocked. Kagure was originally the vice-captain and starting power forward of Shihoku. His strength was enough to play in the starting lineup. But according to the original arrangement, he should have replaced Kakuta. But Coach Anze arranged for him to replace Shiozaki. This made everyone wonder what Coach Anze was doing. Then, Coach Anze ignored everyone's puzzled looks and continued, Sakuragi, you replace Kakuta. As soon as this was said, the players of Shihoku were shocked. Sakuragi was just a layman who had just started playing basketball, and Coach Anze actually arranged for him to play at this time. Isn't this a joke to Ryanan? Coach, isn't it too early to let him play now? Before Akaji finished speaking, Coach Anze interrupted him. Sakuragi has great potential, you should believe in him. When Sakuragi heard that he was finally going to play, and Coach Anze praised him so much, he immediately said to the other members of Shihoku with a proud look, let this genius lead you to win Ryanan in the second half. Oh, right. And that yellow-haired guy. When the players of Shihoku heard his words, they all began to shake their heads and sigh. Hey! You actually look down on this genius. Coach Anze looked at Sakuragi, who was very active in the locker room, and sighed in his heart. In fact, he couldn't think of a better way. Although he liked Kenichi Yusuji, who had amazing talent, very much. But he is Shihoku's coach after all. So how could he not think of ways to help his players win the game? In the second half of the first half, Coach Anze thought for a long time. But he couldn't find a way among Shihoku players to limit Kenichi Yusuji. It was only later that he thought of Sakuragi, who also has amazing talent, and maybe letting him play could achieve miraculous results. Which is why the current arrangement was made. Looking at the people who were still fighting, Coach Anze called Sakuragi and Kaed Rukawa to his side, and said to them seriously, "I need both of you to defend Ryanan's number 9 together, understand?" Kaed Rukawa got anxious when he heard it. "Coach, I can do it." Coach Anze shook his head and said very directly, "You can't do it alone. With your strength, you can't stop his attack at all. You know this better than anyone else." Kaed Rukawa wanted to argue again, but fell silent after seeing Coach Anze's eyes. Sakuragi on the side continued to speak shamelessly. "Isn't he just a yellow-haired guy? Dad, just teach me." Coach Anze looked at the two players who represented the future of Shihoku, and said very seriously, "You must try your best to stop his attack. If you two can't do it, then we have no chance in this game. Remember, you are Shihoku's last hope. Read books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 034 Muji Teppei, The Right to Strike Last." Soon, the halftime break came. With the referee's whistle, the players of Shihoku and Ryanan returned to the court. Soon, the sharp-eyed Ryanan players discovered that Shihoku's lineup had changed. "Look, Shihoku has changed players." "Yes. Their vice-captain Kagure is on the court. I thought he wouldn't come today. Hey, what's more, the red-haired guy is on the court too. Wow. It's true." Seeing Sakuragi on the court, the players of Ryanan immediately started a heated discussion. "Hey, is the red-haired guy good? It's hard to say. He's quite arrogant, and it seems that his strength should not be bad. But he's a substitute. Are you stupid? Our Yusuji Kenichi is still a substitute. How dare you say he's not good? That's right. It seems that those who dye their hair are all good. I'll go dye my hair someday." The second half of the game started soon. Yuzumi and Akagi and his two old rivals stood in the center circle again. As the referee threw the basketball high, the two jumped into the air again to fight for the ball. This time Akagi was slightly better and successfully helped Shihoku get the ball. After Yasuda received the ball from Akagi, he immediately passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa, who was fast. This is Shihoku's regular routine. As long as Akagi wins the jump ball, they will use this fast break tactic to catch the opponent off guard. However, it is not only Shihoku people who are familiar with their tactics. Kenichi Yusuji is also very familiar with it. Who said he is a time traveler? Just when Kaed Rukawa was fast attacking and making a layup, Kenichi Yusuji suddenly appeared behind him and blocked his layup with a block. It's him again. Damn it. Kaed Rukawa was just a little bit away from scoring. The players of Shihoku were very angry about Kenichi Yusuji, who suddenly appeared. Then, Ryanan, who got the ball, quickly launched a fast break. Yukyusa quickly dribbled the ball across the half-court. After getting rid of Yasuda's interference, Yukyusa directly chose to shoot. But he didn't expect that he would miss the shot when he was in an open position. Yukyusa shouted loudly in a hurry. "Grab the rebound!" Akagi and Yuzumi, who had already come to the basket, quickly scrambled for a favorable position under the basket. With a bang, the basketball really hit the basket and flew out. Akagi and Yuzumi both jumped up, preparing to fight for the rebound. At this moment, a white figure suddenly flew past them. It was Sakuragi, who had just entered the court. Sakuragi jumped much higher than both Yuzumi and Akagi. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the rebound. Kagure, who reacted, immediately launched a counterattack. He signaled Sakuragi to pass the ball while running. Sakuragi, who originally wanted to perform a slam dunk, threw the ball directly in the direction of Kagure under the threat of Akagi's eyes. Although the pass was not accurate, Kagure caught the basketball. Then Kagure quickly dribbled the ball and scored a layup. 52:26. Even the Shohoku players themselves did not expect it. They were able to score first in the second half. This goal gave them some confidence in catching up. Kagure high-fived his teammates and continued to encourage them. "Let's keep going and defend the next goal first." Good. The morale of the Shohoku players was boosted. Ryanen attacked. Yukyusa was about to pass the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. But he saw that Sakuragi was intentionally or unintentionally forming a double team on him. To be on the safe side, he still passed the ball to Sendo on the other side. After Sendo passed the ball on the street, he took 2 quick steps and chose to jump shot directly. Kagure Kiminobu, who was defending him, was more than 10 centimeters shorter than him. Sendo thought he had no way to block his shot. But to his surprise, Kagure, who was full of energy, still touched the basketball thrown by Sendo with his fingertips after jumping with all his strength. Rebound! The two shouted at the same time. Once again, Sakuragi grabbed the rebound directly in front of the two centers Yuzumi and Akagi. Wow! This red-haired guy jumped so high. Yes. He was able to grab rebounds from Captain Yuzumi and Akagi. It seems that he is still very capable. Then, Shohoku used fast break to score 2 points again. "Let's keep going and chase back one by one," Akagi shouted loudly to Shohoku's players. The good start in the second half made him full of hope for the next game. Ryanen attacked again. This time, before Yukyusa could make a decision, he saw Kenichi Yusuji waving at him. "Are you still going to shoot?" Without hesitation, Yukyusa passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. The moment Kenichi Yusuji received the ball, Kaed Rukawa quickly stuck in front of Kenichi Yusuji. And Sakuragi was also moving towards this position. But Kenichi Yusuji did not compromise under the pressure from the two of them. He directly faced Kaed Rukawa's defense and started to jump and shoot. A hole. "Still want to score like this? This time I must stop you." Kaed Rukawa cursed and quickly jumped to block Kenichi Yusuji's shot. At the same time, Sakuragi, who was not far away, also rushed over at a few speeds and jumped to stop Kenichi Yusuji's shot. The two of them joined forces. Almost formed a perfect interception network. One up and one down. One high and one low. It seemed that Kenichi Yusuji's shot was blocked. Wow! These two blocked Kenichi Yusuji at the same time. They both jumped so high. It's over. Kenichi Yusuji may not be able to escape the fate of being blocked this time. Ryanen's substitutes began to worry about Kenichi Yusuji. Suddenly, Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi, who were originally blocking Kenichi Yusuji's shot, showed shock on their faces. On the opposite side of them, Kenichi Yusuji, who was originally shooting, grabbed the basketball with one hand and cancelled the original shooting action. He also quickly swung his right arm and passed the basketball through the gap between Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi to the unguarded Ikegami. This is the skill that Kenichi Yusuji imitated. Teppei Ikeyoshi, one of the 5 uncrowned generals in the black and blue, the right to shoot later. Using fake moves and his own intuition about passing, he can make the defenders unable to grasp his attack timing at all. Even if it is 1 second before the basketball is shot, it can be quickly converted into a pass in a short time. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 035 Rising to Fame. After receiving the pass from Kenichi Yusuji, Ikegami Ryaji made a steady jump shot, successfully scoring the first point for Ryanan in the second half, and also breaking Shihoko's dream of quickly catching up. Oh my god! What kind of monster is he? Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi have defended so well, but he can still pass the ball. On the Shihoko bench, Ayako stared at the court blankly, as if she was unwilling to believe what had just happened. As for Coach Anze on the side, he did not look very frustrated, but instead showed a taste of appreciation in his eyes. In fact, he knew that Shihoko had already lost the game. Letting Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi defend Kenichi Yusuji was just the last attempt. Even if the two really succeeded in defending, it was not certain that Shihoko would win the game. Moreover, now that his strategy had failed, there was no need to expect it. In his opinion, the game was already decided. Coach Anze was concerned about how much energy this suddenly emerged genius-level player still had in his body, but he probably wouldn't be able to see it today. The game continued. Shihoko's players were making their last struggle under the shouts of Akagi and Kagure, but Ryanan did not relax his vigilance at all. The three giants composed of Kenichi Yusuji, Sendo, and Uajumi scored frequently, crushing Shihoko's last hope of catching up. Soon, Ryanan once again refreshed the score difference between the two teams, 77-36. Shihoko's players were completely desperate. At this time, Coach Anze stood up and replaced all the main players with first-year substitutes such as Satoru Seiseoka. Shihoko officially surrendered. Afterwards, Dakamoiki also replaced all the main players. In the end, Ryanan won the training match at home with a score of 89-52. After the game, Coach Anze brought the Shihoko players to say goodbye to Ryanan. When he saw Kenichi Yusuji, Coach Anze specifically asked, "Kenichi, when did you start playing basketball?" "Probably in the second year of junior high school." Kenichi Yusuji answered seriously. As soon as he said this, all the players of Shihoko were shocked. He has only been in contact with basketball for 2 short years. But he has such a strong strength. It is really shocking. Aida Yayoi on the side also heard this sentence, which made her excited. A genius player appeared in the Ryanan team. This is definitely big news. She must grab the front page headline of this issue of Basketball Weekly. Among all the people, only Coach Anze was not surprised by Kenichi Yusuji's answer. It was entirely possible for such a talented player to grow up in such a short time. At this time, Sakuragi, who looked unconvinced, said, "I have only played basketball for less than a month. After playing for another 2 years, I will definitely be better than you." Everyone in Ryanan was shocked when they heard this. They were not surprised that he could beat Kenichi Yusuji, but they were surprised that Sakuragi had only played basketball for less than a month, and he had a good performance on the court. He is definitely a natural talent. It seems that Shihoko has 2 very strong freshmen this year. Dakamoiki only understood why Coach Anze dared to arrange a practice match with him. It seems that their strength has also increased greatly this year. Fortunately, Ryanan has Kenichi Yusuji. Otherwise it is really uncertain who will win or lose today. Afterwards, Dakamoiki led all the players of Ryanan to send everyone from Shihoko out of the school gate. Before they parted, while the players were swearing at each other, Coach Anze whispered to Dakamoiki, "Kenichi is extremely talented and has amazing potential, but he is only a freshman in high school, and his body cannot bear such talent now. I hope you can seriously supervise his training, but don't overdraw his potential. In the future, he will definitely become the absolute leader of the Sakura country basketball world. Then, you will also go down in history." Dakamoiki did not expect that Coach Anze, who had seen the world, would have such a high evaluation of Kenichi Yusuji. This also made him begin to reflect on whether he had not yet discovered Kenichi Yusuji's true strength. However, for Coach Anze's care for Kenichi Yusuji, Dakamoiki still thanked him very sincerely. After bidding farewell to Shohoku, Dakamoiki led the Ryanan players back to the court. He briefly summarized today's practice match. First, he praised Kenichi Yusuji, who played the best today. Then he immediately criticized the 5 starters. They let Shohoku catch up with the score after they had an advantage at the beginning. This made Dakamoiki very dissatisfied. After more than 10 minutes of continuous lectures, Dakamoiki disbanded the team. However, he did not let everyone rest, but let them continue to train. After all, there were only a few days before the opening of the county competition. In addition, Dakamoiki also gave Kenichi Yusuji extra training, especially physical training. Even without the reminder of Coach Anze, he could see that every time Kenichi Yusuji used those special offensive methods, his physical strength would be greatly consumed, so his physical training must be put on the agenda, otherwise, when he met a stronger opponent in the future, it would be troublesome if his ace player had no physical strength at the end. Kenichi Yusuji was speechless about Dakamoiki's arrangement. He did not expect that he would have to increase his training volume even though he performed so well. However, considering that the coach was thinking about him, he did not object. The next day, the front page of Basketball Weekly magazine had such a news: a super genius appeared in Ryanan High School, and he will definitely aim for the national competition this year. The following also detailed how Kenichi Yusuji completely defeated Kaed Rukawa, who was called a super rookie, in the practice game, and how he was even more powerful than Sendo, and praised Kenichi Yusuji to such a level that even he himself would blush when he saw it. Under the magazine's praise, Kenichi Yusuji's name soon spread among the major colleges and universities in Kanagawa, and countless basketball fans wanted to see with their own eyes how powerful this genius was. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 036 Warm-up for the national competition. The county competition officially begins. All this is thanks to Aida Hikoichi's sister Aida Yayoi. After she saw Kenichi Yusuji's amazing performance at the basketball hall in Ryanan that day, she went back to write the manuscript overnight, and directly used her career to guarantee the editor-in-chief to publish the magazine the next day. In the next few days, Kenichi Yusuji carried out special training according to Dakamoiki's requirements step by step every day. Sometimes Dakamoiki would ask him to increase the amount of training appropriately, which made Kenichi Yusuji exhausted. However, after these days of high-intensity training, Kenichi Yusuji seemed to feel that his physical fitness had improved. I think he should be able to hold on for a while longer when using perfect copy in the future. As early as after the game with Shohoku, Kenichi Yusuji checked his system experience value, which had reached 38%. And there was not much left to open perfect copy. Kenichi Yusuji was extremely looking forward to it. Soon, the opening day of the prefectural tournament came. According to the competition system, all 64 teams participating in the prefectural tournament in Kanagawa Prefecture will be divided into 4 regions. The top 4 teams of last year's prefectural tournament will become the seed teams of these 4 regions, and they have the qualification to directly enter the top 8. In other words, they only need to beat the strongest team in each region to directly advance to the finals of the prefectural tournament. As one of the top 4 teams last year, Ryanan naturally enjoys the same rights. However, even if there were no games in the early stage of the schedule, Dakamoiki still brought Ryanan's players to the scene to watch the game. After all, blindly training does not necessarily lead to good results. It is still necessary to properly understand the opponent. The happiest person for Dakamoiki's decision is Kenichi Yusuji. He has been tortured by Dakamoiki these days, and he finally has a chance to take a break. Facing many games starting on the same day, Dakamoiki chose to watch the game between Shohoku and Maerede. Although Shohoku lost miserably to Ryanan in the practice match a few days ago, Dakamoiki still recognized their strength. Ryanan, led by Kenichi Yusuji, came to the front row of the audience. As soon as they appeared, they immediately caused quite a stir. Wow! That seems to be someone from Ryanan. Yes. I heard that there is an amazing talent in their team, even better than Sendo. Yes, yes. I heard about it too, it seems to be that yellow-haired guy. Soon, Kenichi Yusuji became the target of the audience's pointing and criticizing, which made him, who usually doesn't like to be high-profile, a little embarrassed. Takamoiki, who was sitting next to him, sighed in his heart, I should have stopped Aida Yaoi's report earlier. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Takamoiki has always pursued a policy of hiding his strength, so as to give the enemy a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Now Ryanan's main opponents in the national competition are Kanan and Shoyo. Originally, before meeting them, Takamoiki did not intend to expose Kenichi Yusuji's trump card, but now, all this has gone to waste. Not only has the trump card been exposed, but Kenichi Yusuji has also become the target of everyone's criticism. I should have stopped Aida Yaoi earlier. I thought she was here to see Hikoichi. How could I forget that she was a basketball reporter? Thinking of this, Takamoiki turned around and looked at Hikoichi. Hikoichi, who was taking out a pen and paper to take notes, looked at the coach's slightly resentful eyes, and was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Did I do something wrong to make the coach angry? The game on the court is about to start. Shihoku's opponent is called Mayurede. They won many games in a row in the county competition last year, until they met Kanan and lost the game. So they didn't take Shihoku, who was eliminated in the first round last year, seriously. Not only Mayurede, even most of the audience watching the game on site are not optimistic about Shihoku. After all, Shihoku has never achieved any good results in history. Recently, he was beaten by Ryanan. It is normal that he doesn't get the recognition of the audience. The game started soon. As soon as the Shihoku players came on the court, Ryanan and his team noticed something was wrong. Kaed Rukawa, the ace player of Shihoku, was actually pressed on the bench. Takamoiki was also very confused about this. Is Coach Anze also hiding his strength? Only Kenichi Yusuji knew the truth. Kaed Rukawa and others were punished by Coach Anze for fighting and cannot play. Ah. So that's how it is. Hey. How did you know? Hikoichi, who successfully caught the key point, asked. Kenichi Yusuji had no choice but to lie. Oh. I have a junior high school classmate in Shihoku, and he told me. So that's how it is. Hikoichi thought thoughtfully. Ignoring Hikoichi, Kenichi Yusuji continued to introduce Ryanan and the others. Not only Kaed Rukawa, but also the number 7 next to him is called Miyagi Ryota, who is the starting point guard of Shihoku. Yes, I was surprised that he didn't come to the last practice match. The speaker was Yukusa. As an opponent who had played against each other last year, he was very familiar with Miyagi. The one with number 14 is called Hisashi Mitsui. He was the MVP player in junior high school. Kenichi Yusuji introduced calmly. Although the title of MVP is very intimidating, it has no value to Kenichi Yusuji now. After all, with his current strength, even Mitsui in his undefeated period would find it difficult to resist. Everyone in Ryanan was shocked by his words. MVP. Then this guy should be very strong. After listening to Kenichi Yusuji's words, Yuzumi finally remembered his memory of Hisashi Mitsui. Yes, he is the MVP of junior high school Hisashi Mitsui. I didn't expect that he disappeared for so long and now appeared in Shihoku. Now it seems that the overall strength of Shihoku has improved a lot. Takamoiki's face also looked a little ugly. It seems that there is one more team competing for the national competition this year. However, Takamoiki looked at Kenichi Yusuji. We have him, so we don't have to worry about it. Read books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 037. If Shohoku is already so strong, how strong is Ryanan, who defeated them completely? The game between the two teams started soon. Since Kaed Rukawa and others did not start the game, and Akagi was restricted by Mayurede's center forward Murasame. So Mayurede took the advantage on the field from the beginning. Although Akagi and Kagure helped Shohoku get some points with their tacit cooperation, they still could not change the situation on the field. Seeing that the situation was not right, Shohoku finally made adjustments. Coach Anze replaced Miyagi, Mitsui Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi at once. Kenichi Yusuji was also very moved when watching this scene. Shohoku's starting 5 Tigers are finally together. After Kaed Rukawa and others came on the field, the situation on the field immediately ushered in a reversal. Miyagi's breakthrough, Mitsui's 3-pointer, Kaed Rukawa's various difficult goals, all made Mayurede completely unable to deal with them. Shohoku soon led Mayurede by a large score. Helpless, Coach Mayurede could only release his secret weapon, a strong player who switched from rugby to basketball, Nato. Nato did cause a lot of trouble for Shohoku in the first few minutes of playing, but soon, Shohoku and his team saw through his weaknesses one after another, which further widened the gap between the two sides, and Mayurede had no power to resist at this time. In the end, Shohoku defeated Mayurede with a score of 114-51 and won their first victory in the county competition. The audience was very surprised by the result. I didn't expect Shohoku to be so strong. Yes. Mayurede is not weak, but was crushed by Shohoku. Maybe they will have a chance to compete for the ticket to the national competition this year. At this time, a clear voice suddenly reached the ears of all the audience. However, since Shohoku is so strong, then Ryanan, who completely defeated them, must be even stronger. As soon as the voice fell, all the audience subconsciously looked in the direction of Ryanan and his group. Yes. Although Shohoku showed very strong strength today, but a few days ago, they were still beaten by Ryanan. How strong is this Ryanan? Is the king of Kanagawa really going to change hands? Watching the backs of Ryanan and his team leaving, people gradually began to look forward to this year's county finals. The old strong teams Kanan and Shoyo, the suddenly rising Shohoku, and the unfathomable Ryanan, this year's finals will definitely be very exciting. In the next few days, Dakamoiki did not arrange for Ryanan players to watch other games, because most of the teams playing in the preliminaries were not strong, and there was not much reference value. After all, there were too few special cases like Shohoku. And even Shohoku played several weak teams in a row, which was not challenging at all. Dakamoiki simply arranged for the players to continue to train hard, so as to make final preparations for the upcoming county finals. On this day, Dakamoiki once again cancelled the training plan of the Ryanan players, because there was a key match today and he felt that the Ryanan players must go to watch it. This was the round of 16 match between Tohoku and Nanakubo. The winner would challenge Ryanan tomorrow. When Dakamoiki brought the Ryanan players to the stadium, the match between Tohoku and Nanakubo had already started. Despite this, the arrival of the Ryanan players still caused a commotion. Look, that's Ryanan. They must be here to see tomorrow's opponent. That's Kenichi Yusuji. How come I didn't see him? Are you blind? You can't even see the obvious yellow hair. When the Ryanan players sat down, they found that Tohoku was already leading their opponent Nanakubo by more than 10 points. Although the players on Nanakubo's side tried very hard to narrow the gap, they failed to do so until the end of the half-time. In the second half, Tohoku stepped up his attack at the beginning, and almost instantly widened the score difference again. Nanakubo was already in a situation where he could not turn the tide. I didn't expect that Tohoku still had strength in the first half. It seems that their overall strength is much stronger than Nanakubo. This may be a good opponent. The players of Ryanan started to discuss the opponent they will face tomorrow. At this time, the referee on the field also blew the whistle to end the game. Tohoku easily defeated Nanakubo and entered the top 8, and also obtained the qualification to challenge Ryanen tomorrow. Just when Dakamoiki was about to leave with the Ryanen players, he saw the number 4 player of Tohoku on the field walk straight to the audience stand where the Ryanen players were. The Ryanen players were very curious about his actions, and subconsciously looked over, but saw that the number 4 player raised his right hand in the direction of Ryanen, and then raised his middle finger. When Tohoku's coach saw this, he immediately rushed onto the court to pull him away, and kept bowing and apologizing in the direction of Ryanen. However, his provocative behavior had completely aroused the anger of all the Ryanen players. If there were not so many spectators, they would have wanted to jump down and beat him up. Dakamoiki looked back at his players with a gloomy face, and said to them with gritted teeth, "I don't need to tell you what to do tomorrow." The audience was also stunned by this sudden scene. It was the first time for them to see someone make such a provocative move on the basketball court. However, when they saw all the Ryanen players leave the scene with dark faces, they immediately realized an important thing. Tomorrow's game will definitely be exciting. The next morning, before the entrance time, the basketball hall where Ryanen and Dongfeng played was already full of people. The previous publicity of Basketball Weekly and the indecent provocative behavior of Dongfeng players yesterday added a lot of color to this game. Everyone began to wonder what the direction of this game would be. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 038 Dakamoiki's Punishment, Ryanen goes all out. Soon, Dakamoiki brought Ryanen's players to the scene, and reporters immediately swarmed over. "What do you think of the provocation of the Dongfeng players yesterday, Coach Daka?" Dakamoiki replied coldly, "Won't you know the result after the game?" Looking at Dakamoiki's stern expression, the reporter who asked the question couldn't help but feel a chill. In Ryanen's locker room, Dakamoiki still had a cold expression. "I won't say anything extra. Anyone who didn't perform well today will be punished when they go back. 10 times the amount of training every day." Ryanen's players were shocked by his words. 10 times the amount of training, it will kill people. Even if you don't go to class every day, you can't finish it. It seems that the coach was really angry with the kid yesterday. I remember seeing him angry when we played a practice match in Kyoto last time, but it seems to be more serious this time. Seeing the almost distorted look on Dakamoiki's face, all the players of Ryanen have made up their minds to go all out, not mainly to win the game, but to fear being punished by the coach. He looks so scary. On the other side, in the locker room of Tohoku, Coach Shishiro Ishida was talking to the player wearing the number 4 jersey. "Yuta, you really shouldn't have provoked them yesterday." "Coach, what are you afraid of? What's so scary about Ryanen? They were in the top 4 last year, and we were also in the top 8 last year. We may not lose. It's not a matter of winning or losing. As basketball players, we should respect each other." "You. Okay, stop talking, it's so noisy." Watching the player named Yuta slam the door and leave, Shishiro Ishida looked at the other players and could only shake his head helplessly. Soon, players from Ryanen and Tohoku came to the court. As expected, Kenichi Yusuji, with yellow hair, entered the court and immediately received enthusiastic cheers from the audience, even though they had never seen him play basketball. After a simple warm-up, Ryanen finally had their first game in this year's county tournament. Dakamoiki was no longer shy in this game, as there was nothing to hide. Kenichi Yusuji, Sendo, and Uajumi all started, and together with Ikumi and Yokusa, they formed the strongest starting lineup for Ryanen. Soon, the game began. Yuzumi competed for the ball with the center of Tohoku Inu Kazushi. Facing this opponent who was 10 centimeters shorter than him, Yuzumi showed no mercy and neatly slapped the ball into Yokusa's hands. After taking the ball and observing the position of his teammates, Yokyusa quickly passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. The player defending Kenichi Yusuji, Kiichi Izumi, was the number 4 player who provoked Ryanen yesterday. After seeing that he was facing the yellow-haired guy who was wildly praised by the magazine, he was very excited. He had been unhappy with the yellow-haired guy for a long time. A freshman who was praised to the sky by the magazine. He was ready to teach the yellow-haired guy a lesson. Let him know who is the boss on the court. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji coming in front of him, Izumi Kiichi said directly in a provocative tone, "Hey, yellow-haired, today I will show you what the real." Before he finished speaking, he saw Kenichi Yusuji standing opposite him move, catching the ball, jumping, and shooting. The whole action was done in one go. So fast. Kiichi Izumi was shocked. He wanted to defend, but it was too late. With the sound of the basketball going into the net, Kenichi Yusuji looked at Kiichi Izumi and said, "What did you say just now?" Kiichi Izumi was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say at this time. "Just play basketball well, don't talk so much like a woman." After saying this, Kenichi Yusuji turned and left, leaving Kiichi Izumi with a confused face, and it took him a long time to react. "Ahole, you dare to speak rudely to your senior, wait and see how I will teach you a lesson later." Izumi Kiichi said viciously. Yusuji Kenichi's goal just a few seconds after the start of the game gradually made the audience on the scene boil. Wow! This Yusuji Kenichi is really amazing. Yes. He scored a 3-pointer at the beginning of the game. It seems that the magazine is right. He is indeed a talented player. Dongfeng attacked. Point guard Kitajima Mine came to Ryanen's half with the ball, and soon saw Izumi Kiichi who was asking for the ball, so he passed the ball directly to Izumi Kiichi, but just when his pass was close to Izumi Kiichi, bang, Yusuji Kenichi, who was facing the direction of Kitajima Mine, suddenly turned around and reached out to intercept the pass. At the same time, Sendo on the other side of the court had already started running to the front court quickly. Kenichi Yusuji made a long pass, and the ball was steadily passed to Sendo's hands. Then, Sendo scored a direct counterattack. 4-0. Tohoko attacked again. Mine Kitajima chose to pass the ball to the captain Kiichi Izumi. As expected, it was intercepted by Kenichi Yusuji again. This time, Yokyusa was the first to react. After receiving Kenichi Yusuji's pass and scoring, Yokyusa began to secretly feel proud in his heart. Hehe. Fortunately, I guessed that Kenichi Yusuji would steal the ball, otherwise the credit would be taken away by Sendo again. The game continued. Mine Kitajima didn't want to pass the ball to Kiichi Izumi again this time. But after seeing his fierce eyes, he chose to compromise. Fortunately, this pass was not intercepted by Kenichi Yusuji. Unfortunately, the basketball never reached Kenichi Yusuji. Kitajima Mine had just passed the ball when Yokyusa seized the opportunity to steal it. Ryanen launched a counterattack. This time, Kenichi Yusuji ran to the forefront of the counterattack. Kiichi Izumi, who could not catch the ball, followed Kenichi Yusuji unwillingly. However, he found that he could not keep up with Kenichi Yusuji. Fortunately, Kenichi Yusuji slowed down after running to the penalty area. As for why he slowed down, Kiichi Izumi did not think about it. When Kenichi Yusuji rushed to the basketball to dunk, Kiichi Izumi finally blocked him. The time was just right. Then, Kenichi Yusuji rode on Kiichi Izumi's head to complete the dunk. Until this moment, he didn't know why Kenichi Yusuji slowed down. This guy did it on purpose. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 03968:2, The biggest halftime score difference in Kanagawa's history. When Izumi Kiichi finally realized that Kenichi Yusuji was teasing him, he immediately became angry. He hadn't even touched the ball since the start of the game, and now this yellow-haired guy was deliberately riding on his crotch and dunking on him. This was simply a great shame. Looking at Kenichi Yusuji standing opposite him with a harmless smile, Izumi Kiichi was so angry. He immediately vented his anger on the point guard Kitajima Mine. Waste. You can't even pass the ball properly. Kitajima Mine, who was full of grievances, could only stand aside in silence. He couldn't afford to offend this team bully. The game continued. Tohoko served the ball from the baseline, and without waiting for Kitajima Mine to catch the ball, Izumi Kiichi instructed his teammates to pass the ball directly to him. Finally, Izumi Kiichi touched the basketball for the first time. 1 second later, Izumi Kiichi, who had just received the ball and was about to turn around and dribble to attack, felt a cool breeze blowing by his side, and a blue figure quickly passed by him. When he reacted, he found that the ball in his hand was gone. Izumi Kiichi was about to collapse. The ball he had just held for a second was suddenly gone. Looking back at Yusuji Kenichi, who had just completed a steal and layup, Izumi Kiichi couldn't help but roared, "It's you again." Yusuji Kenichi continued to smile at Izumi Kiichi and said, "Play basketball. Don't whine like ABCH, you know." Izumi Kiichi naturally understood. The other party laughed at him for being a woman. How could he not understand? Izumi Kiichi wanted to curse, but when he saw the referee staring at him, he could only hold it back. In the nth attack of Tohoko, Izumi Kiichi brought the ball to the front court. He finally had the opportunity to show his real skills. He made many fancy fake moves in front of Kenichi Yusuji, and then rushed past Kenichi Yusuji from the left. "I broke through. See if you dare to mock me. I finally got back a point." At this time, Izumi Kiichi, who was feeling proud, heard Kenichi Yusuji's voice behind him, "You broke through so sharply, but don't you want the ball?" Izumi Kiichi was shocked and suddenly realized that he didn't know when he lost the basketball in his hand. "Where's my ball?" When he turned around, Kenichi Yusuji had already rushed to the front court with the ball. A standard tomahawk slam dunk scored 2 points for Ryanan again. At this time, the Tohoko players realized that Ryanan seemed to be a little different from what they expected. Their strength was indeed very strong. The magazine did not seem to be groundless. But they realized that it was useless, because Ryanan's fierce attack continued. Not only Kenichi Yusuji, but also Sendo, Yuzumi, Yukusa, and Ikumi, and several others stood up to show themselves, with all kinds of steals, blocks, three-pointers and dunks. They were not trying to score a lot of points, but just didn't want to be punished by the coach. Soon, the score on the field reached an astonishing number, 40:0. That's right, more than half of the first half had been played, and Tohoko still didn't get a single point. No matter which player of Tohoko is attacking, the Ryanan player defending him will definitely do his best, leaving no flaws. Looking at the desperate defense of the Ryanan player, the Tohoko players are in a trance. "Brother, are you kidding me? We are the ones who are behind. Why are you fighting so hard when you are ahead by so much?" Looking at the huge score gap on the field and the continuous struggle of the Ryanan players, even the audience in the stands felt a sense of suffocation. It was so terrible. Finally, Tohoko successfully seized the opportunity of Ikumi falling down during an attack, and their power forward Masaya Hayes scored their first goal of the game today. The Tohoko players who had been silent for a long time began to cheer. That scene seemed as if they had already entered the national competition. Ikumi, who had just gotten up from the ground, was worried. "Oh no! Will the coach punish me?" Soon, the first half of the game ended, 68:2, and Ryanan entered the halftime break with a huge score advantage. "Oh my god! Ryanan is too strong." Yes. It took only halftime for Tohoko to get 2 points. Such a big score difference has broken Kanagawa's record. Remember that Tohoku lost to Shoyo in the quarterfinals last year, and only lost by more than 10 points. Ryanen is too abnormal. Ryanen's strong performance in the first half made everyone realize that what Basketball Weekly said was not wrong. They really have the strength to impact the national competition. With their current state, I am afraid that even Kanagawa's King Kanan will not be able to do it. Soon, the second half of the game began. As if there was a tacit understanding, Ryanen and Tohoku's coach replaced their substitutes at the same time. Compared to Dakamoiki, who simply wanted to give the main players a rest, Tohoku's coach Shishiro Ishida seemed much more helpless. The core players in the team were arrogant and did what they wanted, and as the captain, he often shirked responsibility and had conflicts with his teammates many times. The other main players were not much better. In short, in his opinion, they were just a mob. Shishiro Ishida simply replaced all the main players. Anyway, it was impossible to make up for such a big score difference. It would be better to let the newcomers go up and experience it. It is the right thing to train them. After all, almost all of these old players will leave the team after this year. After seeing that both sides played with substitutes, the audience thought that there would be no more excitement in this game, but they did not expect that the substitutes of the Ryanen team played very aggressively. They almost implemented the main players' style of play in the first half. They tried their best every time to defend and never gave their teammates an easy chance to score. In terms of offense, they also frequently chose the most stable way to score through team cooperation. This made the substitutes of Tohoku dumbfounded. Are you sick? We all admitted defeat. It's garbage time now. And you are still so serious. What they don't know is that Ryanen's substitutes also don't want to be punished by the coach. After seeing the performance of the main players in the first half, these substitutes also felt a lot of pressure after they came on the court. So they must try their best. Even Aida Hikoichi, who is recognized as the weakest player in Ryanen, was very active on the court, and could contribute 1 or 2 performances from time to time. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 040 The King of Kanagawa, Emperor Mushock. The game ended quickly, and the substitutes of Tohoku finally ended the torture. This was the most tiring garbage time game they had ever played. They even felt that the starting players were not as tired as they were. With the efforts of the substitutes of Ryanen, the score difference between the two teams was widened again and again. In the end, Ryanen defeated Tohoku 132-12. They also successfully entered the finals of this year's county competition with the victory of this game. After the game, the players of Ryanen were surrounded by reporters. When everyone was happily preparing to accept the interviews of reporters, they found that the reporters only cared about Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo. Even Uazumi, the captain, was directly ignored. Ikegami said angrily, "What kind of people are these reporters? Playing basketball depends on strength. Not who is handsome. That's it." The other players of Ryanen echoed. "But we can't beat them in terms of strength." Hikoichi came out to make up for it at the right time, but found himself being stared at by everyone. During the interview, a reporter asked Dakamoiki about his opinion on the provocation yesterday, and Dakamoiki said, "On the basketball court, no matter how strong or weak you are, as long as you don't respect your opponent, you are not worthy of being a real basketball player." His words quickly attracted a lot of applause. On the other side, Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo were both asked about their opinions on whether Ryanen could enter the national competition this year. They said in unison, "Absolutely." After the interview, Ryanen's players all returned to the locker room to change their clothes. However, they were not in a hurry to return to school, but to watch another quarter-final match, Shohoku vs. Shoyo. As early as yesterday, Kanan and Buri had already entered the finals of the county competition. With Ryanan now, there is only one spot left. Both teams may be Ryanan's competitors in the county tournament. Dakamoiki will definitely not miss the opportunity to observe them. Moreover, this game started later than Ryanan's game, so they just had time to rush over. When Ryanan and his team arrived at the court, they found that the game had just started not long ago. At this time, Shihoku on the court was in a backward situation. Yuzumi couldn't help but complain, "Why does this Shihoku always have such a hard time at the beginning? It's too slow to warm up." "This time it's not slow to warm up," Dakamoiki said. "Shoyo's starting player is too tall, Shihoku is not used to it, it depends on how Coach Anze adjusts it." Sure enough, Coach Anze called a timeout soon after, and then after returning to the court, Sakuragi came to the inside to help Yuzumi, which also reduced Yuzumi's pressure a lot. Then Shihoku gradually came back to his senses, and the scores of the two teams began to rise alternately. In the corner of the audience, a middle-aged man in a suit was watching the game. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "I didn't expect you to come to watch their game. Do you feel the pressure?" The middle-aged man did not answer his question, but said, "I heard that you beat Tohoko by a large margin. It seems that you are in good shape." The man was Sendo from Ryanan. And the man in a suit was Shinichi Maki, the captain and ace player of the Kanan team. Sendo continued. "Who do you think will win? It doesn't matter to Kanan who wins. Anyway, we are the champions of Kanagawa this year." "Really? I heard that Shihoku has two very good newcomers this year. Maybe they will have a chance to beat you this year." AMU replied. "Let them beat Shoyo first. But compared to Shihoku, I really want to know, how is Kenichi Yusuji in your team?" The magazines praised him to the sky. Sendo was not surprised by AMU's question. He knew that the other party would definitely ask it. After all, Kenichi Yusuji is now the hottest newcomer in Kanagawa. Even Kaed Rukawa, who was called the Super Rookie, was completely incomparable to him. Sendo did not answer AMU's question immediately, but turned back and said as he turned to leave, "I fought him and it was a draw. But..." Sendo paused, and continued, "If I go all out, I won't be his opponent. Of course, you too." Looking at Sendo's back as he left, AMU, who had always been as calm as water, finally showed a look of shock on his face. He knew Sendo. Since he said that he was not a match for Kenichi Yusuji, it must be true. Sendo never lied about such things. What shocked AMU even more was that Sendo actually thought that he was not a match for Kenichi Yusuji either. As an old rival last year, although Sendo was slightly inferior to him in the duel, he was absolutely clear about his own strength. Sendo said this, which means that Kenichi Yusuji's strength is really strong to an incredible level. However, even if Kenichi Yusuji is stronger, AMU will not be scared. As the MVP player of Kanagawa for 2 consecutive years, how could he be so easily scared by Bei? When he meets an opponent of this level, he will only get more and more excited. Kenichi Yusuji, a super genius. So many people speak so highly of you, I am looking forward to playing against you more and more. The game on the field has entered the second half. Shihoku gradually took control of the situation on the field, and took a small lead. On the Shoyo side, the coach and captain Fujima, who had been sitting on the bench and directing, finally couldn't sit still. He stood up and replaced Ito. Fujima's appearance immediately caused a lot of trouble for Shihoku. Shoyo also gradually caught up with the score. When the time came to the end, Shihoku and Shoyo had a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Both teams fought fiercely in every attack and defense. Finally, Shihoku successfully overtook the score with the key goal of Kaed Rukawa. And they also struggled to keep Shoyo's attack to the defense at the last moment. As the time ran out, Shihoku successfully defeated Shoyo and got the last spot in the county finals. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 041 Fukuda is going to challenge Kenichi Yusuji, Fukuda falls. In the next few days, Ryanen returned to his previous daily training mode. The only thing that made the players feel relieved was that Dikamoiki seemed to be satisfied with the result of the last game against Tohoku, so he did not punish any of them. After the training one day, Kenichi Yusuji opened his template system to check it out. After the last game with Tohoku, he immediately followed the team to watch the game between Shihoku and Shoyo, and then forgot about it. As soon as he opened the system, a series of text and data immediately emerged in Kenichi Yusuji's mind. Template character, Kise. Experience, 45%, 0% experience can awaken the primary talent ability, 50% experience can awaken the advanced talent ability, and when the experience reaches 99%, there is a chance to awaken the ultimate talent ability. How to obtain experience? All kinds of data on the court will be converted into experience. The better the data, the more experience. Primary talent, ordinary imitation ability, can imitate all basketball moves you have seen, and can also imitate all primary moves Kise has seen. Awakened. Advanced talent, perfect copy, can imitate all moves at the level of Miracle Era. Not awakened. Ultimate talent, zone, entry requires a certain opportunity. Not awakened. Ultimate mission, when the experience reaches 100% and the national championship mission is completed, the second stage of the system will be opened. Enter the second world. Kenichi Yusuji is already familiar with these. Without looking at other things. Directly looking at the experience. 45%? It looks good. The distance to reach 50% to unlock perfect copy is already very close. In the last game, although Kenichi Yusuji got a lot of data through continuous excellent performance at the beginning of the game, but later Sendo Yuzumi and other players continued to work hard, his chances of getting data were much less, and Dikamoiki did not let the main players play in the second half, which made Kenichi Yusuji miss a lot of opportunities to get game data. Otherwise, he might have awakened perfect copy now. But it is not a big problem. The next game is against Buri. It should not be a problem to get 5% experience points with his own strength. On this day, Kenichi Yusuji walked into the basketball hall on time as usual, but found that the coach Dikamoiki was scolding a man with fluffy hair. He looked tall and seemed to be a basketball player. And Kenichi Yusuji felt familiar with his back. When I came to the training field, I heard Hikoichi and other first-year students discussing, "Who is this guy? I don't know. He's so tall, he looks like a basketball player. He's not going to be a new player on the basketball team. It's possible." At this time, Yokusa, who was walking by them, explained to them, his name is Fukuda Kichu, and he was also a member of the basketball team before, but then something happened and he was kicked out by the coach. Kenichi Yusuji, who was standing by, heard Yokusa's explanation and suddenly realized that it was Fukuda Kichu. No wonder he felt that he looked familiar, but he had forgotten about him. If it was him, Kenichi Yusuji would know why he was kicked out of the basketball team by Dikamoiki. He was the only one in Ryanen who dared to beat up the coach in public. Although Kenichi Yusuji felt that even if he beat up Dikamoiki now, he would not be kicked out of the team. But Kenichi Yusuji still couldn't do such a thing. After all, Dikamoiki usually treated him very well. However, Dikamoiki was a person who valued talent very much. This time, he should have taken the initiative to let Fukuda return to the team. After all, the final of the county competition was imminent. And having an extra instant combat power would also greatly improve Ryanen. Sure enough. After scolding Fukuda for half an hour, Dikamoiki directly let him return to the team and train with other players. And when Fukuda left Dakamoiki specifically warned him loudly. Remember this, you are not allowed to hit the coach in public in the future. Fukuda Kichu, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Turned around and said to Dakamoiki with a puzzled look. Then it's okay not to be in public, right? No. Go to training. Dakamoiki was furious again. After joining the team's training, Fukuda showed everyone his excellent offensive skills. It seems that although he has not been on the basketball team for a while, his skills have not regressed at all. However, in terms of defense, he is still a mess. In the simulated attack and defense training, not only the two newcomers Makoto Masaru and Kazuki Kishino, but also Aida Hikoichi, broke through his defense once. This made Aida Hikoichi suddenly dazed. Could it be that his strength has greatly increased during this period? At night, the light of the moon shines into the basketball hall through the high windows. Dakamoiki also announced the end of today's training at this time. When everyone was exhausted and ready to pack up and go home, Afu suddenly came to Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi, I want to play 1v1 with you. Yuzumi, who was standing by, couldn't help shaking his head after hearing this. This guy is here again. He still remembered that when Fukuda first joined the team last year, he had challenged him to a one-on-one match, and he was naturally beaten by him. Now he actually wants to challenge Kenichi Yusuji. Isn't this asking for trouble? Dakamoiki saw this and didn't say anything to stop him. He knew Fukuda's temper. Of course, he also knew Kenichi Yusuji's strength. It would be good for him to teach Fukuda a lesson, so that Fukuda can quickly recognize his position in the team. The other players of Ryanan all became spectators on the sidelines. I'm the banker, who do you think will win? I bet 100 on Kenichi Yusuji. I bet 500 on Kenichi Yusuji. I bet 1,000. I bet on Kenichi Yusuji too. FK, you guys don't bet on Fukuda. Obviously, none of the players of Ryanan thought Fukuda would be Kenichi Yusuji's opponent. Of course, Kenichi Yusuji didn't disappoint them in the end. Just a few minutes later, he easily defeated the challenger with a score of 5:0. Enjoy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 042 Ryanan vs Buri, the final begins. On the basketball court, Fukuda slumped under the basket, panting heavily. He had learned from a magazine a few days ago that a genius player had appeared in Ryanan. When he saw in the magazine that this guy was stronger than Sendo, he instantly became interested, hoping to compete with him. Even a large part of the reason why he returned to the basketball team was to compete with Kenichi Yusuji. But after today's competition, he really felt Kenichi Yusuji's strength. His proud offensive skills were almost invisible in front of him. No matter what offensive method he took, he could always accurately judge his offensive route. Even if he finally found an opportunity to shoot from his blind spot, he would be easily blocked by him. Which made him believe that this guy was really a genius player. 2 days later, the Kanagawa Prefecture competition finally came to the finals. According to the competition system, the 4 teams that entered the finals, Kainan, Buri, Ryanan, Shohoku, will play in a single round-robin system. Each team will play against the other 3 teams. The 2 teams with the best results will represent Kanagawa in the national competition. After the draw, Ryanan will play against Buri in the first game. Soon the day of the competition came. The basketball hall was already full, and the reporters and cameramen outside the court surrounded the basketball court. As the ace reporter of Basketball Weekly, Aida Yayoi naturally came to the scene. Looking at the brave and courageous flag hung by Ryanan High School on the sidelines, Aida Yayoi couldn't help but cheer for Ryanan in her heart. After all, she also wanted her brother to go to the national competition to see the world. In the locker room of Ryanan, Dakamoiki was giving a serious speech to the players. We have reached the last step, and the next step is the national competition we have always dreamed of. Last year, we fell here. But this year, we have become stronger, so we must cross it. In the last 3 games, show your full strength. Understood. After Dakamoiki's speech, he then announced the starting lineup for today's game: center Uazumi, power forward Ikumi Ryaji, small forward Yusuji Kenichi, shooting guard Sendo Jong, point guard Yukyusa Tomoyuki. After this starting list was announced, it immediately aroused Fukuda's dissatisfaction, and he immediately wanted to pull Ikumi out for a one-on-one duel, which scared Ikumi enough. Even though Dakamoiki told him that he was hiding him to deal with Kanon, Fukuda was still very dissatisfied. Just when Dakamoiki was feeling overwhelmed by this, Kenichi Yusuji came to Fukuda's ear and whispered something. And he immediately calmed down. Dakamoiki was very curious about what Kenichi Yusuji said. Kenichi Yusuji smiled and said, "I just told him that I was a substitute before." Dakamoiki immediately understood. People who are stronger than him have also been substitutes. I guess Fukuda will be more likely to accept it. On the other side, in Buri's locker room, their coach was also encouraging Buri's players before the game. There are a total of 4 teams, and only 2 teams can get tickets to the national competition. Kanon, we naturally can't beat them, we give up this game. So our goal is to do our best to defeat Ryanon and Chihoku, and we must win today. At this time, a tall man among Buri's players stood up and said, "Coach, don't worry. We didn't lose to them by many points last year, and this year our strength has improved a lot, and there will be no problem in defeating Ryanon." This player is called Somake, who is Buri's power forward and ace player. As he said, Buri's strength this year is indeed much stronger than last year. Not only are most of the original main players still in the team, but even their weakest center position has welcomed a particularly promising first-year rookie this year, Tokugawa Nagashi. His arrival successfully made up for Buri's shortcomings in the interior. And Tokugawa Nagatoshi also successfully secured the starting center position as a freshman with his outstanding performance in the team. Yes, Senior is right, we will definitely beat Ryanon today. Tokugawa Nagatoshi also stood up and echoed in time. Seeing this, other players also began to echo loudly. Yes, that Yusuji Kenichi was hyped up by the magazine. They only scored more than 100 points last time against a weak team like Tohoku. If it were us, we would have scored 200 points long ago. As the voices got louder and louder, the atmosphere in the Buri locker room was instantly ignited. Coach Yoshimura saw that the players were so confident and began to look forward to future games. As long as we beat Ryanon today and then beat Chihoku, we can enter the national competition. Chihoku is weaker than Ryanon, there will be no problem. Coach Yoshimura has gradually begun to imagine the scene of himself leading the Buri players to kill all sides in the national competition. It was soon time for both teams to play. When the players of Ryanon and Buri entered the court at the same time, there were overwhelming shouts of support for Ryanon and Kenichi Yusuji. The players of Buri who came out of another passage felt very unhappy. After all, they were frequent participants in the finals of the county competition. But there were almost no spectators supporting them. This also made them very angry, who were full of confidence in the locker room just now. They would naturally blame Ryanon for this. As long as they beat Ryanon, wouldn't they slap the faces of those spectators who looked down on them? After the players of both teams warmed up on the court, the game was finally about to begin. The starting players of both sides came to the court one after another. Ryanon's starting lineup remained unchanged, just like usual. And Buri also continued their starting lineup in the quarterfinals: center Tokugawa Nagatoshi, power forward Somake, small forward Kitagumo Takayama, shooting guard Urakami Muniya, point guard Katakura Jetsuna. When everyone stood in their positions on the court, Buri's center Tokugawa Nagashi looked at Yuzumi, who was 12 centimeters taller than him, and immediately forgot his bold words in the locker room. He gradually began to feel unsure. This guy is too tall. I'm afraid he will be difficult to deal with. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 043. Just because you are prepared doesn't mean you can really defend against me. As a freshman who had just entered high school, he had never faced an opponent so tall, and he had insufficient experience in high school games. Before the game even started, he felt a little timid. EPUB. The final of the Kanagawa Prefecture Tournament, Ryanan vs. Buri starts now. As the referee gave the order and threw the basketball into the air, the game officially began. Tokugawa Nagashige knew that he was not tall enough, and if he wanted to win the jump ball, he had to take the initiative. So he jumped up at the first moment to catch Yuzumi off guard. But Yuzumi was also very focused. When Tokugawa Nagatashi's right hand was still some distance away from the basketball in the air, Yuzumi had already successfully touched the basketball and successfully shot the basketball out. This guy jumps too high. Tokugawa Nagatoshi, who had tried his best, sighed helplessly. Yuzumi's height of more than 200 centimeters and excellent jumping ability made it difficult for this rookie to cope. He suddenly thought whether he and his predecessors thought this game was too simple. On the other side, after receiving the basketball shot by Yuzumi, Yukyusa quickly observed the position of his teammates, and then passed the ball to Yusuji Kenichi, who was about to leave, as usual. However, this time was different from the past. Buri's small forward Byun Jae-san appeared in front of Yusuji Kenichi in time, and was ready to defend Yusuji Kenichi's shooting at any time. While moving his feet, he said to Yusuji Kenichi, "You still want to use this fast break to score? We have studied the video and have been prepared for it. We will definitely score first today." Yusuji Kenichi ignored him. Because he was catching the ball, jumping, shooting. The three actions were completed almost in the blink of an eye by Byun Jae-san. He had no time to make any letting go. When he reacted, the basketball had already entered the net. 2:0. Yusuji Kenichi then walked in front of Byun Jae-san and said lightly, "You have studied and have been prepared, but this does not mean that you can really stop me from scoring." At this time, Byun Jae-san showed a face full of shock. Too fast. Yusuji Kenichi's action from catching the ball to shooting was too fast just now. When he saw the video yesterday, he did not feel that this move had any special features. It just caught the defensive players off guard. But when he faced Kenichi Yusuji directly today, he realized that he was wrong, absolutely wrong. From receiving the ball to taking off and shooting, every action of his was completed very quickly, without any unnecessary actions. This guy was not hyped up by the magazines. It turned out that he was really strong. In the offensive round of Buri, after several rounds of passing, the basketball gradually came to the hands of Tokugawa Nagatoshi in the interior. In the previous Buri game, Tokugawa Nagatoshi was one of their main offensive scoring points, so his teammates had great confidence in his ability. However, this time, facing Yuzumi who was like a mountain blocking him, Tokugawa Nagatoshi felt a huge pressure before the confrontation began. Looking at the expectant eyes of his teammates, he could not care about anything else and could only bite the bullet. He held the ball with both hands and made a fake move to the left to break through. Then turned quickly to the other side. After a series of actions, Tokugawa Nagatoshi felt that he seemed to have gotten rid of Yuzumi's defense. Is it so easy? He couldn't believe it himself. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly made a layup. Just when the basketball in his hand was just thrown out of his hand, a pair of huge palms directly slapped the basketball away. The power was so great that Tokugawa Nagatashi's right hand felt a sharp pain. At this time, Tokugawa Nagatoshi realized that he had never gotten rid of Yuzumi's defense. After Yuzumi completed the block, Ikegami on the side reacted quickly and grabbed the basketball into his hands. Then, Ryanan, who got the ball, started to attack. Yukyusa gradually advanced to the front court with the ball. After hesitating for a moment, he passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji, who he trusted the most. After receiving the pass, Kenichi Yusuji quickly made a shooting gesture, which also scared Byun-jae-san who was defending him. Kenichi Yusuji's goal just now was this kind of quick shot, which made him unable to catch Kenichi Yusuji even when he was prepared. This time, when he saw Kenichi Yusuji was about to shoot, he naturally did not dare to neglect it and rushed to defend. Kenichi Yusuji did not really shoot. After Byun-jae-san was picked up by him, he quickly dribbled the ball and went straight to the basket. Seeing that Kenichi Yusuji was about to dunk, Tokugawa Nagami hurried over to make up for the defense, but this also left Yuzumi empty. Kenichi Yusuji would naturally not miss this good opportunity. He made a high-altitude pass, and Yuzumi took the opportunity to relay the ball in the air and dunked with both hands. With a clang, the basket was shaken up and down by Yuzumi's dunk. Wow! Kenichi Yusuji made a beautiful pass. Yet, his breakthrough was also amazing. Kenichi Yusuji is really strong. He can not only score, but also pass. Yuzumi heard the audience's praise for Kenichi Yusuji, and was speechless. Are you kidding me? It was me who scored the dunk in the air. What do you mean by praising him all the time? Even if he is handsome, you can't be so partial to him. It's really bullying. Looking at Kenichi Yusuji who was coming over to celebrate with him, Yuzumi snorted coldly, and then turned and left, leaving Kenichi Yusuji standing there in a daze, not knowing what happened at all. Buri continued to attack. Point guard Katakarake Jetsuna once again passed the ball to Tokugawa Nagatoshi in the interior. But facing the strong pressure from Uazumi, Tokugawa Nagatoshi really had no way to force an attack and score in front of him. So he had to pass the ball out. Then, Uragami Muniya, who received the pass, shot a three-pointer from the outside, but was successfully blocked by Sendo. Yusuji Kenichi grabbed the basketball and immediately passed it to Yukyusa who was running in the front. Yukyusa scored from the sky. 6:0. Ryanan had a good start. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 044 I don't care, I'll make a fuss if Kenichi Yusuji is not around. Off the court, seeing that the game did not seem to be going according to the script he imagined, Buri coach Yoshimura Shosuk began to frown. He originally thought that Tokugawa Nagatoshi could deal with Yuzumi, but based on Tokugawa Nagatoshi's performance on the court just now, he should have no confidence in scoring under Yuzumi's defense. The situation will not be good if it continues like this. Once the inside line cannot play an advantage, it may affect the overall situation. Yoshimura Shosuk gradually began to get anxious, but he had no choice. The game had just started. He couldn't just call a timeout. That would be too much of a blow to the players' confidence. He could only hope that they would make adjustments themselves. The game continued, Buri attacked again, and this time Katakarake Jetsuna finally did not pass the ball directly to Tokugawa Nagatoshi. He also saw that Tokugawa Nagatoshi was under too much pressure at the moment, and it was difficult for him to complete the attack as the first scoring point. So Katakarake Juna passed the ball directly to Somake on the other side. As Buri's ace player, he is usually Katakarake's first choice when others can't score easily. Somake took the pass from Katakarake, and faced Ikegami's defense and quickly chose to break through from the right side with the ball. Ikegami would naturally not let him pass easily, and hurriedly moved his feet to intercept. Unexpectedly, Somake did not really intend to break through. After Ikegami moved, he quickly retreated 2 steps and jumped up to shoot. At this time, Ikegami, who reacted, jumped forward to block the shot. Unfortunately, it was too late. Somake had already shot. Shua. 6:2, Buri finally scored their first point of the game today. Seeing this scene, coach Yoshimura Shosuke, who was originally a little worried about this game, began to be full of confidence again. Since Somake has already stood up, he must be able to lead the other people in Buri soon, and there should be no big problem at that time. However, what he did not expect was that Somake's goal was just a flash in the pan for Buri. Next, Yusuji Kenichi and Sendo teamed up to score wildly on Buri's outside line, while Yuzumi dominated the basket on his own. Even the double-team defense of Somake and Tokugawa Nagatoshi did not cause any trouble to Yuzumi. Instead, the two of them committed fouls. On the defensive side, Ikegami, as a defensive expert of Ryanen, further strengthened the defense against Somake, leaving him with basically no good chances to shoot. Sometimes Sendo would even suddenly appear to help him defend, making it impossible for Somake to fully exert his power on the offensive end. Soon, the score between the two teams was 29:7, and Ryanen had a 20-point advantage. At this time, Dakamoiki suddenly made a decision that surprised the audience. He directly replaced Yusuji Kenichi with Koshino Hiroaki. What is Ryanen's coach doing? Why did he replace Kenichi Yusuji? That's right. He played very well. It should be to preserve strength. After all, they will play Kanon tomorrow. An audience member who knew the truth stood up and said. But I came to see Kenichi Yusuji, let Kenichi Yusuji come out. I don't care, I will make a scene without Kenichi Yusuji. Afterwards, there were countless voices shouting for Kenichi Yusuji to play. But Dakamoiki turned a deaf ear to this. In his opinion, there was no suspense in this game. Keeping Sendo and Uazumi on the court was already a face-saving thing for Takeshi. Now the most important thing for Ryanen is the game against Kanon tomorrow. Although he was very confident about this. But Kanon was a terrifying existence that had dominated Kanagawa for 16 consecutive years. And they had a strong foundation. Dakamoiki did not dare to be negligent. So he thought it was necessary to let the ace players in the team rest more. In fact, not only the audience was dissatisfied with Dakamoiki's substitution. Kenichi Yusuji himself was not very happy. He hadn't gotten much data yet. And his system experience had only increased by 1%. But he was replaced. He was still hoping to activate Perfect Copy directly in this game. It seems that he can only wait until tomorrow's game against Kanon to awaken. I guess Dakamoiki will not let him leave the court early in the game against Kanon. The game on the court is still going on. Although the Ryanen team lacked Kenichi Yusuji, their offense was not hindered at all. Sendo could still go in and out of Buri's defense at will. And Yuzumi could score as long as he passed the ball to him. Buri's defense was almost useless to him. During this period, Buri coach Yoshimura Shosuke also called a timeout, trying to change the situation on the court through tactical adjustments. But to his disappointment, his tactical arrangements had no effect. And the huge gap in personal strength between the players made it impossible for his tactics to be implemented. Damn it, how could this Ryanen suddenly become so strong? Yoshimura Shosuke angrily dangled his legs with his fists, his eyes full of despair. He knew that Buri had no chance in this game, but if they wanted to enter the national competition, they could not lose the remaining 2 games. Shihoku was still okay, he should not be that strong, but what about Kanon? Could the team in his hands really beat Kanon? Obviously, he himself did not think Buri had the strength. Soon, the first half of the game was over, 50:14, Ryanen had a huge advantage, which also made Dakamoiki more relieved. Since the last practice match with Shihoku, he was always afraid that Ryanen would suddenly collapse if Kenichi Yusuji was not on the court, as if only Kenichi Yusuji could give him enough sense of security. Fortunately, the other main players of Ryanen were very powerful this time, and did not give Buri a chance to catch up with the score. Compared to the laughter and joy of Ryanen returning to the locker room, Buri was completely silent, which was in stark contrast to their confidence before the game. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 045 AMU, I didn't expect you would be afraid too. Soon, the second half of the game began. Careful spectators immediately noticed that Ryanen's players had changed again. Another core player, Sendo, was also put on the bench by Takamoiki, and was replaced by the first-year rookie Kazuki Kishino. It seems that Ryanen's coach is really preparing for tomorrow's game against Kanan. Yes. This game is so important. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who will win. After seeing Sendo was also substituted, Buri thought that his chance to catch up had come, but he was still beaten by Ryanen, because Ryanen's captain Yuzumi was still on the court, and Takamoiki deliberately kept him on the court to prevent any possible accidents. And he did not disappoint Takamoiki. Almost by his own strength, Buri completely lost the possibility of counterattack. Soon, the game was over. Ryanen defeated Buri with a score of 118-32, and won the first victory in the county finals. Next, as long as they win the next game, they will have a high probability of getting a place in the national competition. After the game, Yuzumi, who won the best player of the game, was dubbed monster by the audience. During the interview with reporters, the reporters finally stopped interviewing Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo, which moved Yuzumi to tears. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his appearance seemed to be pretty good. Well, I should communicate more with Kenichi Yusuji and Sendo. On the other hand, when Coach Takamoiki was asked by reporters about his opinion on tomorrow's game against Kanan, Takamoiki just left a sentence, "Let's wait and see tomorrow." He never liked to set flags before the game. After all, it would not help the game at all, and he would be ridiculed if he lost. After returning to the locker room, while the players were changing clothes, Takamoiki briefly summarized today's game. Today, everyone performed very well, including the substitutes. But the opponent is weaker after all, this is a fact, so I hope you don't be proud and complacent. Tomorrow's game is the real test. At this point, Takamoiki's expression instantly became serious. The players all understood that he not only hoped that Ryanen could enter the national competition, but also had an obsession with defeating Kanan, but it seemed that he had not succeeded in these years. After leaving the basketball hall, Ryanen and his team immediately took a car to another basketball hall, where Shihoko's game against Kanan was still in full swing. When Takamoiki appeared in the audience with Ryanen, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience again. Wow! That's Ryanen. I heard they just won a big victory over Buri and scored more than 100 points. Yet, I also heard they didn't use their full strength at all, and that yellow-haired guy didn't even play for a few minutes. Ah! In that case, they are really strong. Not only the audience at the scene. Even the players of Shihoko and Kanan who were playing in the field. All looked in the direction of Ryanen and his team. For a moment, it seemed that they were the masters of this stadium. AMU looked in the direction of Kenichi Yusuji and muttered silently. What a glorious sight! He stole the limelight as soon as he appeared. The players of Ryanen sat in their reserved seats one after another. As soon as they sat down, Uazumi's voice rang out immediately. Where's Akagi? Why can't I see him? For this old rival. Yuzumi was naturally very concerned about him. At this time, Hikoichi, who was good at collecting intelligence, said, Akagi was injured not long ago and is now back in the locker room. Is that so? If Akagi is injured, Shihoko will be in trouble. But, Shihoko's score is not far behind. It was Sendo who spoke. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, at 49:45, Shihoku was only 4 points behind Kanan. Is Shihoku so strong now? Can he play like this with Kanan without Akagi? Yuzumi was very surprised. It's Kaed Rukawa. He just caught up with the score with his continuous personal ability. Kenichi Yusuji said at the right time. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaed Rukawa on the court stole Kanan's pass, and then ran straight to the front court to score. It seems that this guy has a good touch today, Sendo said with a smile. At this time, Kaed Rukawa on the court. Rukawa also happened to look in the direction of Sendo. However, he was not looking at Sendo, but at Kenichi Yusuji, who was sitting next to him. I will not lose, Kaed Rukawa said to himself while looking at Kenichi Yusuji. The game continued. Kanan wanted to score another goal under the mandatory request of Coach Taketo. But the hasty shot of the Kanan players finally hit the basket, which allowed Kaed Rukawa to seize the opportunity to counterattack and score another 2 points. The first half ended, and the two sides ended in a tie. At this time, Shihoku's bench, Akagi had also returned. Ryanan people all felt that Shihoku would definitely counterattack in the second half. Only Sendo looked at the scoreboard and always felt that something was wrong there. The second half of the game started soon. With Akagi's return, Shihoku was in great momentum, and began to score points one after another. But Kanan was not to be outdone. Amu and Ashen and others continued to work hard, and soon tied the score. Then the two sides entered a tug-of-war, and at the decisive moment, Kanan relied on stronger teamwork to maintain the lead. In the end, Sakuragi made a mistake at the critical moment and missed the chance to tie the score. Kanan narrowly defeated Shihoku and won the first victory of the county competition. It's a pity for Shihoku. They had a chance. Yes, they performed well enough today. Ryanan's players felt sorry for Shihoku. Only Sendo kept staring at Amu, who was wiping sweat on the sidelines. From the beginning to the end, he felt that something was wrong with this game. In the first half, Shihoku was missing Akagi, and Kanan was unable to widen the gap. In addition, judging from the situation in the second half, Amu did not have many outstanding performances. Although he also personally guarded Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi, Sendo, who knew Amu well, knew that this was not his true strength at all. In this game, Amu never showed his true strength. What was his purpose in doing so? The answer is self-evident. Sendo turned his head and looked at Kenichi Yusuji beside him. Amu, I didn't expect that you would be afraid too. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 046. Dakamoiki's expectation. Today, we will definitely win. Sendo knew very well that the reason why Amu hid his strength at the risk of losing the game was to deal with Kenichi Yusuji. It seemed that he still remembered what he said to him last time. At this time, Sendo regretted it a little. Shouldn't he have said so much to Amu? But soon, he was relieved. Even if he didn't say it, Amu would investigate and verify it himself. He was not the kind of person who would be arrogant and look down on everything because of his strength. On the contrary, he would not look down on anyone with strength, so he became the current Emperor Mu. However, Kenichi Yusuji could attract Amu's attention, which also proved that Kenichi Yusuji's strength made Amu feel uneasy. He must not be sure that he could beat Kenichi Yusuji. After the game, Dakamoiki was ready to take Ryanan's players back to school. Before leaving, he looked back at Kanan's tall coach. Coincidentally, Riki Taketo also looked at Dakamoiki at this time. The two who had been rivals since their playing days stared at each other. Aida Yayoi happened to catch this scene. She took a picture of it. After taking a closer look, she felt very satisfied. Let's use this as the cover of tomorrow's magazine. The next day, the basketball hall where Ryanan and Kanan played was already crowded. Everyone wanted to see who was stronger between the two teams. Especially with the help of Basketball Weekly, everyone was looking forward to this peak showdown. Who do you think will win today? It should be Kanan. They have been the champions for 16 consecutive years. Ryanan is not weak either. They didn't lose much last year, not to mention they have a super helper like Kenichi Yusuji. Yet, it feels hard to guess the result. Before they started to enter the stadium, the audience had already started to discuss outside the basketball stadium. After all, no matter who wins today's game, they have basically locked a place in the national competition. As long as there are no 3 teams with 2 wins and 1 loss later. Soon, the audience lined up to enter the stadium. On one side of the basketball stadium, Kanan's battle flag was hung on the stands early. And the big words "always victorious" told people about Kanan's glorious history. On the other side, Ryanan also hung their battle flag. And the mighty words "courageous and brave" also showed their spirit of never giving up. Seeing this scene, the audience who just entered the stadium instantly felt that the atmosphere of the whole game was in place. Soon, the sharp-eyed audience immediately found that there were many familiar faces in the audience. All the players of Shohoku, led by Coach Anze, appeared in the front row of the audience. Fujima and Hanagata of Shoyo also came to the scene. There were also some players from other teams. There were dozens of people. It seems that everyone is paying close attention to this game. That's natural. The winner of the 2 teams will most likely be the seeded team for Kanagawa to enter the national competition. It's not natural to be valued. In Ryanan's locker room, Takamoiki pretended to be relaxed and said to the players, "As long as we win today's game, we will basically enter the national competition, and it will be much easier later. Everyone, just cheer for today. I don't need to say anything else." For more important games, Takamoiki would give the players many key points to emphasize. But today, facing the strongest team they have encountered so far this year, he was reluctant to say a few more words. His purpose in doing this was not to put too much pressure on the players, and to let them play in a relaxed mood. After all, he also knew how strong the opponent was. Once they played with a burden, they might not be able to show their true strength. The players also understood the coach's efforts, and did not ask too many questions. As long as they played well, it would be fine. Although this was the case, everyone was still quite nervous. After all, the opponent was Kanan, the champion for 16 consecutive years, and they lost to them last year. At this time, Hikoichi, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly ran out and said, "Coach, I heard that you and Kanan's coach Ryota were players of the same period. Tell us your story." "Yes. I haven't heard you tell it yet." Yusuji Kenichi also echoed, not that he wanted to hear the story. After all, as a time traveler, he knew the details of this incident. He did this mainly to ease the tense atmosphere in the team. Takamoiki saw that even Kenichi Yusuji said so, so he started to talk. "Riki Takato and I were sworn enemies in high school. If he is Kaed Rukawa, then I am Kenichi Yusuji or Sendo." He had just finished speaking when the Ryanan players all showed an expression of disbelief. "Really? Coach? No way. Coach, you were so good before. Was the coach so handsome when he was young?" At this time, Hikoichi said, "Putting aside your strength, your looks are far inferior to those of Kenichi and Sendo." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ryanan players burst into laughter. Takamoiki continued to argue with a red face. "Anyway, I was better than him at that time. Later, we both became coaches, and he went to Kanan. Kanan was already very strong. After he went there, Kanan won the championship for several consecutive years. I came to Ryanan and started to build the team of my dreams step by step. During this period, I never won once. But today, I think we should be able to win. Dakamoiki's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every Ryanan player. Coach, don't worry. We will definitely win today's game. Yusuji Kenichi took the lead and said. Yes, we will definitely win. The morale of all Ryanan players was immediately boosted. Even if they were not going to enter the national competition, they wanted their coach to win once. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 047 Kyoto Nobunaga's Shock, Is This Magic? On the other side, in Kanan's locker room, Riki Taketo did not have as much pressure as Dakamoiki. He just made some simple tactical arrangements for the players as usual, and told them some things to pay attention to. Kyoto, I'll leave this Yusuji Kenichi to you, no problem. Of course. Kyoto, who was rubbing his hands, replied excitedly. He had wanted to fight with this yellow-haired man for a long time, and finally waited for this opportunity today. He wanted to let everyone present today see who is the strongest newcomer in Kanagawa this year, but he forgot that he was just beaten by Kaed Rukawa yesterday. On the other side, AMU took the initiative to remind him, you have to be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with. I heard that Kaed Rukawa was no match for him in the practice match with Shihoku. Is that so? That's even better. When I defeat him, won't it prove that I am better than Kaed Rukawa? Seeing Kyoto's increasingly excited eyes, AMU didn't say anything more. After all, on the basketball court, sometimes you still need some confidence. However, the real strength of Kenichi Yusuji has always been a stone in AMU's heart. In yesterday's game with Shihoku, AMU has been preserving his strength, just to deal with the situation that may occur today. Although Kyoto is not weak, he is probably not a match for Kenichi Yusuji. At that time, he can only do it himself. Soon, Ryanan and Kanan players all walked out of the locker room and came to the court. Suddenly, there was a tsunami of cheers. Some cheering for Ryanan, and some cheering for Kanan. The voices of the two teams appeared alternately, and no one was willing to admit defeat. After warming up, the starting players of Ryanan and Kanan all appeared for this extremely important game. Both teams naturally sent out their strongest forces. Ryanan's starting lineup is: center Yuzumi, power forward Fukuda, small forward Yusuji Kenichi, shooting guard Sendo and point guard Yukyusa. Kanan's side: center Takasago Kazuma, power forward Tadashi Muto, small forward Kyoto Nobunaga, shooting guard Soichiro Jin, point guard Shinichi Maki. Fukuda played for Ryanan as a starter for the first time, and Ryanan's sudden change in the starting lineup surprised Kanan coach Riki Taketo. Haha! I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve when you have Kenichi Yusuji. However, in the face of absolute strength, these fancy tricks are useless. Ryota didn't think that this guy with a strange look would pose a threat to Kanan. In comparison, Ryota paid more attention to Kenichi Yusuji. He should be the only variable in today's game. Ryota thought silently as he looked at Kenichi Yusuji on the court. On the court, Kenichi Yusuji saw that his teammates didn't seem to be so nervous, and he began to look at Hikoichi with a new eye. Sometimes it's good to have a live treasure in the team, and it's good to liven up the atmosphere. Beep. As the referee blew the whistle, this highly anticipated game officially began. Yuzumi and Takasago almost jumped up to fight for the ball at the same time, but Yuzumi, with his height advantage and strength difference, still easily helped Ryanan get the ball. Yukyusa, who received the pass, was just about to pass the ball to Kenichi Yusuji, who was running fast in front, and saw that most of Kanan's players had already completed their defense. What a fast speed! Ryanan's fast break, which he is good at, didn't work. It's really Kanan. Seeing that he couldn't launch a fast break, Yukyusa had to dribble slowly to control the rhythm. When he saw Yuzumi in position, Yokyusa passed the ball to him directly. It's not that he didn't want to pass the ball to Kenichi Yusuji, but Dikamoiki had explained before the game that he should try to play inside at the beginning of the game. After all, compared with Takasago, Yuzumi still has a big advantage. This can not only help Yuzumi find his form earlier, but also save Kenichi Yusuji some energy. However, just before Yuzumi was about to receive the pass, Takasago Kazuma suddenly went around Yuzumi and slapped the basketball from Yokyusa. Coach Ryota saw this and grinned at Dikamoiki on the opposite side. Dikamoiki also saw his smug face. Damn it! This guy actually predicted my tactics. But what made Dikamoiki feel fortunate was that Yokyusa grabbed the basketball that Takasago slapped. This time he did not hesitate and directly passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji. He could also see that Kanon was obviously prepared for the inside. As soon as Kenichi Yusuji received the pass from Yokyusa, Kiyota Nobunaga immediately came to Kenichi Yusuji to defend. Unlike his expression of complete indifference in the locker room, his face was solemn at this time. His eyes were fixed on the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand, and he was ready to deal with all defenses. Although Kiyota usually laughs and jokes, he is still very serious during the game, especially when facing a strong opponent like Kenichi Yusuji. Kenichi Yusuji saw that he defended so seriously, and gave him enough respect. He took a step back to the three-point line, and then began to squat down to prepare for the shot. This was his imitation of Ryo Miru's heaven, earth, and void shots. Although Kiyota was a little confused, he could only squat down with Kenichi Yusuji. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep up with the rhythm when Kenichi Yusuji jumped together. Then, Kenichi Yusuji, as Kiyota expected, jumped and shot. Kiyota was a little happy to see this. He had successfully predicted Kenichi Yusuji's shot. Now he would have enough time to block him if he jumped. But the next second, he froze. It was as if his legs were constantly moving, and he couldn't jump at all. Seeing Kenichi Yusuji on the other side could jump normally but he couldn't, Kiyota Nobunaga was shocked. Is this magic? Read books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 048 Shinichi Maki's decision, let me go meet him. What's going on? Why didn't Kanon's number 11 defend yet? It feels so strange. Is this Kanon's tactic? No tactic would allow the opponent to shoot and score. The audience in the stands were very confused by Kiyota's behavior. And in the Shohoku crowd at the front of the audience, Kaed Rukawa said in a low voice with a straight face. How despicable, using this trick right at the start. As the first victim of Kenichi Yusuji's void shot, Kaed Rukawa is too familiar with the feeling of standing still and unable to jump. And Coach Anze, who was sitting on Kaed Rukawa's left, looked at Coach Anze on the court and frowned. Using this difficult shot right at the start, I'm afraid Ryanan's road ahead will not be easy. Swish! Kenichi Yusuji's void shot hit steadily. 3:0. Ryanan scored the first goal. On the bench of Kanon, Riki Takato was also quite surprised by Kenichi Yusuji's goal. He had never seen anyone practice this kind of shooting technique. However, he was only surprised by the shooting technique. He was not worried about the situation on the court at all. Kanon attacked, Yokyusa faced AMU who dribbled to the front court, and felt a little pressure. Sure enough, after AMU deceived Yokyusa with a fake move to the left, he quickly flashed and broke through from the other side of Yokyusa. At this time, another figure suddenly appeared in front of AMU, it was Sendo. Obviously, Sendo, who was very familiar with AMU, knew that Yokyusa could not stop him, and had planned to intercept AMU's attack. Just when the audience began to look forward to the duel between AMU and Sendo, AMU passed the ball directly to the three-point line, where the unguarded A Shen was waiting for AMU's pass. Swish! A Shen's three-pointer also went into the net. 3:3. Wow! Kanan's response was also very fast. He immediately returned a three-pointer. Yet, this game will definitely be very intense. The game continued. Yukyusa passed the ball to Kenichi Yusuji again. Kiyota Nobunaga also began to get nervous when he saw this. Until now he didn't know why he couldn't jump up just now. So he was very careful about Kenichi Yusuji's attack this time, fearing that he would be hit by his magic again if he wasn't careful. But Kenichi Yusuji didn't choose to shoot this time, but chose to break through. Kiyota Nobunaga hurriedly followed Kenichi Yusuji's footsteps, never giving him a chance to get rid of himself. Suddenly, Kenichi Yusuji, who was originally breaking through quickly, turned back and pulled away from Kiyota, and quickly started a jump shot after turning around. Kiyota, who was defending Kenichi Yusuji's breakthrough, was pulled away by him. Even if he rushed forward to make up for it after he reacted, it was too late. Kenichi Yusuji had already shot the ball. Kiyota Nobunaga could only watch Kenichi Yusuji's shot fly into the net. This time, Kenichi Yusuji imitated the skill of Yukio Kasumatsu in the black and blue team, quick turn and shot. This skill can make a quick turn and shoot while breaking through at high speed, and it has a high hit rate. At this time, Kiyota Nobunaga seemed very helpless. I just lost to Kaed Rukawa yesterday. I didn't expect that there would be a stronger guy today. No wonder even Kaed Rukawa couldn't be his opponent. This guy is simply a pervert. And Kaed Rukawa, who had been staring at Kenichi Yusuji in the audience, saw him use a new move, and finally began to realize that Kenichi Yusuji really had some reservations in the practice match, and his strength might be stronger than I thought. Even now, what I saw might not be his full strength. The game continued. In the next round, AMU tried to break through Yukyusa's defense again. However, Sendo came to Yukyusa's side in advance this time, and formed a double team on AMU, and blocked his passing route. Just when the players of Ryanen thought that the defense was foolproof, AMU forced his way out from the gap between the two people's defense, and came to the basket. With a high-altitude pass, Takasago Kazuma, who was guarding the basket, easily completed the aerial relay. 5:5. Wow! It's AMU. Neither Yukyusa nor Sendo can defend him. The two sides played so fiercely. It was always a one-on-one score. This game is so exciting. Afterwards, the two teams on the court started a long tug-of-war. Ryanen mainly relied on Kenichi Yusuji's strong personal scoring ability, and the scores of Sendo and Afuyu Ajumi, and always maintained sufficient offensive firepower. As for Kanan, AMU, and A Shen both performed well on the offensive end, and even better on the defensive end, which also prevented Ryanen from widening the score. The game soon came to the 15th minute of the first half. The score on the field was 37-37. The scene was very tense, and it was still a tie. Looking at the scene on the field, Akagi in the stands said, "The two teams played so fiercely. They were completely evenly matched." Coach Anze on the side squinted and said, "No. Ryanen is already at a disadvantage. Kanan has never tried his best, but Ryanen is already a little exhausted. If he continues, it may be disadvantageous to Ryanen." On the Ryanen bench outside the field, Dakamoiki also frowned. He naturally saw that the Ryanen team was gradually losing ground on the field, but the score was still a score at this time, and he himself had no way to make adjustments first. He could only wait and see how Kanan would make a choice later. On the court, Kenichi Yusuji received the pass from Yukyusa again. Kiyota, who had been scored by Kenichi Yusuji countless times in the first half, could only helplessly stand in front of him to defend again. Once again, Kenichi Yusuji squatted and jumped to shoot. But Kiyota still stood there unable to move. 39-37. Ryanan took a 2-point lead. Kise came to AMU with a frustrated face. I can't defend him at all. If we continue like this, we won't be able to open up the score. Then let me do it. This farce should end. AMU looked at Kise and said seriously. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 049. You saw through my void shot, but it's useless. During the time when Kise was defending Kenichi Yusuji in the first half, AMU was always observing Kenichi Yusuji's every move, and had a certain understanding of Kenichi Yusuji's various special shooting abilities. Maybe he should be able to deal with him. And as long as he can completely suppress this point of his, I believe the entire Ryanan will soon collapse. In any case, AMU must give it a try. The game continued. Kanan team attacked. AMU quickly broke through Yukusa's defense, and then quickly rushed to the basket, facing Yuzumi's block, and sent the ball into the basket with a high throw. After scoring, AMU turned around, looked back at Kenichi Yusuji, and made a 1v1 gesture to him. Wow! AMU took the initiative to challenge Kenichi Yusuji. The game is getting more and more exciting. In the audience, Shoyo Captain Fujima, who is also very familiar with AMU, said, AMU is going to get serious. If Kenichi Yusuji and Ryanan can't withstand this wave of attacks, I'm afraid the game will be decided before the end of the first half. Ryanan attacked. Kenichi Yusuji had just received the pass from Yukusa. AMU came in front of him and prepared for defense. Ah! Here it comes. AMU personally guards Kenichi Yusuji. Can he really stop Kenichi Yusuji from scoring? Don't forget, he is AMU, the MVP of Kanagawa for 2 consecutive years. On the bench of Ryanan, Dakamoiki's forehead began to sweat. He believed that Kenichi Yusuji was very strong. But he was only a freshman after all. And AMU was also a top player in the country. As for whether Kenichi Yusuji could win this match, Dakamoiki was indeed unsure. On the court, Kenichi Yusuji was not as nervous as Dakamoiki. He dribbled the ball as if no one was around. Suddenly, he began to squat quickly, and then prepared to shoot. Damn it, this trick again. Kiyota Nobunaga, who saw Kenichi Yusuji's action, cursed. He had suffered twice from this trick. Now he could only pray that AMU would not be the same as him. In the audience far away, Kaed Rukawa saw this familiar move and could not help but whispered, will it really work to use such a move against AMU? On the court, AMU watched Kenichi Yusuji start to squat. So he also started to squat. But he kept a careful eye. Only slightly bent his knees. Did not let himself squat completely. And at the same time he lowered his center of gravity, making it look like he was squatting completely. At the same time as Ken Yusuji jumped up to shoot, AMU also suddenly jumped up to block the shot. Unlike Kiyota before, he successfully jumped up. Wow! AMU jumped up. He is really amazing. He didn't stand still like Kiyota. It's over. Ken Yusuji is going to be blocked. When seeing that AMU was not affected by Ken Yusuji's ability and successfully jumped up, the audience at the scene unanimously believed that Ken Yusuji was in crisis at this time. Even Dakamoiki, who was sitting on the bench of Ryanan, was shocked when he saw this scene. Since Kenichi Yusuji joined the team, his various special shooting skills have emerged one after another. And he has never failed. Is he really going to fail today? On the opposite side of Dakamoiki, Riki Takato began to laugh. Now, from this moment on, let's completely defeat Ryanan. Kanan's winning streak will continue. On the court, AMU, who had already completed the full-strength jump, stretched out his right hand and blocked the basketball in Kenichi Yusuji's hand. But at this moment, an incredible scene happened to him. Kenichi Yusuji, who originally jumped vertically, actually fell straight backwards. Fade-off shot. This is impossible. He jumped vertically. AMU was shocked when he saw this scene. I thought that this ball would end with my block, but I didn't expect Kenichi Yusuji to have a backhand. He never thought that Kenichi Yusuji could force his center of gravity to shift backwards in mid-air. This is simply incredible. With a swish, the basketball thrown by Kenichi Yusuji went into the net. 41-39, oh my god. What happened just now? Kenichi Yusuji actually avoided AMU's block? How did he do it? Is that a fadeaway shot? It doesn't look like it. In an instant, countless audiences burst into surprised and puzzled voices. In the midst of the noise, Coach Anzai smiled in the direction of Kenichi Yusuji. So, you did it on purpose. As Coach Anzai said, Kenichi Yusuji did do it on purpose. As early as when AMU pretended to squat, Kenichi Yusuji discovered the abnormality, but he acted as if he was completely unaware. After taking off, he quickly imitated Junpei Hinata's inviolable shot and successfully avoided AMU's shot. Yusuji Kenichi came to AMU, who still had some shock on his face, and said, "You are very strong. You actually saw through my void shot. But, that's useless. I have more than just this one trick." AMU slowed down and looked at Yusuji Kenichi's back as he left. It seems that Sendo is really right. You are really strong. I may not be your opponent. Off the court, Dakamoiki, who originally thought that Yusuji Kenichi would be blocked by AMU, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing him score a shot. If Yusuji Kenichi was really completely blocked by AMU, Dakamoiki would really not know how Ryanan would win the game next. Fortunately, Yusuji Kenichi did not disappoint Dakamoiki. Coach Anzai is right. He really has great potential. Dakamoiki turned his head and found that Kanan's tall coach was looking at the field with a serious expression. Sure enough, the pain would be transferred, but now it was transferred to Riki Takato's face. Riki Takato looked at Kenichi Yusuji, who was returning to defense, and suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. This yellow-haired man gave him a very dangerous signal. But even if he successfully scored in front of AMU, it would not be the case. Why? Does he really have the ability to turn the game around? Read books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter-0-50 The Horror of Lei Ming's Dribbling, Kanan Changes Strategy. Kanan continued to attack. AMU came to the front court with the ball. He thought that Kenichi Yusuji would come to defend him and take the opportunity to break up with him. However, he did not expect that the person who came to defend him was still his old acquaintance Sendo. Sendo did this just to prevent Kenichi Yusuji from wasting too much energy. From the beginning of the game to now, Kenichi Yusuji has been fighting hard. He did not want Kenichi Yusuji to be away from the court at the final decisive moment. As for defending AMU, Sendo himself is very experienced. Facing Sendo's tight defense, AMU failed to achieve good results after several consecutive breakthrough attempts. He had no choice but to find a good opportunity to pass the ball to A Shen outside the three-point line. However, A Shen's shot was interfered by Yukusa. The ball did not go in, and the rebound was taken by Yuzumi. When it came to Ryanan's offensive round, AMU was already standing opposite Kenichi Yusuji. This time, he did not use the void shot again, but imitated Kotaro Hayama's thunderous dribbling. This skill can concentrate its own elasticity on the fingers to strengthen the dribbling force. When using 5 fingers, the dribbling force will produce a very strong sound, just like thunder. When Kenichi Yusuji started to dribble with 3 fingers, AMU could only barely see the shadow of the basketball. When he opened 4 fingers, AMU could not see where the basketball was at all. He could only defend by instinct. When the thunder of dribbling sounded, AMU was already sweating profusely. How many weird moves does this guy have that make me completely unable to see the position of the basketball? As Kenichi Yusuji continued to dribble, the sound of the thunderous dribbling became louder and louder, and even some spectators who were closer to the venue began to cover their ears because of the noise. While AMU was in a daze, Kenichi Yusuji quickly dribbled the ball from AMU's left side. AMU also wanted to intercept it, but he couldn't even see where the ball was, and there was no way to steal Kenichi Yusuji's ball. After passing AMU's defense, Kenichi Yusuji quickly rushed into the inside line, dunked over Tadashi Muto who came to defend, and scored 2 points for Ryanen again. 43-39, then, Kenichi Yusuji continued to exert his strength, and the continuous various offensive moves made AMU who came to defend him helpless. Soon, Ryanen took this opportunity to open up the score. At the end of the first half, Ryanen led Kanan by 13 points with 55-42. This result surprised the audience at the scene. They guessed that Ryanen would cause great trouble to Kanan, and might even beat Kanan, but they didn't expect Ryanen to lead Kanan by so many points in the first half. Ryanen is really strong. Yet, even Kanan is no match for them. It's mainly because Kenichi Yusuji is strong. I didn't expect that even AMU couldn't defend against him at all. In the audience, among the Shohoku crowd, Akagi looked at the Kanan group who were leaving the stage, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that they would fall behind in the first half. Yet, I thought they would beat Ryanen in one go." Mitsui said on the side. At this time, Coach Anze, who had been silent, also spoke up. Kanan originally wanted to use AMU to limit Kenichi Yusuji and completely control the situation on the court. But what they didn't expect was that AMU failed to defend Kenichi Yusuji, but instead let Kenichi Yusuji lead Ryanen to the lead. Everyone in Shohoku suddenly realized, it seems that Kanan paid the price for their arrogance. After Coach Anze finished speaking, he looked at Kenichi Yusuji's back as he walked towards the locker room on the court, and he began to worry. Kenichi Yusuji consumed too much energy in the first half, and Kanan will definitely fight back in the second half. Although Ryanen is leading by 13 points now, once Kanan gets serious, this score difference is not too safe. What's more, they also have a strong teamwork ability that other teams in Kanagawa don't have. In Kanan's locker room, Coach Takato didn't yell at Kanan's players, because he knew that the reason they fell behind was only because of Kenichi Yusuji's excellent personal ability. Even AMU couldn't stop him from scoring, let alone others. He made the tactical arrangements for the second half directly. After the second half starts, AMU, don't defend Kenichi Yusuji anymore, Kyoto, you defend. But coach, I really can't defend him, Kyoto said aggrievedly. It doesn't matter, you just have to try your best. Let him score if he wants, but there is one thing, you must do your best every time you defend. Coach Takato continued. Then it's the others, you try to attack the basket as much as possible during the offense. Don't rush to catch up with the score, but try to cause Yuzumi to foul. Finally, it's AMU, Sendo is up to you. After Riki Takato finished speaking, the players of Kanan roughly understood his idea. Since no one can defend Kenichi Yusuji, then just don't defend him. No matter how good he is. It's impossible to play 1 vs 5. As long as they defend all the other players of Ryanen, and then consume Kenichi Yusuji's physical strength, they will naturally collapse in the end. In Ryanen's locker room, Dakamoiki was not very happy with a 13-point advantage. He knew that the second half was the beginning of the decisive battle. To maintain the advantage, he had to perform better than in the first half. He kept encouraging his players, hoping that they could maintain a good state. In the corner of the locker room, Kenichi Yusuji felt a little tired. The continuous use of multiple skills in the first half consumed a lot of his physical strength. However, he felt it was worth it. At least, at present, Ryanan was still in an advantageous position. There was just one thing he didn't understand. His system experience had reached 50%, but he never heard the prompt of awakening his advanced talent ability. Did the system crash? Why did it happen at this time? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th.